with the financial report of the Director and report of the External Auditor for 2025. And with that, I would like to bring official document 376 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Christophe Casapantoniou, Director of Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the head table. And I will also now yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration for a report on the item, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to everyone. Madam President, the subcommittee examined an overview of the financial report of the Director for the year 2025. The full report was not available at the time of the subcommittee's 20th session in March of this year, as the figures were still being audited by the organization's external auditor. Madam President, the subcommittee was informed that the preliminary unaudited figures show that the total consolidated revenues in 2025 increased by 7.5% with respect to 2024. Primarily, due to an increase in the revenue from procurement on behalf of member states. The subcommittee was also informed that the collection of assessed contributions was considerably lower than that of 2024, and that the unpaid balance at the end of 2025 had more than doubled, totaling $113.5 million, compared with $50.6 million at the end of 2024. In the subcommittee's discussion on the report, delegates expressed appreciation to the Bureau for its transparency and accountability in reporting on PAHO's financial situation and affirmed the need to sound financial management to enable the organization to continue responding to the health challenges within the region. Concern was expressed about the high level of unpaid assessed contributions and the need for prompt payment on the outstanding balances was underscored by members. Madam President, thank you. This ends my report on this item.
Thank you very much for that report. Much appreciated. I'll now give the floor to Mr. Casapantoniou to please present the item.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Director, members of the Executive Committee, allow me to present item 5.3, the financial report of the Director for the financial year 2025. Let me open with three headline numbers here. Total revenue for 2025 was $1,399 million. The total expenses were $1,355 million. This resulted in a net surplus of $44 million. The net asset stands at $597 million, which is a sound financial position. The accounts have been prepared in compliance with the International Public Sector Accounting Standards as approved by the governing bodies. And before I walk through the components, I want to highlight the most important governance point of this slide, which is PAHO received an unqualified audit opinion from the external auditors, Contraloría General de la República de Chile. An unqualified opinion means the financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the organization as of December 31st, 2025. Despite sustained pressure on the timing of assessed contributions receipt, a topic I will address shortly, the organization maintained strong operational delivery and financial stability throughout 2025. This reflects disciplined financial stewardship and active liquidity management. On this slide, we see total revenue against 3 reference years. We see the pre-pandemic year, 2019, and of course, we compare the previous year, 2024 and 2025. As you see, in detail, total revenue reached 1,399,000,000, an increase of 97 million or 7.5% over 2024. And critically, this now exceeds the pre-pandemic levels. The revenue composition breaks down as follows: 915 million, which is 65% from procurement of public health supplies on behalf of member states, 214 million, which is 15% from voluntary contributions, 104 million, 7% from assessed contributions, 97 million, 7% from WHO allocations, and the 69 million, the dark blue bar, is from other sources, primarily 63 million on investment income, and here we have the net gain from the sale of Regina Avenue property and other miscellaneous revenue. Going to the next slide, here we have the assessed contributions. As you know, assessed contributions are the foundations of PAHO's normative mandate. Under IPSAS, they are recognized as revenue when they are due, which is the 1st of January of each year, regardless of whether we receive the payment or not. In 2025, recognition of revenue of assessed contributions was 104 million, but what was actually collected is a very different number, as you can see here. The left-hand chart here shows the cash collections across the 3 years. You see in 2020 we collected 109. The current year collections are in the light blue, and the previous years in the dark. And you see we had a reduction in 24, and then really we collected only 41 million in 2025. Of course, this resulted in the unpaid balance, which is showed on the right-hand side, at the highest level in the last years. The question is, how did PAHO manage to maintain program delivery? With such arrears, program delivery was managed by full utilization of working capital and at the same time internal borrowing. And the good thing is that at the end of the year, as the audit committee mentioned, and as was mentioned by the chair of the SPBA, we replenish this working capital and the internal borrowing from additional excess interest earned over and above of what was budgeted the previous biennium. So this allows us to start 2026 from zero utilization of working capital. Of course, this doesn't mean that the continuation of not payment of the assessed contributions is the most important thing that we have to do to allow delivery of PAHO and for the program budget. Now, on this slide, we see the procurement on behalf of member states. Procurement activities remain PAHO's largest operational service and the highest part of the revenue. It reached 915 million in 2025, an increase of 12% compared to 2024. And again, you can see in total the revenue is higher even than pre-pandemic levels, primarily coming from the revolving fund for strategic public health supplies. Now, on this slide, we see the revenue from voluntary contributions. The voluntary contributions increased to 214 million in 2025 from 200 in 2024. The most significant development is the continued growth in national voluntary contributions. Something that you don't see here visibly is that we have received 600,000 core contributions, which is totally unrestricted funding from Spain. I want to thank Spain for this contributions, which is totally unrestricted and allows PAHO to implement its mandate. So therefore, national voluntary contributions increased from 61 million comparing to 2019 to 132 in 2025, and the comparison you see is 62% increase. This reflects increasing engagement by member states, country ownership, and confidence in PAHO's implementation capacity. Overall, voluntary contributions continue to play a critical role in supporting technical cooperation and health programs across the region. On this slide, we see the total expenses, and of course, you can see here that it's dominated primarily from the supplies, because of course, procurement services is the highest part. In order to have a meaningful comparison of the expenses, we prefer to show this slide, which shows all the expenses apart from the supplies. You can see that the total operating expenses without the supplies at 432 million in 2025, a 17 million increase. And let me go through each category in turn. The highest category is the contractual services at 179 million, is the largest operational expense, increased by 12 million from 167 in 2024. And the driver is primarily higher meeting facility costs and professional services. This is because it's driven by the national voluntary contributions. In the implementation of the national voluntary contributions leads to this higher cost. The next higher bar, the dark blue, is the staff cost. At 153, you see from 149, up 4 million, and two specific drivers, 3.7 million, it's accrual of retroactive payment of salaries to adjustment to general services positions, and the remaining is from the actuarial study for the asset termination. Going further to the travel, you see that the travel decreased, fell to 37 million from 41 million in 2024, a 9% reduction. And it's a deliberate result of cost containment policy by the organization. PAHO personnel travel fell by 4.5 million and transportation services by 1 million. But while event participants' cost increased 1.9 million, that's because it's coming because of support of implementation of national voluntary contributions. Again, the other part is that the transfer, the orange grants to counterpart, increased to 18 million from 12. Again, it has to do, it's related to the national voluntary contributions. Depreciation remained flat, and the overall picture here, it shows that the organization managed to absorb significant part of inflation and cost containment. This slide, we see the after-service health insurance. It's one of the PAHO's most significant long-term financial obligations. It represents the future health care cost for both active and retired staff, and it's valued annually through an independent actuarial assessment. The stacked bars here show the size of the composition of the obligation, and we can see here that the unfunded part, it's the blue, and the remaining, the gray, is the funded part. You see that from 2024 to 2025, the funded portion has increased from 102 million to 125, and this is primarily due through additional contributions and interest earned from the investments of the SAI fund. At the same time, of course, the liability increase, always this happens with the change in the interest rates. This is based on the actuarial assumptions. But what is notable to see is that when we started in 2010, we had a funding ratio, which is the green line, which was 12%, and gradually and steadily this is increasing at 42 this year, as well as the previous year. This is a long-term process, primarily of trying to contain the cost, and at the same time having return on investment from the management of the funds, which at a minimum of 3.7%, that's the long-term expected rate of return. It was 15% last year. So, some summary concluding remarks. In 2025, PAHO demonstrated that it can sustain operational delivery, maintain financial discipline, and fulfill its accountability obligations, even under conditions of significant liquidity pressure. The clean audit opinion, the net surplus, and the growth of both procurement and voluntary resources are positive signals of confidence towards the organization. At the same time, though, the assessed contributions in area position, it's something that must be addressed by the member states. The financial statements and the external audit report are before the committee for consideration. Thank you, Madam President, and I remain at your disposal for questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation, and the summary at the end is an excellent recap of all the key pieces of information. With that, I will now like to invite to everyone to open. I'll open the floor for plenary for discussion, please. Okay, so thank you. So just to explain a little bit further, if there are comments to make on the presentation just made, we can make them now, and then I will be inviting the Controller General of the Office of the Controller General of the Republic of Chile to come and present the report of the external auditor. So that will happen momentarily, but for the moment, we'll start with comments on this report. Can wait? Canada can wait? Okay. I'll turn it to Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank you for the presentation of the financial report of the Director for 2025, and we take note of all of the information provided. Now, this offers detailed information about the activities of PAHO in its mandate of public health. This is key for us to ensure transparency, accountability, and good governance. These are all efficient elements to ensure credibility and efficiency of this organization. Now, Brazil recognizes the efforts put forward by the Secretariat to bolster the efficiency and efficacy of this organization with a view toward those initiatives that have been implemented under PAHO Forward. We have faced mounting challenges, and we have to seek out innovative responses through digital means if necessary, and also streamlining of processes, always upholding the technical quality of the services provided member states. We noted the 9% drop in travel expenses. Madam Chair, the overall revenue of the organization of 2025, plus the expenses which have risen beyond revenues collected, and so this is owing to the delays in the payment of assessed contributions and a loss in overall collections. Timely payment of fixed contributions are necessary for financial foreseeability or predictability of the organization to ensure that PAHO fully carries out its normative activities and essential mandates to the benefit of all member states. Brazil has made its payment, its contributions for 2025 and 2026. We assert our commitment to strengthen the organization toward a regional cooperation of health. We recognize also, Madam President, the growing importance of the regional revolving funds, especially within this current financial context. This report addresses the fact and addresses the important role that these funds play in this organization. Brazil thinks that the revolving funds are some of the most successful instruments of the international cooperation to ensure equitable access and to strengthen the resilience of supply chains and for regional productive chains. We are happy to see that most of the recommendations in this independent auditor's report have been accepted by PAHO, and almost all of the recommendations from prior years have already been applied or are being applied or implemented. We also congratulate the Office for the Bureau for making sure that basic payments have been made. I would like to know what your forecast is for further collections this and in upcoming years. We reassert Brazil's commitment to PAHO and the role it plays in the Americas. We will remain engaged in this search for solutions to ensure the continuity of the programs that redound to the benefit of the whole region. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I don't see any other requests, so perhaps I can turn it back to you for responding to Brazil's comments. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to thank you, Brazil, for the comments and for the prompt payments of the assessed contributions of 2026, and also for the recommendation and the petition to other member states to pay in a timely manner. For us, we recognize, the organization recognize this difficult situation, and you asked first of all, what is the projection? As the auditors are asking, the internal committee are asking, the organization is looking at different scenarios. You saw what were the collections in 2025, 41 million. So far, we collected 39. How much more we'll collect if the bigger contributors do not pay? We know very much that the assessed contribution is concentrated in 5 member states. We have the United States, we have Venezuela that is behind, we have Mexico, we have Chile. If we don't have these contributions, the smaller states will collect 1 to 2 million. So what is the situation going afterwards? The thing is that all the different scenarios are under examination by the director and management, and that's why the organization examines different scenarios and liquidity management on a rolling 12-month basis. This is something that is our obligation to do, something that the audit committee mentioned during their report. And again, you made reference to the PAHO Forward. The organization always tries to find opportunities for improvement and cost containment. But the payment of the assessed contribution is critical. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now like to invite Ms. Dorothy Perez Gutierrez, Controller General of the Office of Controller General of the Republic of Chile, to please come to the head table and present the report of the External Auditor for 2025. Over to you. Thank you.
Muy buenos días, señora.
Good morning, Madam President, Director, authorities, and of course members of the Pan American Health Organization. I'll be presenting on the report on the external audit. I am the Comptroller of Chile, and we were charged with the financial review. And we're going to present this in 4 main areas: the definition of the process of the financial audit, the summary of the audit process of the financial statements for 2025, a report on recommendations made by this outside auditor, and annual planning for the audit of 2026. Under the first item, the definition of the audit process, the methodology of the financial audit takes into account, first and foremost, understanding the entity, the whole organization, its environment, including its financial structure, operative and regulatory environments. We also seek to identify and assess risks of errors in which are incurred to avoid fraud or error. It seeks to ascertain material aspects, to apply professional judgment to this, and to consider the nature and the magnitude of spikes, to design procedures of audit that seek to identify risks, or respond to risks that are identified, to bring together control mechanisms, oversight, and substantive procedures, obtaining also evidence of the audit that be sufficient and appropriate to back conclusions made by the auditing team. Lastly, to assess what errors have been detected and to fashion a final opinion, audit opinion. This seeks to ensure that our audit be efficient, in line with all of the risks that the organization currently faces, and that it be in keeping with international standards. The second topic is a summary of the audit process of the financial statements of PAHO 2025. The scope of this audit for the 2024-2027 term was to review the annual accounts audit for PAHO for 2025. The standards applied for that undertaking are, of course, the international audit standards, international accounting standards for the public sector, IPSAS, and the ethics code, ISSAI 130, and quality control, ISSAI 140. Deliverables are, in opinion, annual opinion of the audit or offered by the auditor, an extended audit report, and letters and reports of findings. Ultimately, we seek to issue a professional opinion about the reasonability of financial statements with which to inform the Executive Committee. What are the different stages of the work done? First, planning. We crafted a strategy for the audit and a preliminary plan to carry out that strategy. We defined who the auditing team would be and made a timetable for visits to the central office and country offices. Also, in this planning stage, we identified risks of key areas of the audit of material risks, and followed by internal oversight or controls, which entailed an assessment and internal controls necessary for financial management or administration, identifying weaknesses that could have some bearing on financial statements, after which we moved on to substantive procedures, where detailed tests are conducted to look into significant transactions and balances, directly verifying how reasonable or appropriate the financial information provided by the organization was. And lastly, the report, which is for preparation or the drafting and the handing over of the final audit report and letter of findings, and then what we're doing right now, this report to the Executive Committee and also the Audit Committee of PAHO. The summary of our processes regarding visits made for internal controls: a visit was made to the Bahamas in July of 2025, and internally we reviewed in October and November 2025 the headquarters in Washington. Internal controls, we worked in the country office of Peru in January and February of this year. And as far as substantive tests or reviews, that is for March, April of 2026 here in Washington.
In terms of what was audited, basically in terms of internal controls at headquarters, they have treasury, of course, receivables, also plant and equipment, also supplies, and accrued liabilities, and also the delegation of roles and responsibilities of the system. Now, regarding what was audited in terms of receivables in country offices, we looked at human resources as well as salaries, letters of agreement, small contributions made, also bank reconciliation, and also purchases with credit cards, the management of fixed assets. In the third topic, the report on recommendations as external auditors, first of all, the results of the audit report here at headquarters go from 14 October to 12 November, and we evaluated the management of IT functions and the need to update policies. Also, we worked with a text that seemed to be quite generic in terms of confirming reception of merchandise, that in the Office of Argentina, and we documented that for the improvements that were accepted by the office and by the organization. Third, we also observed the need for strengthening controls on potential conflicts of interest that could occur during bidding processes, and also the need to have better compliance with term limits and the documentation of the oversight of banking reconciliation. Then also a strengthening of control on registering receipts that were still pending, and also the visibility of insurance codes for illness on the PMIS reports. Those were our comments in terms of that first visit. And then in the visit that was carried out in July of 2025 to Bahamas, in the country office, especially what we detected were some situations that we recommended be improved, a lack of documenting the minutes of meetings because that weakens governance and internal controls. Also, it's important to strengthen the continuity in the banking reconciliation process. We see a possibility to improve the consistency of documentation in terms of using a tool subsidizing human resources. Also, it's an opportunity to improve obtaining authorization, evaluation, review of final reports presented by consultants. It's present, but it could be improved upon. Also, there was room for the timeliness of strengthening procedures for an early termination of consultants' contracts and better opportunities to document bank reconciliation at the end of the month. Now, regarding credit cards, strengthening the delegation, the segregation of functions. So, for example, we also looked at the need of strengthening delegation and attributions and separate functions so that there will be better control in the use of credit cards. An opportunity to reinforce documentation practices, traceability in PMIS, and also an approach in terms of unequal use of the subsidy tool for human resources, and they could improve the clarity on the current status with better use of these tools. Likewise, we saw that not always is legal authorization obtained before withdrawing consultancy contracts. So it would be better for greater certainty, greater clarity, for this to be done in a timely way so as to get legal authorization before rescinding contracts. Then, in the visit to the Peru country office, and that was 26 January to 12 February 2026, we saw it was important to improve or get approval for amendments to contracts for orders. Now, this in terms of exceeding the delegation allowed, so that authorization is required. It has to be authorized by the person with the power to provide that approval. Now, also, we think it's important to formalize the approval process of budget amendments on PMIS. And also there's a lack of formalizing the documentation, the supporting documentation required to initiate budget amendments. Also, the creation of budgetary amendments during periods of annual leave and looking at accountability for small contributions. For example, in some cases, we saw there was a lack of formal evidence supporting this. And then in the Peru country office, there's an opportunity to improve the operational continuity and formalizing the process of tax reimbursement. There is a very old process being used in this office in terms of providing reimbursement of taxes. The person is about to retire, so we can review this procedure and update this procedure for tax reimbursement. Next, in terms of that visit to Peru, and these observations have to do with headquarters, seen from the country office, we saw that the in-file can give rise to inadequate mechanisms of authorization on the part of supervisors. Now, sometimes a new purchase offer is created instead of amending the original purchase order. Also, there's a discrepancy between the requirements for authorizing procurement orders in PMIS, and it's important to use the guidance provided in 621M. Also, it is important to have an accurate estimate of cost to hire international consultants, and there can be budgetary amendments that are still in draft without a clarification or a numbering in the PMIS. Now, these things may seem to be minor, but if they're corrected, this would improve the work done in that country office. Now, regarding the status of recommendations issued in the 2025 audit, we can see that 31% of our recommendations were implemented. And in Bahamas, 50% of our recommendations were implemented. Now, regarding those that are still under implementation and where they are still addressing our observations, here in headquarters, 29% are in implementation. In Bahamas, 20%. In Peru, 11 of the observations or recommendations are already being implemented so as to put these corrections in place. Now, regarding those that have not yet been implemented, for headquarters, we have everything that has been implemented or complied with, or they are finishing the implementation process. In Bahamas, there are still 30% of the observations where implementation is yet to be started. So here you can see a summary. You can see that the total number of recommendations were 16. That was what was issued for 2025. Here, this is what we want to say about reviewing internal controls at PAHO. This is something done by our audit and helps us understand how the organization manages its processes and how it manages its financial information. This allows us to identify where there are greater risks or risks of potential fraud. And with this information, we can better plan audits and we can better decide what tests to apply to make certain that financial statements are reasonable and reliable. Now, this is something done by the controller during the audit to identify areas for potential improvement. And our responsibility, and this is in red, our responsibility as an auditor is not to issue an opinion on the efficiency of internal controls in the organization. That is something done by the internal auditor, but this is an occasion where we can do better audits. So those in positions of supervision, of leadership, are providing oversight for this internal process. So we look at ways to focus our audit. Now, the things being audited, financial statements, and also revelations, findings according to Ipsos. Also, we look at cash equivalents, investments, both current and non-current, also receivables, property, equipment, accumulated liabilities, payables, also benefits for employees, deferred expenses, and other things that are important to keep in mind, things that derive from our work, is first of all an oversight of all of the financial statements. This process of preparing financial statements, this is something we recommended, something that has already been implemented. Then, in terms of the need to have a comprehensive accountability manual, that is something that was recommended and it has been implemented by the organization, very positive. Now, the impact of these improvements is for preparing the audits. There is an improvement. We have been able to reduce the manual efforts, and also this reduces the risk of making mistakes. It strengthens governance, and that is why this has been implemented. Then also, in terms of the evaluation of an ongoing concern, we have evaluated the capacity of the organization to continue to function and also to assure that it will be an ongoing concern. That was something determined in 2025, and that was adequate for preparing financial statements. We considered liquidity. Also, we looked at ongoing efforts to collect revenue, and also the available financial tools, things having to do with internal financing that is authorized, mobilization of resources, and also the actions for cost containment. Now, despite the financial challenges that exist, the organization for 2025 continued to comply with its financial obligations. It was carrying out its essential functions, and it was providing the technical cooperation with no intention or no need to liquidate or suspend its operations in the foreseeable future. So the determination that this was an ongoing concern is something that was adequate for the 2025 audit. Another important thing in terms of the audit is the sale of land and the office. In 2025, the organization completed the sale of the land and the building at 2021 Virginia Avenue, and it was proposed that an additional citation be put in Note 8, Property, Plant, and Equipment. Now, that suggestion was complied with, and as a result of this movement, there was an amount reported in the performance data, and this in keeping with IPSA 45, and it was included. A note was included in the financial statement, and that was an additional revelation, additional report. So we issued a financial report with no observations. There were no significant material adjustments, and the financial statements of the organization are considered to be reasonable in keeping with IPSAS. Now, regarding the report on the status of recommendations of the previous year, the year that came before our audit, i.e. 2024, we see that there are 76% of our recommendations that have been fully implemented. 10% of our recommendations are in process of being implemented to be tackled, solved, and there are 10% that have been overtaken by events, and there is 4%, only one recommendation that was not accepted by the organization. Significant progress has been made in implementing the observations, or I should say recommendations made by our audit. Now, in concluding, I wanted to talk about the annual planning of the audit for 2026. We are planning to have a visit to headquarters, and that would be 28 October to 25 November 2026. And in our planning also, we have the presentation to the Audit Committee on November 18 and 19 of 2026, and then a final review between the 3rd and the 31st of March 2027. And we are still looking at the possibility of auditing the Brazil office, and that will be 11 to 27 August 2026. And also, we have planned to visit the Ecuador country office between the 19th of January and the 4th of February of 2027. So, Madam President, Director, I would ask if anyone has any questions.
Thank you so much for that very detailed report. Very appreciated, as well as the dates showing what are some of the activities to come. Very appreciated. With that, I will now open the floor to plenary for discussion on the report. I'll yield the floor to Canada, please.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, colleagues. Canada thanks the Director and External Auditor for their respective reports. We are pleased to note PAHO's continued attainment of an unmodified audit opinion in 2025, and that no significant internal control weaknesses were identified. We applaud PAHO's technical achievements over the last year, including PAHO's support to countries to strengthen vector, laboratory, and community surveillance to further strengthen health emergency preparedness, as well as PAHO's mental health and suicide prevention efforts, including its initiative to reduce stigma and train health teams in early detection. While we are encouraged to note that PAHO reported a surplus in 2025, we continue to recognize the financial instability being experienced globally, for which we encourage PAHO to continue to focus its resources in the most cost-efficient manner. Regarding internal controls, we are encouraged by PAHO's publication of a comprehensive update to its internal control framework, supported by a communications campaign to promote a shared understanding of internal control roles and responsibilities across the organization. We are likewise pleased that an accountability framework has been developed to harmonize PAHO's various accountability mechanisms under a cohesive framework. These efforts to strengthen internal controls are essential to PAHO's capacity to manage risk effectively and uphold accountability at all levels. Canada acknowledges the external auditor's report and the key areas identified for improvement. We express our support for the recommendations, including the need to implement bidding-specific conflict of interest declarations and standardized non-disclosure agreements to strengthen transparency, reduce risk of real or perceived bias, and enhance auditability in high-risk procurement activities. Given increased procurement conducted through the regional revolving funds and the expansion of their portfolios, Canada fully agrees that strengthening conflict of interest controls in procurement and bidding processes is critical. In this regard, we are encouraged that PAHO has accepted this and the majority of the other recommendations, and in some instances has already started to implement corrective action. We believe these recommendations aim to further enhance overall transparency and accountability, helping to protect the organization from the reputational or legal risk, and urge PAHO to continue to implement them in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I will give the floor now to Mexico.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The delegation of Mexico expresses its appreciation for this report. We understand that the work done by the General Comptroller of Chile as external auditors provide recommendations to improve the management of PAHO and to encourage both transparency as well as accountability. Now, from Mexico's perspective, the analysis of financial statements shows a situation that shows fiscal prudence, essential elements to provide continuity to health operations in a global environment that is highly volatile. The financial execution for 2025 shows that it's possible to increase the impact of public health interventions without compromising the level of strategic reserves. We appreciate the fact that assets are supported in a balanced way, as well as working capital, as in addition to technical cooperation in the offices of member countries. Sound financial status is important for PAHO. In ratifying our support of accountability, we approve this financial support, and we reiterate our willingness to continue to work to consolidate a transparent and efficient organization in the use of its resources.
Give the floor now to the United States, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. The United States thanks the Bureau for presentation about the financial statements and also the auditor for doing this review and helping us zero in on the steps that PAHO can take to make further improvements. We note that there are the two audit recommendations that remain open from 2024, and we expect those to be implemented immediately. And in that vein, would like to ask the Bureau first about recommendation 1 from 2024. The report noted that it was dependent on completing a new budget tracking system that was slated for completion in Q2 of this year, which should be about time that it could be completed. So the first question there is that now complete? Next, recommendation 21 included a Bureau statement that the risks on procurement controls would be discussed with country and headquarters administrators. And so our question would be, what about that still needs to be discussed? It seemed like the recommendation was just that there should be new supervisory control into the PMIS system. And so from the Bureau, what is the status of the recommendation? And perhaps from the auditor, what do you perceive is still outstanding on that piece? Also, I was double checking, but did not look quickly enough. The auditor noted that there was a recommendation from 2024 that had not been accepted by the Bureau, so it'd be helpful to be reminded what that was and maybe an explanation of why that was not accepted. Looking ahead at the new audit recommendations for the year, we were encouraged by the implementation of so many audit recommendations along the way, so that the audit report only had 16 new recommendations. We are concerned, however, that it looked like 5 of those, the Bureau didn't seem to accept it fully in the narrative that was in the report, and said that the Bureau was exploring the feasibility of implementing them, but there was still a note of an expected date of implementation. So we'd like to confirm from the Bureau, of those 16 audit recommendations, have they all been fully accepted? And is there any progress on implementing those? And are we on track to implement the ones that had been noted for completion by the end of this year? Thank you.
Thank you, United States. I'll give the floor back now to Ms. Perez Gutierrez to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. First of all, I would like to thank the representatives of Canada, Mexico, and the United States for their comments and the fact that they support the work that has been done. Also, I want to thank the team from the Comptroller's Office of Chile, and now referring to the question asked by the United States about the recommendation that was not accepted by PAHO, that recommendation had to do with the fact that the Comptroller of Chile was asking every time there was a conflict of interest, there be a specific formulation of an abstention to deal with that conflict of interest. However, PAHO has a general statement that is broad-based, and it has to do with the need to abstain if there's a conflict of interest. So it would have to be monthly, or it would have to be for each case. So it is a practice in our country where we require that abstaining, if there is a conflict of interest, we require it to be each and every time that occurs. But that recommendation was not accepted by PAHO, but we feel that the compliance is complete because you establish that abstention in a general way, saying I will always abstain in a situation of that nature. So it's not serious that it was not implemented. Now, in terms of the progress of the other recommendations, we have seen significant progress in the implementation of the recommendations. There are some that depend on coordination, but we don't see that there is a lack of interest on the part of the organization, nor has there been a delay in implementation. We see that they are taking determined strides towards compliance. That is something I can ascertain. Now, there are some aspects that we touched upon in my presentation when we talked about improvements that would be possible in a formal way. That is why we reported on the situation in Peru. We talked about recovering fiscal credits, and also we talked about Argentina and the situation there in Argentina. But we see that the offices, the country offices, despite some problems they have in solving these problems, are interested in doing so, and they are making progress. So we see that there is periodicity. We are in constant contact with them so that we can make progress towards our goal, which is 100% implementation. I hope that that has responded to everyone's concerns.
Thank you very much. I believe, Mr. Casapantonio, you'd like to give some comments as well.
Thank you. I think it's important to give some answers regarding the delays or not acceptance of the recommendation. Regarding the recommendation that came from the auditors on the conflict of interest, it came specifically for the Treasury team. Our Treasury team does not end the request. It was, okay, we would like to see a conflict of interest for these people, whether how information about what is their investments, do they get any additional benefit from having inside information. The position from the organization, particularly first from FRM, was that Treasury invests on fixed income. And it implements the decisions of the investment committee on how to invest. It doesn't take decisions where you can have sufficient investment volume in order to move a market, and we don't do that. At the same time, ethics provided a response stating that If it is to do something, we are going to do it in a comprehensive way, and that's why it was not accepted by management. Regarding the other two recommendations, as the external auditors mentioned, PAHO responds immediately before the audit is complete, which is shows that we want to correct everything before the finalization of the audit. Sometimes this is not possible. The 2 points that you identified that are pending, one from the system and the other for the changes that have to do with administrators, how to enhance the system. While a recommendation comes from an office, taking the second, we look at it holistically to change the system, and as you see in the response, we expect to finalize it by the end of this month. I don't have a formal follow-up, but that's our commitment, and the auditors will validate it when they visit in October. Thank you.
Thank you for that additional information. Dr. Barbosa, did you wish to make any comments?
Yes, Madam President, good morning. Let me start thanking the Controloria General de la República de Chile por su trabajo.
I'd like to thank Chile for that very professional work during this period in which it operated as the external auditor of the organization, and in a very detailed way made recommendations which are fully in line with the purpose of seeking out ever greater efficiency for the organization, transparency, and also that we adhere to all international standards. All of the recommendations made by the external audits and the Committee of Audits are reviewed every 3 months by the organization's directors, and myself included, such that we can ensure we have an implementation strategy. I'm very happy to say that today we have a record number in the whole history of PAHO. Over the last 10 or 15 years, we've never had such a low number of uncomplied with recommendations. My goal is for us to fully implement all the recommendations.
I want to make some comments from a person that's not an accountant, because sometimes the way that you need to report to member states can be not well perceived. We had the surplus in 2025, and when you look to the figures, the surplus was mainly related to the increase on the procurement on behalf of member states. So this does not reflect in any benefit for the organization. It is clearly very important because we are increasing the access of our member states to vaccines, medicines, and medical devices. But remember that yesterday we mentioned that the funds are self-sustained. So the funds don't receive funds from the access contributions that our member states pay, because you charge the 1.75%. If you approve in the directing council, it will increase to 2.25%. But the other way around is true. We don't move 1 cent from the funds to support the organization. So I will be very, very candid with you. If we didn't have internal borrowing last year, 2025, we were not be able to pay the salaries of our staff. We were not able to pay the salaries of our staff. So the surplus is an artificial surplus. Not artificial. I'm talking about a person that I'm not an accountant, so I'm talking about we can double the size of the funds to $2 billion. This will be wonderful for our member states, but this will not change the financial situation of the organization. Why? Because the lack of access contribution payment is forcing the organization to last year to exhaust all the internal borrowing capacity. Fortunately, by the end of the year, we had 2 important things, that the sale of the Virginia Avenue property, and also the changes that we implemented in the investment policy of the organization, combined with the relatively high interest rate that we have now in the U.S., relatively high because compared with several other countries in the region, the interest rate is still low. but it increased the investment that we received. So the combination of two different sources allowed us to replenish the master capital fund and other internal borrowing. But again, let me repeat, if we didn't have this, we couldn't pay the salaries of our staff last year. We started the year last year with uncertainty, and we adopted several measures to protect the organization. We put a freeze on vacant positions. By the end of the year, we had more than 100 positions vacant, with some impact, negative impact in the technical operation. We cannot think that reducing the staff by more than 100 will not affect the technical operation. It affected, for sure. We also reduced the travel and other expenses that were shared with you, that I think that's important. We worked a lot to increase the voluntary contributions. As we show also in the graph, we have also last year we had a record figures to voluntary contributions, because we had a very close collaboration with traditional donors, and I want to thank them. I want to thank Canada, that now the largest contributor with voluntary contribution for the organization, but also the European Union, also Spain, also Japan, also India, also Korea, and private companies, Behring, Gates Foundation, and others that I knocked in all the doors that were available in order to increase the voluntary contribution, because I think that it is important that the organization has different sources to finance our activities. We also, this surplus is also reflecting an increase in national voluntary contributions. But again, national voluntary contributions, they are only used to finance and to support the implementation of the priorities in that country. So a national voluntary contribution from Colombia is 100% used in Colombia, in Brazil, from Brazil, in El Salvador. So this does not, and we don't use national voluntary contribution to pay the salaries of the staff. So this also, it's important, I think, that more countries are seeing that sometimes when they have a surplus in their national budget, they can use the national voluntary contributions to increase or to strengthen the implementation of the priorities that they have established. Last year, we also reviewed and strengthened the policy for national voluntary contribution, so we share with all the countries this possibility. And also, we established the core voluntary contribution. Brazil made a question, so let me answer in Portuguese, because maybe this Spain, that was the first country to use this alternative. Contribuciones.
Voluntary contributions that we created, the core voluntary contributions. This is a voluntary contribution that is not attached to any specific plan. It's as if it is a free voluntary contribution that goes to the common pool, the common fund of PAHO, that is used to support the implementation of all the different programs approved by the member states. Because generally speaking, voluntary contributions are part of a negotiation process with the donor that has its own priorities, what it wants to support, let's say to strengthen productive capacity, or the elimination of disease, or bringing down maternal mortality, or digital transformation in health, or any other area. Basic voluntary contributions go directly to that common fund as if it were just a payment of a quota. It can be used very flexibly. I thank you very much for your interest, and I would invite Brazil to join Spain to donate to that fund.
The third thing that I want to highlight is that it's very important that our member states, there are strong advocacy to guarantee that we can receive a fair share of WTO funds. And I think that is also important. We started the last year also more looking for more opportunities to talk with our member states about the relevance for their payments, for their assessed contribution. I sent letters to the heads of states, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. We showed a summary of the financial situation of the organization, that we are asking them to pay, not because every year we ask them to pay. We are asking them to pay because we have a very difficult situation. So we try to transform this in a diplomatic way, but clearly stating that it's very important, the contribution to the organization. And I think that finally that is important also that to highlight that several activities, initiatives that we started last year also provided different sources for the organization. So I mentioned the new policy on investment that provided us several additional $1 million that were used to cover the internal borrowing. We changed the way that we manage our accountants and the exchange rates in the country. So only this initiative saved, or not saved, but brought $7 million last year to the organization. So we are looking for every opportunity that we have to save without compromising our technical operation, but at the same time, also how we can have it more different and more alternatives to fund the organization. So I just want to clarify and to be very candid with you, because you are the owners of this organization, because sometimes the surplus can provide a perception that 2025 was a pink year, la vie en rose. It was not. It was not. It was a terrible year. It was a year that we needed to at the end of the year, to approve a reduction in 220 positions for this biennium. 107 were field position, people that we had to tell them that we are terminating their contracts. So it was not a good year. From a financial perspective, it was a very challenging year that we are managing, but I really want to share this information with you to call on your support, your continuous support. I want to thank the countries that have already made their payments. I want to ask the countries that haven't yet made their payments, that is crucial, that they make the payments so we can keep this organization fit for purpose, provide the technical cooperation that you require, that you deserve, in the best, following the best standards that are possible. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you for your indulgence, because it took more time than that was, but it was necessary. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Barbosa, for those comments. And with that, I'd like to inform the committee that the discussions will, of course, be reflected in the final report. And that concludes this item. Thank you. We'll now move to item 5.4, update on the appointment of the external auditor of PAHO for 2028-2029. And with that, I would like to bring document CE 178/21 to the attention of the committee and invite again Mr. Christos Casapantoniou, Director of Financial Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to come to the table. And I would like to now yield the floor again to the President of the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration to please report on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The subcommittee was informed in March that the term of office of the current external auditor, the Office of the Comptroller General of the Republic of Chile, will expire upon completion of the audit for the year 2027. The Bureau proposed that the external auditor be reappointed for a third term covering the period 2028 to 2029. The subcommittee's consideration of this item, the Bureau positive assessment of the work of the Office of the Comptroller General of the Republic of Chile was highlighted, and support was expressed for the external auditor's appointment. The subcommittee also expressed They hope that new candidates of international repute and with the necessary expertise would be proposed for consideration for the period 2030, 2031, and 2032-2033 biennials. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on the item.
Thank you very, very much. I'd like to now give the floor to Mr. Casapantonio to please present the item.
Thank you, Madam President. Update on the appointment of the external auditor of PAHO for 28-29. The current external auditor of PAHO, the Office of the Controller General of the Republic of Chile, was appointed by the 60th Directing Council for the 24-25 and 26-27 biennia. The appointment of the Office of the Controller General will expire upon completion of the audit of the 2027 financial period. In accordance with the Financial Regulation 14.1, the term of the office shall be 4 years, covering 2 budgetary periods, and may be extended once for an additional 2 years, conditional upon satisfactory completion of the external auditor's mandate, as well as the willingness to be reappointed. Taking due note of the best practice regarding the provision of the external oversight services, as well as the satisfactory work of the current external auditor, the director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau recommends the extension of the appointment of the Office of the Controller General of the Republic of Chile for an additional 2 years to cover 28-29. Now, during 2028, the Bureau will issue a note verbal to member states, participating states and associate members requesting nominations for an auditor of international repute to be considered by the governing bodies for the appointment of external auditor for PAHO for 2030, 31, and 32-33 biennia. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of the document and provide any comments it deems pertinent to the Directing Council regarding the reappointment for the biennium 28-29. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. So with exactly that, committee is invited to take note of the document, to provide any comments deemed pertinent regarding the reappointment of the Office of the Controller General of the Republic of Chile, exactly for 28-29 biennium. And I'd like to now open the floor for discussion, please. I don't see any requests for the floor. Was there any further comments you wish to make?
No further comment, thank you.
Thank you. Director, did you have any comments? Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was too quick. Apologies. My apologies, Brazil. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Brazil thanks you for the report of the Office of Internal Audit. This is positive news for the Pan American Center Bureau with the work of the external auditor in charge of the general, that is the Chilean Comptroller's Office, who is here. We agree with the mandate of the General Comptroller regarding the 2-year term. These are the 2 years within which hopefully a new qualified external auditor will be found to carry out this very worthwhile function. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now turn it to Mexico.
Mexico is grateful for the presentation of this proposal and recognizes that in an international environment marked by growing financial pressures and operational pressures, there are that there be sound, independent, technically qualified control mechanisms is an essential. We support the proposal of extending the mandate of the General Comptroller of Chile for the period 2028 to 2029. Throughout its exercise or its term, it has shown how professional it is, and that's called for this position. Keeping this person on would help to ensure compliance with the recommendations that have been issued and to strengthen those recommendations implementation, further strengthen the oversight mechanisms for the financial administrative oversight mechanisms of PAHO. Thank you.
I'll ask again if there are any comments.
Yes, thank you very much. I want to thank the comments from Brazil and Mexico, and also the Controller General Office of Chile, because they accepted to extend for the additional 2 years and work together implementing the recommendations for better control environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barbosa.
Não, thank you, thank you. Já hice comentário.
I think I already made a positive remark, but I do think it's important for all of us. The external auditor plays a very important role as you receive its reports, detailed reports, not just about headquarters, but the country offices as well. And that's what enables us to identify risks, opportunities for improvement. And so it is very important that we have this external auditor in the person of Chile's comptroller, which has proven to be quite effective. And we support this ongoing, and Chile has supported this ongoing effort to seek out better efficiency and in compliance with the highest standards. And so I'm very happy to see that member states do support the extension of the General Comptroller's Office of the Republic of Chile to continue serving as the external auditor of this organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to inform the committee that, again, of course, the discussions will be reflected in the final report, and that concludes this item. I'd like to propose that we move to item 5.5 before coffee break. We will now proceed with the report of the Office of Internal Audit for 2025, bringing document CE 178/22 to the attention of the committee, and invite Ms. Nuria Fajardo, Acting Director General of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the head table to present the report. Thank you. Good morning.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam President and Director, distinguished delegates, observers, colleagues. It's an honor for me to present this document, CE 178/21, about the Office of the Internal Auditor for 2025. The report sums up the activities of the internal audit, the main findings from that audit process this year, as well as the state of implementation of corrective actions by administration, and the opinion of the General Auditor on the overall internal audit process. I would like to underscore some of the important aspects of this report. First, as we always stress, the Internal Audit Office is one, it fulfills an advisory role. It doesn't take part in decision-making about standards and procedures in order to uphold its impartiality in carrying out its work, as well as in the preparation and submission of its reports. And to that effect, I'm very happy to report to the Executive Committee that the Office of Internal Audit did not find any obstacles in carrying out its functions in 2025, nor any obstacles or impediments to the presentation of its reports. I would also confirm that the Office did have the necessary resources available to carry out the planned work. In 2025, the Office continued stressing the importance of audits in country offices, including remotely. These are audits that are carried out virtually without on-site visits, and that usually, for which we usually reserve those smaller offices or those which are classified as low risk. As you can see in the annex to the report, in 2025, the Office of Internal Audit carried out 7 audits of country offices, including Argentina, Belize, Brazil, Ecuador, Nicaragua, Paraguay, and Peru. We also completed 3 thematic assignments, including these areas: administration of the staff health insurance for participants outside the United States, implementation of the latest review of the policy of consultancy, and the hiring of contingent workers. The audit also carried out an advisory role regarding management of institutional risks. The report contains the main findings from all of those different assignments. To conclude, the Office of Internal Audit issued a favorable opinion about the internal controls in place by the organization because those controls continue granting reasonably sound safety and security, and the accuracy and timely record keeping of transactions and safeguards for those activities. There was no score of unsatisfactory. I would ask the Executive Committee to take note of this report and to ask any questions you have, and I stand by to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I will now open the floor for plenary for comments, please. Canada?
Thank you very much. Canada thanks the Office of Internal Audit for this report. We recognize OIA's work as critical to maintaining an independent view on whether PAHO's risk management processes and related internal controls are adequately designed and functioning effectively for the organization. While Canada notes the continued absence of unsatisfactory ratings across all internal audits in 2025, including for the country-level audits, we are concerned by some of OIA's findings outlined in the report. First, OIA's findings regarding the Enterprise Risk Management, ERM, and PASB, are worrisome, particularly that the ERM was found to be only halfway toward the optimum maturity level, and that the same underlying weaknesses have persisted for more than a decade with little meaningful progress. Canada encourages PAHO to urgently implement OIA's recommendations. We would also like to seek clarity from the Secretariat on what has impeded progress in this area for so long. Canada is also concerned by OIA's findings related to the prolonged rehiring of contingent workers, which OIA has identified as a source of potential serious legal and reputational risks for the organization. While we welcome the Secretariat's revised policy on consultants, we encourage continued efforts in this regard, including strengthening talent acquisition training. We also take note of OIA's recurring fines at the country level of non-compliance with competitive hiring requirements, gaps in local procurement documentation, and weaknesses in the safeguarding of attractive fixed assets such as laptops. We recommend further information on measures being taken by the Secretariat to address these persistent issues. Finally, Canada wants to emphasize that it views risk management and internal controls as key to protecting the organization from reputational, legal, and financial risks. As such, we strongly support the recommendations put forward by OIA and encourage PAHO to act on them in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I'll turn it to Mexico, followed by the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Mexico takes note of the report corresponding to 2025, whose methodological rigor is key to assess the efficiency of our operational and financial oversight controls. We appreciate the emphasis placed on the oversight of the country offices and the proactive mitigation of risks. We agree that strengthening internal control systems should be viewed as a strategic investment, cutting across all sectors, ensuring that all of the resources are spent with the greatest of efficiency and adherence to standards. It's very important to us to systematically follow up on all of the recommendations issued in this report, thereby avoiding the accumulation of pending observations that we've seen in prior periods. We offer our support to the Office of Internal Audit for it to continue carrying out its functions objectively and independently, endowing it with technological wherewithal for it to take on the challenges of the current digital governance. Our delegation reiterates that timely reports of any departure from standards is necessary for the trust and deposit in the organization by member states to be upheld.
Thank you, Mexico. I'll give the floor now to the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Like others, we thank the OIA for the report and take note of the 8 consecutive years of no individual formal internal audit receiving an unsatisfactory rating. However, we join others with expressing confounded concern that the enterprise risk practices remain stalled at a level 3 on a 5-point maturity scale, and that the 2025 findings are virtually identical to the 2014 report, proving that the Bureau has allowed a decade to pass without making any meaningful top-down structural progress to address high-level strategic risks. Furthermore, we note with dismay that by December of last year, all recommendations on this critical ERM matter remained pending with little evidence of corrective action from management. This was a question for management. Why has the Bureau failed to transition to a modern top-down ERM approach over the last 10 years, and what specific operational milestones can the Secretariat commit to starting today to resolve these long-stalled recommendations? We also stress our concern that engaging the non-staff consultants who average 7 years of service with up to 20 consecutive contracts undermines competitive, merit-based talent acquisition and may risk creating de facto staff employment liabilities. In this regard, we have 2 additional questions for the Secretariat. First, what risks is the organization exposed to by any de facto staff employment at a certain point in any of the countries where PAHO operates? And what structural containment measures or contract caps are going to be deployed to halt any perpetual rehiring of non-staff personnel, implement purposeful gaps in between contracts to demonstrate breaks in service, and how will PAHO enforce rigid policy compliance before the automated software module rolls out later this year? Finally, we'd like to stress the expectation that all recommendations be addressed as urgently as possible, and that long pending recommendations must come with action plans from management on the concrete steps and timelines on how they're being actively implemented. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, United States. I will now give the floor back to the Acting Auditor General to respond to comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the delegations of Canada, Mexico, and USA for supporting our work. We believe in what we do, and we believe in the honesty and the transparency that we provide to the Bureau. Correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't pick any question that was specifically addressed to us, but I think that mostly to the administration, to management. So if the President agrees, we can turn the microphone to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll give the floor then to Ms. Beck to take the floor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So first, I'd like to say that we appreciate very much the guidance that we receive from the Office of Internal Audit, which has served to support improvements already underway in enterprise risk management. Just over the past year, the organization has made concrete progress to strengthen its ERM framework, including, and just to highlight a few, a new risk appetite statement. We developed it and endorsed it. The risk appetite statement defines how PAHO balances risk and opportunity to advance its mission. It sets clear boundaries for responsible decision-making, aligning with PAHO's values and strategic plan 2026 to 31. The statement introduces 5 appetite levels. If you're interested, they're open, flexible, cautious, minimalist, and averse. And those are applied across key risk categories, including, for example, strategic risk, programmatic risks, operational, financial, and reputational risks. Also, this year, we've launched a risk register rationalization process. That's so that we can shift from a bottom-up collection of risks to a synthesis and mapping of risks, something that's called ERM sensing. It's a framework that uses 3 analytical lenses through which to view big-picture risks. This process will ensure a linkage between the corporate risk register and strategy. Also, we've developed and updated ERM training materials and carried out targeted training to specific functions such as project and grant managers and risk focal points. We've carried out over 380 hours of these trainings, and in addition, an ERM e-learning platform was developed and was recently launched. I don't know if I need to touch on compliance because already the distinguished delegate from Canada had mentioned the achievements in compliance, including the internal control framework that was launched last year, and this year we just launched an accountability framework. So you can see that the ERM and compliance functions at PAHO have made significant advancements in recent years and are operating as proactive, practical mechanisms to monitor, evaluate, and act upon risks and to assess compliance with internal controls across the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa, did you wish to make any comments?
Yes, first I want to thank the the Office of International Audit for their work. Nuria now is the interim because we are in the selection process. The former director of this office retired a few weeks ago, but we are providing all the resources that the office needs to keep functioning, performing the plan of audit that was approved last year, for this year. The ERM, Ms. Beck has already provided information about the contingent works. The contingent works, it was a specific identification that a problem in Brazil, and this was one of the two pending recommendations that we have. We have only two pending recommendations from more than 1 year in the audit report. It was established a working group. We already have a proposal, so until the end of this year, this will be completely solved with a new process that will be implemented there that we will share with member states. But let me first talk about one point that was raised last year by the delegate of the US that identified a problem in the report that was presented in the Center of Panafitosa in Rio de Janeiro. And I think that I promised at that time that we always take very seriously all the comments from our member states. So we identified, and the investigation was performed about what happened in the center of Panafitosa. There was no fraud, embezzlement, or financial loss identified. But at the same time, the review identified weakness in compliance and internal control practices. They were formally examined and addressed through the organization internal process. So we provided several changes in the administration of the center, and also the former director that was already retired, but he received a letter with the findings that we received. So I really want to thank, because at that time when you mentioned that topic on the internal audit, we immediately take action, and I invite all the member states. The audit reports now are available to our member states. So since 3 years, for the first time in the organization, and I think that is important because sometimes your review is also, I think that's very important for us to identify why this was identified in this country office, why this process was not performed in the better way. So I think that I invite all of you to review all the audit reports that are available for you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. With that, thank you. I'd like to inform the committee discussions will be reflected in the final report. Oh, I'm sorry. Please go ahead. United States, apologies.
Thank you, Madam President. If I could just circle back to the second set of questions related to non-staff consultants and consecutive contracts, please. Thank you.
So to answer that question,
If you allow me, I will ask the Director of Human Resource Management, Madam President.
Madam President, Director, and distinguished colleagues and delegates, 3 things. The distinguished delegate from Canada recommended talent acquisition training. I'm glad to report that this has already been done to all hiring managers, precisely on the implementation on the new policy on consultants. Second, the new policy on consultants, precisely to address the risk identified on having contracts that could de facto become employees or staff, the specific policy states that there is a maximum that must be followed, depending if it's international or national, 4 and 2 years. And there's also a break in service that is required. So we have a 6 months break in service followed for a national, and then a 1 month for international. What we are aiming at is not only that we have this in writing in the policy as a formality, but also that the hiring managers know how to utilize this revision, precisely to avoid the danger that was highlighted in previous audits. Thank you.
thank you very much. United States, does that answer? Thank you. Thank you very much. Great. Thanks very much for all the discussion and comments. We will now conclude this item. And yes, well, informing again that all discussions will be reflected in the report, as I mentioned, including this discussion just now. And that now we will conclude this item. We will move to coffee break. We'll reconvene in half an hour at 11:10, and we will move with the program as we are on schedule over to item 3.7. So see you in half an hour. Thank you.
Teníamos que andar a pies y en lancha por más de 6, 8 horas hasta días para llevar medicamentos y pruebas de diagnóstico para las enfermedades.
Los caminos se borran cada vez más cuando llueve porque los ríos crecen y simplemente el acceso a la salud no existía.
Creemos que la geografía no debe determinar quién vive y quién muere. Por eso, en un esfuerzo conjunto entre la OPS, el Ministerio de Salud y el Ministerio de Seguridad Pública de Panamá y la Fundació Barça, desarrollamos un proyecto pionero en Panamá y también en la región de las Américas. Habilitamos nuevas normativas en el país e instalamos infraestructuras de comunicación, acceso a Internet, para permitir el monitoreo del tráfico aéreo en zonas donde no había cobertura, fortaleciendo la seguridad operacional de un ecosistema logístico que hoy utiliza drones de carga de larga distancia. Al transportar medicamentos, muestras biológicas y insumos médicos, transformamos los trayectos de horas e incluso días en 30 o 40 minutos.
Ya sabemos que ya no estamos olvidados detrás de las montañas, porque ya la medicina puede llegar más rápido y eso significa que nuestros niños y adultos mayores pueden tener una mejor oportunidad.
La innovación es un puente hacia la salud universal. Lo que estamos haciendo aquí en la comarca Nové Buglé es algo que es escalable y es replicable, y es algo que justamente podemos hacer en cualquier otro lugar del mundo.
Detrás de cada vida protegida hay una historia de cuidado y buenas decisiones tomadas a tiempo. En las Américas, décadas de esfuerzo y colaboración han protegido la salud de generaciones enteras. Gracias a las vacunas, logramos lo que parecía imposible: eliminar la polio, prevenir más de 6 millones de muertes por sarampión en los últimos 20 años y salvar innumerables vidas.
El sarampión es una enfermedad causada por un virus.
Sin embargo, hoy enfrentamos desafíos que creíamos superados.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud emitió una nueva alerta epidemiológica.
El sarampión ha regresado.
Vas a sentir frío, ¿ya? Listo.
Cuando las coberturas bajan, las enfermedades prevenibles por vacunación vuelven. Las vacunas son una de las intervenciones más costo-efectivas para proteger nuestra salud y la de nuestras familias. En 2026 celebremos la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas,
A que se vacunen.
reconocida como bien público regional que renueva nuestro compromiso, fortalecer la inmunización y evitar retrocesos que afectan el desarrollo de nuestros países. A los profesionales de la salud, gracias por dejar todo para cuidar de nuestras vidas. La historia ya nos mostró que juntos podemos. Tu decisión marca la diferencia. Inmunización para todos.
Pues yo había tiempos que sí salía así, a las veredas, hacia el pueblo, Pero ya cuando caí con la crisis bastante grave, ya no, ya me daba era por encerrarme así en la casa, no salía.
Today, more than 160 million people in the Americas are living with a mental health condition. Yet too many of these conditions go unaddressed, causing serious health, social, and economic consequences for individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. Traditionally, mental health was seen as the responsibility of the health sector alone, but this approach falls short, leaving most people without quality care. The Pan American Health Organization has been leading efforts to catapult mental health from an often neglected health issue to a central item on national and regional political agendas.
When the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020, PAHO quickly recognized the growing mental health crisis in countries across the Americas. So in 2022, we established the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, which was the region's first expert group of its kind, tasked with guiding the organization and its member states on improving mental health policies and services during this period and beyond. The Commission created a concrete framework for countries to transform their mental health systems by integrating mental health into all policies.
The report also inspired the development of the Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the region of the Americas, which was approved by PAHO member states at the 60th Directing Council in 2023. However, to achieve this goal, the conversation needed to reach beyond ministries of health, to engage high-level political leaders in the region. In close collaboration with PAHO, the Organization of American States began incorporating mental health into its mandate, starting with the adoption of the resolution named Promotion and Protection of Human Rights at the 54th OAS General Assembly, which notably included a section dedicated to human rights and mental health. The following year, the 55th OAS General Assembly marked a historic moment for mental health, featuring a high-level side event and the adoption of the resolution addressing the critical mental health crisis in the Americas. This resolution urges member states to increase public and private investment in community-based mental health care, prevention, and recovery. It also established Inter-American Mental Health Week, first celebrated the week of October 6th, 2025.
What we achieved in 2025 was not accidental. It reflected a deliberate organizational effort to bring health into the highest levels of political commitment and decision-making. As one PAHO, we advanced the regional mental health agenda by building strategic alliances and ensuring its visibility at the OAS and the UN General Assembly.
Looking ahead, PAHO is supporting the OAS and its member states in implementing the resolution, including forming an Inter-American Working Group. But we cannot stop here. There is no health without mental health, and no mental health without sustained political and diplomatic support. Our next step is to build on this momentum, continuing and accelerating collective efforts for mental health across the region. The Americas have shown what's possible when we unite. Now is the moment to go further together.
Ser enlace es ser una alianza entre el Estado y la comunidad. Entonces eso implica de que nosotros como enlace seamos un puente, ¿no? Un canal para que los servicios lleguen con efectividad a nuestra comunidad.
La salud intercultural es una atención centrada en la persona, pero basada en su cultura, sus costumbres, sus tradiciones, de tal manera que el proceso de abordaje de salud-enfermedad no implique una resistencia o un rechazo.
Mi nombre es Elías Noico Sánchez, soy enlace del pueblo Cacataibo, soy de la comunidad nativa Puerto Azul de la etnia Cacataibo.
Mi nombre es Lidia Reina Awanari,
Yo soy de la comunidad Buen Perú, Río Galvez. Yo soy etnia Matzés. Y nosotros hacemos comunicación, hacemos reunión, que personal de salud está viniendo para atender de obstetricia, enfermera, odontólogo.
Los enlaces indígenas tienen una fortaleza que dominan la lengua indígena originaria, que tienen el conocimiento del territorio y que han validado su representación con las organizaciones indígenas de la zona. Esto nos permite llegar con un equipo de salud acompañado del enlace indígena, con un mensaje asertivo, que se habla en la lengua originaria, que nos permite explicarle detalladamente a la población qué intervenciones vamos a desarrollar.
Las brigadas están conformadas por el médico, por la obstetra, por un enfermero licenciado o licenciada en este caso. También está conformado por un nutricionista, psicología, odontología, farmacia. Las actividades realizan lo que es medicina integral por el médico. También pasan por lo que es planificación, control de materno, control de cáncer de cuello uterino, de mamas, ¿no? Inmunización de vacunas.
Una rayita negativo. Ya usted no tiene VIH, ya está sano.
Yo me siento fortalecido y me siento privilegiado, ¿no? Porque estoy llegando en lugares muy lejanos que están donde están mis hermanos, para que el primer servicio de salud llegue en primera instancia a mi comunidad. Ese es mi orgullo y mi privilegio de sentirme que soy parte del enlace.
La aplicación de los diálogos interculturales ha ido demandándose cada vez más. Países como Perú presentan avances muy significativos, donde vemos de forma muy visible cómo cuando se implementan esos diálogos interculturales se mejora el acceso de la población a los servicios de salud y tienen iniciativas muy interesantes. Por ejemplo, el tema de los enlaces indígenas es una figura que viene trabajando, es un conector entre la medicina ancestral, entre la comunidad y la medicina occidental, que a su vez se capacita de técnicas que vienen de la medicina occidental, donde OPS está dando un fuerte acompañamiento, pero a la vez son personas de confianza para las comunidades porque pertenecen a ellas y ahí se refleja de manera significativa su propia identidad, ¿no? Lo cual tiene implicaciones muy palpables para abordar el tema de salud y bienestar.
Es una herramienta muy valiosa para todas las intervenciones que nosotros desarrollamos en el Ministerio de Salud. Desde las intervenciones que hacemos con brigadas itinerantes, visitando comunidades alejadas, desde las intervenciones que hacemos con las estrategias para el tratamiento o el abordaje de la tuberculosis, para el abordaje del VIH, para el abordaje de enfermedades metaxénicas como el dengue, la malaria.
El panorama de lo que era antes ahora se ha cambiado bastante porque hay mayor confianza, mayor atención, mayor respaldo a los servicios de salud. Mi presencia como enlace en mi comunidad genera un cambio positivo en ver la salud como primordial para poder subsistir como ser humano, ¿no?
En Haïti, la crise sécuritaire et humanitaire dure depuis plusieurs années. Face à une situation sans précédent, des dizaines de milliers de familles ont été contraintes de fuir leur quartier. Fortement touchées par l'insécurité, Elles trouvent refuge dans des sites de déplacement improvisés ou au sein de communautés qui les accueillent dans des zones plus sûres. Aujourd'hui, les départements de l'Ouest, du Centre et de l'Artibonite accueillent la majorité des 1,4 million de personnes déplacées internes du pays. Parmi elles, de nombreux enfants et femmes enceintes, dont l'accès aux services sociaux et de santé de base, y compris la vaccination, est fortement limité. Pour protéger ces populations contre les maladies évitables par la vaccination, la direction du programme élargi de vaccination du ministère de la Santé publique et de la population a mené une campagne de vaccination ciblée, avec l'appui de l'OPS, OMS et de Gavi.
Et puis, on a dormi plus souple, gardé parfois de l'eau sale, sans toi. Santé a pas tellement ok. Depuis mon yo venu faire annonce là, yo venu passer annonce là et puis on continue à malgré tout. Donc, ça fait un paquet. Changement dans la vie, on les porte pour le pas gagner. Fièvre, pour pas gagner diarrhée, pour si on a demandé, pour pas prendre tétanos et puis bon pour santé de
Pendant une semaine, 736 équipes mobiles ont sillonné les communautés hautes et les sites de déplacés des 3 départements ciblés pour vacciner les enfants de 0 à 5 ans et les femmes enceintes contre des maladies telles que la rougeole, la diphtérie, la poliomyélite et le tétanos. Grâce à une forte mobilisation communautaire, cette campagne a permis de vacciner 4 879 enfants 0 dose, 4 207 enfants sous-vaccinés, 11 163 enfants contre la rougeole, 3 845 contre la poliomyélite, 6 836 contre la diphtérie et 2 627 femmes enceintes contre le tétanos. En parallèle, les équipes ont mené une recherche active au niveau communautaire afin d'identifier d'éventuels cas suspects de paralysie flasque aiguë, de rougeole ou d'autres maladies évitables par la vaccination. Chaque visite à domicile a également permis de sensibiliser les familles et de collecter des données essentielles pour renforcer la surveillance épidémiologique. Cette campagne a permis de renforcer la protection des populations déplacées internes, les plus exposées aux risques épidémiques, et contribuer à améliorer la détection précoce des maladies évitables par la vaccination.
Durante más de un siglo, la esquistosomiasis, también conocida como bilarcia, afectó a comunidades rurales de Puerto Rico. Hoy, gracias a décadas de investigación científica, vigilancia sostenida y colaboración internacional, la isla está cerca de alcanzar un hito histórico: demostrar la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esquistosomiasis ha sido una enfermedad endémica, o fue, por muchos años. El primer reporte es de 1903 y los números de casos ha ido bajando paulatinamente hasta el punto que el último caso reportado fue en el 2005.
Y acá estamos más una vez en Puerto Rico haciendo este trabajo, esta encuesta malacológica. Es muy importante, es una etapa para la certificación de la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esa coordinación entre la OPS, el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico, Recursos Naturales y la Universidad de Nuevo México es la base del esfuerzo actual.
And I have a long-standing interest in doing research on neglected tropical diseases, and in particular schistosomiasis, which is beside malaria, probably the most significant NTD in the world on a global scale. What we want to do is try to determine if in fact now transmission is impossible on the island because of the lack of the vector snail Biamphalaria glabrata.
Yo creo que es importante definir qué enfermedades están circulando y cuáles no están circulando en un lugar, en este caso Puerto Rico, para definir las estrategias de salud pública dirigidas a la erradicación de las enfermedades que tengamos circulando y eliminar de la lista las enfermedades que ya no tengamos circulando por el trabajo que se ha hecho en el camino.
So we are currently engaged in a survey operation to visit as many freshwater habitats in the island that we can, including several that were known to be locations where this vector snail occurred.
We go into the field, we sample different habitat, but we would take the snails and we would look at them to determine if they are infected with those parasites.
Esta experiencia ha sido fabulosa, nunca había hecho trabajo de campo, así que con la ayuda de los investigadores hemos recibido una capacitación de cómo hacer el trabajo, de cómo podemos identificar caracoles.
El proyecto no solo investiga, forma nuevos expertos puertorriqueños capaces de continuar el monitoreo.
Pues mira, una excelente experiencia. Yo y mi equipo hemos aprendido bastante de los doctores, nos han explicado acerca de los tipos de caracoles, las enfermedades que transmiten estos caracoles, y nos muestra la importancia que estar pendiente todo el tiempo a verificar si la población vuelve para estar preparado. Nos ayuda a estar preparado aquí en Puerto Rico porque hace años que no se combate.
El expertise en las islas ya no existe y entonces nuestro trabajo es poner en contacto los expertos con las autoridades de salud.
Este esfuerzo busca cerrar un capítulo que comenzó hace más de 100 años.
Y entonces creo que ha sido un gran logro para evidenciar realmente si ha sido eliminada o no ha sido eliminada. Por eso considero que es un gran paso de salud pública en esta era.
We are optimistic that we will achieve a final interesting, good result with respect to the declaration of elimination of transmission. It's exciting to be here. It's an exciting thing to be proud of being able to do this. I want to tell my grandkids about it.
Ciencia, historia y colaboración internacional se unen en un mismo propósito: proteger la salud del pueblo puertorriqueño y demostrar la eliminación de la esquistosomiasis. Un logro que marcará a las generaciones futuras.
Estar en un entorno penitenciario aumenta hasta 100 veces el riesgo de contraer tuberculosis. Por eso, el control de la tuberculosis en las prisiones tiene un impacto directo en la salud de toda la comunidad. Diagnosticar, tratar, curar la tuberculosis en estos espacios contribuye a reducir la enfermedad a nivel nacional. Para ello, se realiza una radiografía de tórax, cuya imagen es analizada con programas de inteligencia artificial que permiten identificar si hay lesiones compatibles o no con la enfermedad. A las personas que presentan lesiones se le toma una muestra de catarro que se procesa mediante biología molecular para confirmar el diagnóstico. A esta búsqueda activa se suma el tamizaje VIH, sífilis, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, y además se aplican los esquemas de vacunación para adultos recomendados por el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones.
Nuestro trabajo acá es desde la detección del paciente con tuberculosis hasta lograr el éxito. Actualmente tenemos 86 pacientes en tratamiento, de los cuales en el año se lograron realizar 1.100 pruebas aproximadamente.
Entonces esas muestras, generalmente el proceso nominal tarda 120 minutos. Entonces una vez que el equipo da el resultado, eso se carga en el sistema experto de tuberculosis.
Una de las enfermedades más frecuentes con esta encierro es la tuberculosis. Entonces, esa articulación hace que podamos llegar más oportunamente a los casos, a los enfermos que reciban el tratamiento, el seguimiento, ¿verdad? Un enfoque biopsicosocial y de derechos humanos.
En las Américas, 1 de cada 3 niños y adolescentes vive con sobrepeso u obesidad, y 4 de cada 5 niños es físicamente inactivo. Los entornos poco saludables y la falta de actividad física afectan la salud, el bienestar y el aprendizaje de la niñez. así como el desarrollo socioeconómico de los países.
La educación y la salud deben de trabajar de forma integrada para transformar realidades. Ante esta realidad, con el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Educación y de Salud de las Américas, la OEA y la OPS lanzaron el Programa Hemisférico sobre Políticas de Alimentación Saludable y Actividad Física en Entornos Escolares.
Las escuelas son espacios clave para promover estilos de vida saludables desde la infancia. Este programa facilita el intercambio de herramientas, experiencias y aprendizajes entre los sectores de educación, salud y deporte de los países.
En 2023, programas de 3 países fueron seleccionados entre 11 postulaciones para recibir asistencia técnica focalizada. En Bahamas se está trabajando para que los estudiantes puedan acceder a productos saludables en sus escuelas y sus alrededores. En Belice se han instalado bebederos en las escuelas para promover el consumo de agua acompañado de campañas dirigidas a los estudiantes. En Colombia están fomentando la actividad física con programas inclusivos y recreativos dentro y fuera del aula.
Cuando los estudiantes se alimentan de manera saludable, se mueven más, mejora su atención y su participación en clase.
Me gusta que todos participemos y ninguno quede afuera.
Estamos generando evidencia y recomendaciones aplicables a nivel regional.
Los entornos escolares saludables son un derecho y una realidad alcanzable, por lo que apoyamos el fortalecimiento de políticas públicas que beneficien a todos los estudiantes de las Américas.
Programa Hemisférico de la OEA y la OPS, una primera línea de acción en la lucha contra las enfermedades no transmisibles en las Américas.
Standards are not sufficient. We have to enforce them. We have to be sure that we are actually using the standards. The Pan American Health Organization employed a system of check consultants for the confirmation that we were using adequate standards.
Soon after the official launch of a major project in the Caribbean that looked at retrofitting over 50 health facilities, we felt that it was an important initiative, important enough for us to look at its adaptation in many other sectors in the British Virgin Islands. We focused on retrofitting and improving the facilities at our referral hospital, and a number of smart initiatives were applied, and that hospital became one of the first outfitted and officially designated smart hospitals in the Caribbean.
Maintenance is synonymous with sustainability. We cannot have anything sustain, any structure, any hospital to operate over time without proper and effective maintenance, both preventive maintenance as well as breakdown maintenance. Effective and proper maintenance is essential for a hospital to function before any event, during and after.
And I mean, this is frontier work that the Caribbean is leading. The region started with a hospital safety index, made this index more relevant to the future that we face. And now we know it's been picked up by WHO globally, it's being used in other parts of the world. And this is what I'm most excited about.
In public health centers across Trinidad and Tobago, essential vaccines are provided to all adults and children free of charge under the Ministry of Health's expanded program on immunization. For the public, the process is straightforward and seamless. But behind the scenes, maintaining the safety of vaccines that require cold temperatures of between 2 and 8 degrees Celsius is an important part of the process that requires careful coordination.
The security would have to notify their manager, and their manager would notify the area administrator, and they would get in contact with the nurse in charge of the institution so that the vaccines can be moved from the health center to the county medical office of health so that they can store it.
In 2022, Trinidad and Tobago's public health system experienced a technological breakthrough in vaccine storage when the Ministry of Health received the first of 62 solar-powered vaccine refrigerators from PAHO WHO.
What we do is support the countries to procure not only all the vaccines that actually are given here to the population, also procuring some supplies for the cold chain to provide the vaccination throughout the country, and also training the health personnel to be able to accomplish this.
It was an exciting time because we weren't sure what to expect when this solar-powered fridge arrived. So now we were able to keep our vaccines with or without power at the institution without having to move it.
For the past year, at least 3 occasions I've had power outages for 8 hours, but I didn't have to move a vaccine.
I had confidence in this fridge because I knew it was reliable and it uses renewable energy.
Every step along the way, vaccines remain safe and available for every child, every family, every time. PAHO WHO, powering health in Trinidad and Tobago.
Ya felizmente hemos avanzado con las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma en los 12 municipios seleccionados en El Salvador. Y esto ha sido posible gracias a ese compromiso que ha mostrado el Ministerio de Salud con sus equipos evaluadores, integrados por médicos, enfermeras y promotores. También agradecer a Canadá porque ha sido la fuente fundamental de financiamiento para este proyecto. El acompañamiento de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, dígase el equipo local en El Salvador como el equipo regional y también nuestros asesores de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Esto no hubiese sido posible si no se hubiese demostrado ese compromiso de la comunidad con sus problemas de salud, con sus niños, con sus adultos, con su familia en general, porque es imposible resolver un problema de salud sin la participación activa de la comunidad.
Este tipo de proyectos tiene varios impactos en estas comunidades de difícil acceso. Primero, tiene un impacto directamente en la comunidad. Por ejemplo, en el caso del proyecto de tracoma, podemos llegar a las poblaciones de una forma preventiva, especialmente en los niños. Se puede ver si podrían desarrollar la enfermedad en el futuro. Segundo, tiene un impacto netamente institucional. Este es un trabajo integrado en el cual se ve la rectoría y el liderazgo del Ministerio de Salud a través de sus diferentes entidades a nivel nacional.
Okay, welcome back. So we will start with, actually before we begin, I just wanted to give note regarding this afternoon. We'll carry through with our program and end at 3:30 for a break until 4, and then at 4 o'clock we will be having a briefing in this room on innovative financing instrument for access to high-price medicines through the PAHO Regional Revolving Funds and the IDB. So that will take place from 4 to 5 today in this room. So just for your awareness in terms of the afternoon agenda, I can repeat that again after lunch. So with that, we'll move to item 3.7, report of the Audit Committee of PAHO for 2025. And I would like to bring document CE 178/11 to the attention of the committee, and to please invite Ms. Elizabeth Folsom, Chair of the Audit Committee, to come to the head table to present the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Barbosa, members of the Executive Committee, delegates, and staff, good morning. My name is Elizabeth Folsom, and I have the privilege of chairing the Audit Committee for PAHO for 2026. And it's my pleasure this morning to present the committee's report on its work during 2025. Before I begin, please allow me a brief personal word. You heard from Acting Auditor General for OI, Office of Internal Audit, just before the break. As many of you know, the Office of Internal Audit reports to our committee, and over the years we've come to value the candor and professionalism they bring. Dr. David O'Regan was the prior Auditor General, and he recently retired, and I wanted to thank him for his years of dedicated service to PAHO and wish him every happiness in what comes next, and look forward to working with the staff moving forward. Let me give you a quick roadmap. I will start with who we are and what we do, and then the period this report covers, and a word on the committee's membership. From there, I'll walk through the main areas we examined in 2025, the highlights, the new recommendations we issued, where things stand on past recommendations, and finally, what we will be watching in 2026. I'll try to keep it brisk. First, the basics. An audit committee is standard practice. It's the public and private sectors and right across the United Nations system. Our job is to help the director and the executive committee carry out its oversight responsibilities and to strengthen PAHO's governance, accountability, transparency, and stewardship. Two things are worth underlining here. Our members are external senior experts who are fully independent of the organization. We receive no payments beyond our travel costs, and we are advisory only. We do not run investigations, and we don't perform the audits ourselves. We advise. Now, this report covers the full 2025 calendar year. We met twice, our 29th session in April and our 30th in October. And to put the work in context, between 2015 and 2025, the committee had issued 98 recommendations to the Bureau, and 91 of those are now closed. We issued 7 new recommendations in 2025. I'll come to those shortly. And every recommendation from prior years has been closed. A word on membership, because it changed during the year. Ms. Sarah Greenblatt chaired the committee through 2025, and the report in front of you reflects her stewardship. Mr. Alan Siegfried's term ended in June after 6 years of valued service, and we welcomed Ms. Maria Rios as a new member. Our chairmanship rotates each year, which is how I now come standing before you here in 2026. And you'll take up the appointment of a new member to the committee shortly under item 3.8. Here's a range of what we covered across the 2 sessions in 2025. From PAHO's governance and financial situation to internal audit, compliance and risk management, to investigations and ethics, information security and AI, external audit, shared services, and a review of our own terms of reference. Rather than marching through all of it, because it is a lot, let me just pull out the highlights. On the financial picture, you've been hearing a lot about that today, but the headline is a good one in terms of PAHO receiving a clean or unmodified audit opinion on the financial statements. But as we know, it was a demanding year. Assessed contribution arrears has climbed to $116 million by September. The working capital fund was fully drawn down, and the Bureau had to turn to internal borrowings. But on a brighter side, national voluntary contributions rose 27%, which helped offset reductions elsewhere. And the Bureau acted early, trimming travel, pausing vacancies, and holding back on contracts, all while protecting PAHO's core work. These are the types of things that we monitor and ask sometimes difficult questions about. Our committee commended the strong financial controls held in place under real liquidity pressures, and we encourage the Bureau to keep that discipline going through 2026. On internal audit, Office of Internal Audit's 2025 work plan comprised 10 audits, 3 thematic and 7 at country level, which you already heard about, together with advisory engagements on ERM. And the thematic work included hiring of contingent workers and staff health insurance. And the country office audits ranged across offices such as Brazil, Peru, and Ecuador. Internal audit also completed a gap analysis against the revised global internal audit standards as set forth by the Institute of Internal Auditors, with the next external quality assessment due in 2027. We encourage internal audit to keep building out a risk-ranked audit universe. In plain terms, that just means mapping the organization's risks against audit coverage, so it's very clear which risks are being looked at and which are not, or are being looked at by other parts of the organization. On compliance, a 3-year plan is now in place, built around 4 pillars, and the new accountability framework is set to launch this year. A candid word on risk management. Candid because the Auditor General, his advisory review rated PAHO's enterprise risk management as unsatisfactory, roughly the midpoint of the maturity scale, on concerns in his assessment that have persisted for more than a decade. Our committee does share these concerns, but we do see the Bureau has begun the maturity assessment and a framework update. And our recommendation, AC 30.1, mapping risks to the new strategic plan, is one concrete step in the right direction. But this is an area that we will be watching closely through 2026, and we're encouraged that the Bureau has given it the urgency it rightly calls for. There we go. A quick word on these 3 areas, and 2 of them you'll hear far more this afternoon when the Investigations and Ethics Office gives their own reports under items 3.6 and 3.5, so I'll try to be brief. Investigation complaints doubled in 2025 compared with 2024. That does sound alarming, but the Bureau attributes it largely to the awareness campaigns. People now know how and where to report, and the office still meets its core performance targets. A peer review found partial conformance with international standards, and the new chief investigator is redesigning the investigations protocol and strengthening forensic capability. On ethics, a new code of ethical conduct is being finalized alongside a comprehensive policy on preventing sexual misconduct, a subject the committee takes up more fully tomorrow, I see under section 6.3. On information security, the numbers are reassuring. PAHO held a Microsoft Secure score above industry average, an external security rating of A, and vulnerabilities are down 60% since 2023. The Bureau has also issued an AI policy aligned with UN standards. So we'll be keeping AI on our agenda as a standing item. The external auditor, whom you, of course, heard from earlier this morning, issued an unqualified opinion on the financial statements. Now, this is a report for 2025, so we were referring to reviewing the 2024 opinion. You now have the 2025 opinion. The country visits then took place in Honduras, Trinidad, and Tobago, and the current cycle, of course, covers Bahama and Peru. Of the 29 earlier external audit recommendations, 13 are implemented, 13 are in progress, and the rest have been resolved or set aside. Now, the auditor did flag significant arrears from one member state as financial reporting risk worth watching closely, and we agree. The other item here is the Shared Services Initiative, which you saw on Monday under the PAHO Forward Item 7.2. The Bureau is moving to an outsourced model and expects a return on investment within 3 to 5 years. Our message was straightforward: set clear financial baselines and benchmarks before this goes fully live so that the savings can actually be tracked and reported with confidence to management, to the committee, and to you. We issued 7 new recommendations in 2025. I will not read each one to you, but in brief, they asked the Bureau to map enterprise risks to the new strategic plan, to fold key risks from management and external audit letters into the internal audit risk assessment, build an organization-wide assurance map or combined assurance map across all oversight functions, conduct early and targeted audits of the shared services initiatives, bring technology and information security risks into future audit plans, benchmark the size and resourcing of the internal audit function against peer UN agencies, and strengthen joint awareness campaigns across ethics, anti-harassment, and investigation functions. They're all set out in the end of the report. This table is the scorecard I mentioned earlier. The short version here is 98 recommendations since 2015, 91 are now new closed, and 7 are pending. And those are precisely the 7 that we issued in 2025 that I just described. In other words, the Bureau is current on everything from prior years. Looking ahead to 2026, here's where we'll focus: PAHO's continuing financial situation and arrears, cybersecurity and responsible AI, implementation of the new internal audit standards, progress on the 2025 recommendations, continued oversight of the Shared Service Initiative, and the adoption of our revised terms of reference. On that last point, note that we modernize them to reflect current best practices across the UN system. On behalf of the committee, I commend you for your support of this committee. Whoops. And so let me close by thanking Director Barbosa and his team for the openness and cooperation through the year. It's what makes our work possible. You notice that many of the threads in this report run right through this week's agenda: the external auditor, the financial picture, ethics, investigations, human resources, shared services. That's by design. The committee's job is to see how all those pieces fit together and ask critical questions to unsurface risks or gaps and overlaps. The committee's overall read on 2025 is this: PAHO managed a genuinely difficult environment with sound controls, steady delivery, and real transparency, and that is a credit to the Bureau. Thank you, Chair, and I'd be glad to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Folsom, for that report. Very, very helpful. Thank you. I would now like to open the floor to plenary for discussion. Canada, followed by Brazil, please.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Canada appreciates the work carried out by the Audit Committee and their attention to detail in reviewing PAHO's organizational functions. Canada supports the Committee's 7 new recommendations, particularly their focus on assessing and addressing organizational risks. We strongly support the call for technology and information security risks to be incorporated into future internal audit plans, including consideration of IT general controls, application controls, cyber resilience measures, and data governance. The close monitoring of the use of AI in HR and other functions is critical, as its cost-saving potential needs to be considered alongside the security risks. In efforts to further strengthen coordination, Canada also agrees that management and internal audit should jointly develop a comprehensive organization-wide assurance map that clearly shows how PAHO's key risks are covered across the various oversight and assurance functions. Finally, we commend PAHO for closing all recommendations from prior years and look forward to learning how PAHO plans to implement the 7 recommendations put forward in this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to Brazil, followed by Mexico.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Brazil welcomes this presentation of the report of the Audit Committee. With this important contribution of this independent body on accountability and governance of the organization, we take note of the high level of implementation of the recommendations issued in the last few years. And we see the commitment of the Secretariat with the continuous improvement of internal processes and supervision mechanisms. We would like to stand out the relevance of the comments made in connection with the initiatives to share the information, and therefore would like to query the committee asking what the clear parameters could be as established in order to support the results and to allow for the effective assessment of quality, sustainability, etc. We believe that it is especially useful the experience of following the experience of other United Nations organizations that faced the current financial pressures and budgetary restrictions with a view to having better practices in order to improve the efficiency of PAHO. Last but not least, Brazil supports the recommendation 30.7 with the audit in this report and holding campaigns on awareness raising and against harassment in order to mobilize the channels to denounce confidentiality and to act against reprisals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Mexico, followed by the United States.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam President. Mexico is grateful for the work carried out by the members of the Audit Committee to strengthen the governance, supervision, and accountability measures of the organization. We recognize what has been reported as to internal control, financial management, risk management, and institutional compliance, as well as efforts focusing on increasing transparency, efficiency in resource use. We appreciate the opinion of the external auditors with regard to the financial statements, which reflect PAHO's commitment to be a responsible, solid organization. Mexico notes the recommendations and the actions undertaken to strengthen the follow-up of results, the institutional results, and risk management in decision-making processes. We believe these elements are fundamental to have an organizational culture based on continuous improvement, accountability, and proper planning. We also acknowledge efforts made to strengthen institutional capacities in areas such as human resources, ethics, and compliance with standards, as well as actions to promote safe workspaces that are respectful and inclusive. Mexico also notes with interest the measures adopted to look at emergent the dangers and hazards having to do with cybersecurity and new technologies. We appreciate the work done by the PAHO Secretariat and the Audit Committee, as well as our willingness to continue collaborating with the organization to reinforce governance measures, transparency, and institutional supervision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam President. The Audit Committee's work is vital for helping identify potential issues across PAHO. We are concerned about the several new recommendations centered around improvements to the Office of Internal Audit. Is this a reflection of any specific performance problems within the office, or follow-up from the reviews of standards from the Institute of Internal Auditors? PAHO must have sufficient internal audit capacity to immediately address internal control weaknesses before they pose a significant risk to the organization. More generally, PAHO must connect risk management to all aspects of work, including explicit connections to the strategic framework and ensuring that internal audit reviews focus on high-risk areas. We also support the recommendation on ensuring that technology and IT systems have adequate controls and oversight. The Bureau's closure of all pre-2025 recommendations sets the right benchmark and is the baseline expectation for member states. We expect the same urgency applied to all newly issued recommendations without delay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to turn the floor back to Ms. Folsom to respond to any comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the member states for your comments, supports, and questions. I think I only heard one specific question regarding the specific recommendations regarding the Office of Internal Audit and where they emanated from. The Institute of Internal Audit issued new standards back in 2024 that were effective at the beginning of 2025. So the new recommendations are a direct result of those new standards, which are quite comprehensive and require a fair bit of lifting to understand what needs to change or improve. And given the small size of the internal audit function here at PAHO, it's taken a little bit longer than perhaps they expected to really map and understand what the implications are. But I was actually just speaking with Nuria, and there's a really good plan in place to make sure that those things are clearly addressed and implemented. So I have full confidence that when we come back together at our next meeting, that the items will be considered implemented.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa, did you wish to make any comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. First, I want to to thank Ms. Elizabeth Folsom for being here representing the the Audit Committee of PAHO, and on her behalf, I want to thank the 3 members of this committee that are providing a very important service for the organization, and they are voluntary to the organization, very experienced people with several years of experience in auditing, different auditing roles in different international and national organizations. So I really think that is very important to receive your guidance, your recommendations to improve the way that the organization is implementing all of the recommendations. I think that Canada and the US, I just want to tell you that we are very committed to implement the new set of recommendations. As I mentioned before, it is the lowest number of non-implemented recommendations from the 3 bodies that make recommendations for PAHO, the internal office, the external, and the audit committee. We have only 2 pending that will be closed by the end of this year. So it's the lowest rate. That is not my word, but concrete evidence of our commitment to implement all of the recommendations. So the new ones will be fully implemented, because I assure you that as also a proof of my commitment to transparency, to efficiency and accountability, even in the financial challenging situation that we are, I kept all the funds for the investigation office, for the ethical office, for the investigation office, the ombudsman office, so they are working properly, even in this currently difficult situation that we have. About the questions from Brazil, about the shared services hub, Brazil, we developed a series of key performance indicators that will allow us to monitor the implementation and the quality of the service that have been provided. We also purchased a new system that is used for other UN agencies and private companies that use the shared services, so we can really identify all the requests for services and the accomplishment with a timeline. So it's in a totally transparent way from our side, because I appreciate this observation, because this is crucial to prevent any kind of disruption in this implementation phase that we have already started. So we, both in Lima and in Bogota, we have already started. And we try to learn from the experience of other UN agencies for the shared services initiative, but also for the general situation that all the multilateral institutions are doing. For this reason, that last year we proposed and member states approved a reduced budget, a reduction of 19%. So it was approved to be more realistic with the financial situation, and at the same time, we implemented several measures that I have mentioned, some of them already: the abolition of 220 positions, the shared services hub, and other measures that we are implementing. Some of them are very tough, but we need to implement them in order to keep the organization working and provide the technical cooperation that the member states deserve and request. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. So with that, I don't see any other requests. So informing the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report. Thank you for all the comments. Thank you, Ms. Folsom. And that will close this item. We will now move to item 3.8, appointment of one member to the Audit Committee of PAHO, bringing to your attention document CE 178/12 and inviting Dr. Miguel Bournier, Legal Counsel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the table. I will now yield the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to please report on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Appointment of one member to the Audit Committee of PAHO. The subcommittee was informed that the term of office of one member of the Audit Committee would expire in June 2026, and that it would therefore be necessary for the Executive Committee to appoint a person to replace the outgoing member. The subcommittee was asked to review the list of candidates proposed by the Director and make a recommendation to the Executive Committee. To that end, the subcommittee established a working group consisting of the delegates of Argentina, Brazil, and Canada. The working group evaluated the proposed candidates on the basis of the criteria for membership set out in the terms of reference of the Audit Committee and decided to recommend that Mr. Edmund Grove be appointed to fill the vacancy on the Audit Committee. The subcommittee endorsed the recommendation of the working group and therefore recommends that the Executive Committee adopt the proposed resolution contained in Annex B of document CE 178/12, appointing Mr. Edmund Grove to serve as a member of the PAHO Audit Committee for a term of 3 years, from June 2026 to June 2029. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item. Thank you.
My thanks to you. I would like to now give the floor to Dr. Bournier, please, to present the item.
Gracias, señora Presidente.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished members of the committee, director, and colleagues. It is my pleasure to introduce the document of appointment of one member of the Audit Committee of PAHO. The Audit Committee renders service to the Office of the Director and the members. It is an independent organ that advises on the efficiency of financial controls of the organization, the structure, and the presentation of information, risk management, and other controls having to do with audit. The committee comprises 3 members nominated by the Executive Committee. The members may serve 2 full mandates of 3 years each as a maximum. The Audit Committee members must act with the highest level of integrity and be fully independent of PAHO. They will furthermore have to have recent experience in directing business work in finance, audit, and other areas having to do with supervision and control. According to the terms of reference, which have been explained by the President of the Subcommittee, the Director in March presented a list of candidates. The Subcommittee made up a working group to evaluate the candidates proposed by the Director. Following a careful examination by the working group, the Subcommittee recommended by unanimity Mr. Edmund Grove as the best suited candidate for consideration by the Executive Committee to cover the vacancy on the Audit Committee. The Executive Committee is invited to review the candidacy to fill this position and to approve the proposed resolution in Annex B of the document before you. Thank you.
Thank you. So the executive committee is invited to take note of this report, of the document, and provide any comments deemed pertinent. The discussion on the proposed resolution presented in Annex B will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. So I will now open the floor to the plenary for discussion on the document first, please. Okay, seeing no comments from the floor, then I will move to, we'll move to the resolution if there were any comments from you or Dr. Barbosa in advance. No? Yes, you would like to? Please go ahead, Dr. Barbosa.
No, gracias. Thank you, Madam President. Tuvimos
We had a good list of candidates, highly qualified. This was presented to the subcommittee, and I'd like to thank the countries who participated in the review for their work, and they were able to make a unanimous recommendation as has been now presented to you. So this is a decision for the executive committee. Nonetheless, I would like to express some words
to Sarah Greenblatt, that now is leaving our audit committee, and unfortunately could not be present here, but I think that's important to be recorded in this meeting. And so I would like to express my sincere thanks to Sarah Greenblatt as she completed her term as a member of the PAHO Audit Committee in June this year. Through her appointment, Sarah demonstrated a remarkable dedication and a strong sense of responsibility, providing valuable advice that strengthened the organization's governance framework, including the areas of risk mitigation and internal control, where her judgment and insight were greatly appreciated. I would also like to warmly acknowledge her leadership as chair of the Audit Committee in 2025. She guided the committee's work with professionalism, openness, and a collaborative spirit that fostered constructive dialogue and trust among all involved. Beyond her technical expertise, we are especially grateful for the collegial and respectful way in which she worked with the Bureau and her fellow committee members. On behalf of the organization and on my own behalf, Sarah Greenblatt, I thank you sincerely for your service, commitment, and leadership, and I wish you the very best in all that comes next. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee.
Good morning to all. Madam President, proposed resolution, appointment of one member to the Audit Committee of PAHO. The 178th session of the Executive Committee. Considering that the 49th Directing Council through Resolution CD 49.R2/2009 established the Audit Committee of the Pan American Health Organization to function as an independent expert advisory body to the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau and PAHO member states. Guided by the terms of reference of the Audit Committee, which establish the process to be followed in the assessment and appointment by the Executive Committee of the members of the Audit Committee of PAHO, noting that the terms of reference of the Audit Committee stipulate that members shall serve no more than 2 full terms of 3 years each, and considering that a vacancy will exist in the Audit Committee of PAHO. Resolves to thank the Director of PASB and the Subcommittee on Program Budget and Administration for their thorough work in identifying and nominating highly qualified candidates to serve on the Audit Committee of PAHO, to appoint Mr. Edmund Grove to serve as a member of the Audit Committee of PAHO for a term of 3 years from June 2026 through June 2029.
Thank you so much. I'd like to now yield the floor to plenary to begin discussions on the proposed resolution. Okay. I don't see anyone wishing to take the floor, and therefore I will declare the resolution adopted. Thank you. Great. We'll move right along to item 5.8, amendments to the terms of reference of the Audit Committee of PAHO. I'd like to bring to your attention document CE 178/25 Rev 1 to the attention of the committee, and invite again Dr. Miguel Bournier. Well, you're here at the table still, so that's fantastic. I will first, however, give the floor back to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to report on this item, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment to the terms of reference of the Audit Committee of PAHO. After reviewing the proposed amendment to the terms of reference of the Audit Committee, the subcommittee acknowledged the important role played by the Audit Committee in strengthening PAHO's governance, accountability, and transparency, and welcomed efforts to ensure that committee's terms of reference reflect internationally accepted principles and best practices. Regarding the proposed amendments, it was pointed out that the provisions precluding members of the Audit Committee from having served as delegates might be overly broad, and it was suggested that it should be specified that Audit Committee members must not have served as delegates to meetings of the governing body of PAHO. It was also considered important to provide further clarity regarding the amendment relating to protection of members of the Audit Committee from action taken against them as a result of activities carried out in their official capacity. Thank you, Madam President. This concludes my report on this item.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor to Dr. Bournier to present the item, please.
Distinguished members of the committee, director, colleagues, again, it's my pleasure to introduce the proposed amendments to the terms of reference of the Audit Committee. These terms of reference define the framework within which the Audit Committee carries out its advisory functions. The Audit Committee was established in 2009 by the Directing Council as an independent advisory body to the Director and to member states, and it works through the Executive Committee. It provides advice on the organization's financial controls, reporting structures, risk management processes, and other audit-related matters. Since the adoption of the committee's terms of reference 15 years ago, oversight practices have continued to evolve, and PAHO's internal control and accountability framework have further developed. In light of these developments, the Secretariat and the Audit Committee undertook a detailed review to ensure that the terms of reference remain aligned with oversight best practices and reflect the committee's experience in practice. The Secretariat also reviewed the terms of reference of similar audit bodies in other international organizations as a benchmark for this proposal. This proposal before you reflects the consultations with member states at the subcommittee meeting. And in this context, please allow me to briefly highlight 4 areas where updates have been proposed. First, the revised document provides a more comprehensive description of the committee's advisory scope, including its engagement with risk management, internal and external audit functions, evaluation, investigations, and the broader system of internal controls. Second, the revision reinforces provisions related to membership and professional expertise, including qualifications, independence requirements, and the experience expected of members serving on the Audit Committee. Third, the revised document strengthens procedural provisions, including arrangements for meetings, reporting, access to information, confidentiality, and the management of potential conflict of interest. And finally, the revision introduces a formal requirement for periodic self-assessment by the Audit Committee, consistent with recognized good practices for independent oversight bodies. Together, these 4 updates strengthen the effectiveness and transparency of the Audit Committee and support the organization's broader governance and accountability framework. The Executive Committee is invited to review the proposed amendments contained in the document before you and provide any comments it deems appropriate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. So indeed, you are now invited to take note of the report and provide any comments. The discussion on the proposed resolution is presented in the annex and will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. So I would like to first open the floor to plenary for discussion on the document presented, please. Go ahead, Canada, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Canada recognizes the important role that the Audit Committee plays in strengthening PAHO's governance, accountability, and transparency, and we strongly support efforts to ensure the Committee's terms of reference are reflective of current internationally accepted principles and best practices. Overall, we see no issues or concerns with the proposed amendments and appreciate the initial discussion had during the SPBA meeting on this, which our SPBA President has just described. As noted during the SPBA meeting, we continue to think that the language under the membership criteria, which stipulates that members of the Audit Committee must not have served as delegates, could be further strengthened, and will be proposing a minor edit to the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I don't see any other requests for the floor. Dr. Burney, did you have any comments? Yes? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Canada, for the comments. This echoes very much the comments that Canada made at the subcommittee meeting. I think the specification of the word delegates in this article, this is the article that says those who cannot be a member of the Audit Committee or those who have worked with PAHO or served as delegates before PAHO governing body is a good, I think, clarification, and subject to, I think, the views of all the member states of the committee is something that can be reflected in the text without major work. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barbosa, did you wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Madam President. Very briefly, just to thank the Audit Committee members, because this was a very productive dialogue for several months, because as Miguel Bournier mentioned, there was a benchmarking process with other international organizations in order to update the terms of reference and to have more clearly all the protections for the organization to avoid any kind of conflict of interest, and at the same time to have the best candidates being eligible and being selected to participate in this very important body that we have, that is the Audit Committee. So I really want to thank the 3 members of the Audit Committee for their very constructive attitude to present the proposals, and we work together to present for the subcommittee and now to the executive committee this resolution that will update the terms of reference. And I really think that this suggestion from Canada, this recommendation, this proposal from Canada, I think that it really add another layer of protection. So from the Secretariat perspective, but it's, of course, a decision made by the member states, that we see no problem in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. I would like to now ask the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee. Thank you.
Madam President, proposed resolution, amendments to the terms of reference for the Audit Committee of PAHO. The 178th session of the Executive Committee, having considered the amendments to the terms of reference for the Audit Committee of PAHO contained in Annex A to document CE 178/25 Rev 1, recognizing that oversight practices have continued to evolve and that the internal control and accountability framework of the Pan American Health Organization has further developed, and considering that the proposed amendments aim to ensure alignment with current internationally accepted principles and best practices, including by clarifying the Audit Committee's advisory scope, strengthening provisions on independence, qualifications, and procedures, and enhancing consistency, transparency, and effectiveness. Resolves to recommend that the 63rd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Having reviewed the amendments to the terms of reference for the Audit Committee of PAHO contained in Annex A, resolves to approve the amendments to the terms of reference for the Audit Committee of PAHO as presented in the appendix. Madam President, since the appendix has been published on the webpage of the Pan American Health Organization, I will refrain from reading them today. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. I'd like now to open the floor to begin discussion on the proposed resolution. Canada, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam President. As mentioned, Canada has a minor edit to propose to paragraph 5 under criteria for membership in Appendix B of the resolution. It was confirmed during the SPBA meeting that members of the Audit Committee must not have served as delegates to meetings of the governing bodies of PAHO, which we consider should be reflected in the proposed amendments for greater clarity. This proposal would read as follows. The members of the Audit Committee must not have been employed by PAHO, served as delegates to PAHO governing body meetings, or held contracts with PAHO within the previous 5 years and are ineligible for PAHO employment for 5 years after service. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I don't see any other requests. So now, if you can please kindly read out the change. Thank you.
Madam President, criteria for membership, paragraph 5. The members of the Audit Committee must not have been employed by the Pan American Health Organization, served as delegates to PAHO governing bodies meetings, or held contracts with PAHO within the previous 5 years, and are ineligible for PAHO employment for 5 years after service. That is all.
Thank you. Just look around to committee members to see if there are any requests for the floor. Seeing none, then I will declare this resolution adopted. Thank you. So we move. So, committee members, we are ahead of schedule. I'd like to propose that we move to item 3.5 if there's agreement. Wonderful. Thanks very much. So with that, I am introducing, thank you, item 3.5, report of the Ethics Officer for 2025, bringing to your attention document CE 178/9 to the attention of the committee, and to please invite Dr. Luis Marina Barrias, Acting Director of the Ethics Office of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the table to present the report.
Señora Presidenta y distinguidos.
Madam President, distinguished members of the Executive Committee, distinguished Director, dear colleagues, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to submit the report of the Ethics Office for 2025, document CE 178/9. As you can see in the report that is in your hands, during 2025, we witnessed an increased number in the queries received. We had 246 consultations held, which is a very high percentage of 12% compared to the previous year. The increase in the number of questions addressed to the Ethics Office can show not only the existence of situations that call for our attention, but it could also be due to an indicator showing the strengthening of the personnel in a case that provides confidential, timely, professional services. Most of the queries were on activities and external jobs, conflicts of interest, and matters related to the working environment. We should point out that for the first time, these visits on external activities surpassed those related to the working environment, which could be connected to concerns about the instability in the workplace and the search for additional professional development by the staff. As significant progress, I would like to report that the modernization process of the Ethics Code has already concluded. This exercise was carried out taking into account the best practices amongst international organizations and the development of the technology to which our personnel has access. The extension of the new code will come hand in hand with training activities for the staff. The Ethics Code, together with the relevant provisions of the bylaws and the regulations for the staff and the conduct standards for international service establishes the values, principles, and standards in order to guide and support the behavior, the decisions, and the activities of the staff. Regarding learning, the office continued to strengthen the capacities of the personnel through in-person sessions as well as virtual sessions. These activities are essential in order to ensure that the staff will be prepared and ready to confront complex situations from an ethical point of view. Another pillar of the work in the Ethics Office is managing conflicts of interest. In 2025, we reached a compliance rate of 100% in the annual statement of interest, which have to be presented by officials that occupy directing positions. Likewise, we reviewed these statements with new officials and consultants dealing in a proactive way with situations that could pose risk for the organization. We also held the second survey on ethical environment with a participation above 60%. The results are guiding concrete actions as part of the work plan of the Ethics Office that is based on data analysis, risk identification, and the close coordination with the members of the management system on matters of integrity and conflicts in order to ensure consistency with the prevention and response actions, thus keeping a balance between institutional priorities and the well-being of the staff, which obviously is an essential element of a sustainable ethic culture. In coordination with the Ombudsman Office and the Department of Human Resources, we took advantage of the learning initiatives on respect in the workplace in order to reinforce the shared values, the expected behaviors, and a culture of mutual respect. Together with this, the organization achieved a sound progress in preventing undue sexual behavior through the continuous implementation of its zero tolerance policy, as well as raising awareness, accountability reinforcement, and a promotion of greater confidence and security with the staff. Acknowledging that the institutional ethics is a base on which we build confidence and credibility, the organization reiterates its commitment in order to continue moving forward with a clarity of purpose, with responsibility and integrity. With this, I conclude, and I am available should you have any questions or comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments deemed pertinent, and I'd like to now open the floor to plenary for discussion. Brazil, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Muito obrigado.
Thank you. Brazil welcomes the report submitted by the Ethics Office as submitted here this morning, with the promotion of the higher behavior patterns throughout PAHO and the essential role played by the Ethics Office in guidance and support given to the people working for the organization, the promotion of essential governance in order to strengthen the reputation of PAHO. Of over 120 years of history with wide knowledge in the region and all over the world. It is with this that Brazil commends the Ethics Office for the new record of concerns received in 2025. We believe that this is important because of the confidence bestowed upon the Ethics Office by the staff and the institutional behavior, ethics, accountability guarded by the office. We see the results of the annual exercise of statement of interest that reached a huge participation of all the officials and staff. This is an important instrument for prevention and management of potential conflicts of interest, thus contributing to institutional integrity, transparency, and confidence in decision-making processes. Brazil sees that the direct line of integrity was discontinued with the implementation of the portal Use Your Voice, which is exclusively for receiving concerns. Therefore, would like to know how the office intends to maintain simple, accessible channels and confidential channels for the people to be able to look for guidance on ethical matters in an informal manner. Last but not least, we take note of the concern expressed by the office on possible reduction of the labor force and the well-being of our people. We believe that it is important that the restructuring process go hand in hand with measures that will preserve healthy environment, inclusive and sustainable environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll give the floor now to Mexico.
Gracias, Presidente. Thank you, Madam President. Mexico takes note of the report submitted by the Ethics Office for 2025. We acknowledge the leadership and the sustained effort by the office in order to consolidate a culture of respect and transparency within the organization. We see with optimism that the mandate of the office continues to evolve in order to respond firmly to critical challenges such as harassment, discrimination, and undue sexual behaviors. Likewise, we welcome the celebration of Ethics Culture 2025, the development of a plan of action, as well as a close cooperation between the Ethics Office and the Compliance Officer to mitigate the risks stemming from the evaluation on fraud and corruption. We support the strengthening of a statement of conflict interest and protection mechanisms for those reporting these undue behaviors so that nothing will go against the institutional functional activity. With these actions, we contribute in order to have a cultural behavior based on professionalism, confidence, and mutual respect. We value the measures implemented in order to strengthen prevention mechanisms and managing conflict of interest with transparent processes and to strengthen accountability. We urge member states to continue supporting the Ethics Office in order to ensure a safe environment free of reprisals, besides zero tolerance to any form of abuse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now give the floor to the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam President. The United States underscores the importance of promoting ethical behavior, transparency, and accountability at PAHO. We support the Investigations Office and the Ethics Office, INV, collaborating on the Speak Up reporting portal. Increasing visibility and ease of reporting will improve PAHO's ability to prevent and address potential ethics and misconduct issues. With the Integrity Helpline discontinued and the new portal limited to misconduct reports to INV, there appears to be a gap for confidential ethics advice, as pointed out by the esteemed delegate from Brazil. Can the committee present options to reestablish a confidential ethics advice channel with anonymity capability? We also welcome PAHO's approach under the Integrity and Conflict Management System. Ethics, investigations, ombudsman, legal counsel, HR, and the Staff Association are crucial partners and must be in lockstep on policy and approach to achieve the culture and environment of ethics required of international civil servants. Furthermore, we saw that the new Code of Ethical Conduct was expected in the first half of 2026, after being in development for over a year. Could the Bureau confirm the actual launch date of this important policy and when the related mandatory online training will be fully deployed to all personnel? We will address our questions on the new comprehensive policy on the prevention of sexual misconduct during Agenda Item 6.3 on preventing and responding to sexual misconduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to now give the floor back to Dr. Barrias to respond to comments and questions. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much, Madam President and distinguished delegates. Thank you very much for your questions and your comments. In connection with the confidential line through which the staff can approach the ethics office, one of the reasons why we decided at some point to discontinue that joint line that we had between ethics and investigations was due to the fact that the separation of functions of the ethics office and the separation of roles of the functions of investigations was extremely important in order to create that difference in access to the staff or from the staff. However, if you had the possibility of reading the report, the number of concerns received by the ethics office increased. And that, in fact, is a culture of confidence that the organization, through its ethics office, has generated over the years. Obviously, we take note of your recommendations regarding reestablishing a specific helpline for the ethics office. But I wanted to give you the possibility of being rest assured because we continue to receive confidential concerns and queries. What we are clearly doing is transferring these queries or these concerns to the corresponding units, obviously maintaining confidentiality and generating and building the confidence in people. Now, in connection, and for that, we're very grateful for the comments made by Mexico. The office, as I was saying previously, is constantly working in order to bring about that culture of respect, of integrity, of accountability. And in connection with the comments made by the U.S., the code or the policy that goes together with the Code of Ethical Principles and Conduct has been completed and will be included in the electronic manual of the organization, which is the repository available to the organization in order to include its human resource policies in September. And the extension and the regulations for the code will take place during the fall of this year. The code, as I was saying, is complete. The review has been completed, and we're simply missing a couple of consultations with a joint advisory committee, which is the committee that reviews the policies that affect the staff. And this committee is made up by management, by administration, and by the staff association. That is the only step left in the policy. So we have the certainty that it will be ready by September in the electronic manual. So thank you very much, and I hope that I've answered your questions. And thank you very much for your support always.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa, did you wish to make comments?
Yes, Madam President. Briefly, but I think that 2 or 3 points only. Primeiro é que, como
First of all, as Luz Barillas has already mentioned, the number of people who used these helpline was very small. It did not justify the payment that was made by the organization in order to have a very limited number, because people were using other channels, and they continue to use these other channels, as we can see in the fact that we have an increase in the number of concerns brought to the office last year. The second point, which is the system, we have a better separation of investigations and ethics. In the past, in PAHO, the ethics office was also responsible for investigations. Even after the separation and the creation of the investigations office, it was not very clear what the roles were. So we hired a consultant, someone who retired from the United Nations with a vast experience on this issue, and he made a whole set of recommendations that are being implemented so that we can clearly and in a very transparent way, we can specify the roles of investigations and the roles of the ethics office to prevent having an overposition and to compromise some investigative process. So that is already going through the final stage of implementation. At the same time, we identified the need for a campaign in order to clarify the situation for our personnel on the different possibilities of access, and even with concrete examples and videos showing it's one of the situations. So when this is a problem where the consultant or the advisor can be brought in, when this is an issue that could be handled by the ombudsman office, that they could be the best positioned office to deal with this when there's a conflict of interest, a potential conflict of interest, or an invitation that you received in order to write the preface to a book, participate in a class or a meeting, everything that could pose a potential problem of conflict of interest for ethics, and it should go directly to investigations when this is a case of fraud or of sexual harassment or other serious cases such as this one. So this campaign, we had over 1,000 views of these videos. I believe that 100% of our staff had the possibility of watching the videos. I even drew the attention of the staff to it during the last dialogue that I always hold with the staff. I hold meetings every 3 months with the entire staff of the organization. So that was one of the issues that was highlighted during the last meeting. And the new code is almost ready. I can say that it is practically done. We followed a possible process for the implementation of this, and it will be possible to update it. The current code that we have did not include issues that are more current nowadays, such as artificial intelligence, for example, to reinforce the issue of social networks, social media, where we should follow all the standards for our personnel. So we're working on that. Lucy Barillas, I'm very grateful that you are the interim director, because the director of the office, Silpak Milan, retired, and I'm grateful for the many years of service to the organization. And we're going through the process of a recruitment of a new person in order to head the ethics office. So thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. With that, I'd like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report, and this concludes item 3.5. So, colleagues, we will take our lunch break momentarily. We'll have a few announcements first, but I wanted to just advise the room that when we reconvene at 2 o'clock, we will commence as per our program with items 3.5, 3.6, 5.1, and 5.6. Depending on the speed with which we go through those, wanted to propose consideration of also then addressing items 6.1, staff regulations and rules, item 6.2, HR management, and also 6.3, if time permits, 6.3 and 6.4. 6.3, sorry, we will end at 6.3. So wanted to give you that notification in advance, and we will see how far we get in the afternoon at 2 o'clock. So thank you for that very much, and I'll turn to Ms. Mary Lou Valdez for some announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one. Members of the Committee of the PAHO Award for Health Services Management and Leadership 2026 will meet for the second time in room 414. Just to remind you, the members of the committee are Canada, Peru, and Mexico. A light lunch will be served and interpretation will be provided for this meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all for this morning's deliberations. Wishing you a very good break, and we'll see you back at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Teníamos que andar a pies y en lancha por más de 6, 8 horas hasta días para llevar medicamentos y pruebas de diagnóstico para las enfermedades.
Los caminos se borran cada vez más cuando llueve porque los ríos crecen y simplemente el acceso a la salud no existía porque estábamos muy lejos.
Creemos que la geografía no debe determinar quién vive y quién muere. Por eso, en un esfuerzo conjunto entre la OPS, el Ministerio de Salud y el Ministerio de Seguridad Pública de Panamá y la Fundación Barça, desarrollamos un proyecto pionero en Panamá y también en la región de las Américas. Habilitamos nuevas normativas en el país e instalamos infraestructuras de comunicación, acceso a Internet, para permitir el monitoreo del tráfico aéreo en zonas donde no había cobertura, fortaleciendo la seguridad operacional de un ecosistema logístico que hoy utiliza drones de carga de larga distancia. Al transportar medicamentos, muestras biológicas y insumos médicos, transformamos los trayectos de horas e incluso días en 30 o 40 minutos.
Ya sabemos que ya no estamos olvidados detrás de las montañas, porque ya la medicina puede llegar más rápido y eso significa que nuestros niños y adultos mayores pueden tener una mejor oportunidad.
La innovación es un puente hacia la salud universal. Lo que estamos haciendo aquí en la comarca Nové Buglé es algo que es escalable y es replicable. Y es algo que justamente podemos hacer en cualquier otro lugar del mundo.
Detrás de cada vida protegida hay una historia de cuidado y buenas decisiones tomadas a tiempo. En las Américas, décadas de esfuerzo y colaboración han protegido la salud de generaciones enteras. Gracias a las vacunas, logramos lo que parecía imposible: eliminar la polio, prevenir más de 6 millones de muertes por sarampión en los últimos 20 años y salvar innumerables vidas.
El sarampión es una enfermedad causada por un virus.
Sin embargo, hoy enfrentamos desafíos que creíamos superados.
La Organización Panamericana
Panamericana de la Salud emitió una nueva alerta epidemiológica.
El sarampión ha regresado.
Vas a sentir frío, ¿ya? Listo.
Cuando las coberturas bajan, las enfermedades prevenibles por vacunación vuelven. Las vacunas son una de las intervenciones más costoefectivas para proteger nuestra salud y la de nuestras familias. En 2026 celebremos la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas,
A que se vacunen,
reconocida como bien público regional que renueva nuestro compromiso, fortalecer la inmunización y evitar retrocesos que afectan el desarrollo de nuestros países. A los profesionales de la salud, gracias por dejar todo para cuidar de nuestras vidas. La historia ya nos mostró que juntos podemos. Tu decisión marca la diferencia. Inmunización para todos.
Pues yo había tiempos que sí salía, sí, a las veredas, hacia el pueblo. Pero ya cuando caí con la crisis bastante grave, ya no, ya me daba era por encerrarme así en la casa, no salía.
Today, more than 160 million people in the Americas are living with a mental health condition. Yet too many of these conditions go unaddressed, causing serious health, social, and economic consequences for individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. Traditionally, mental health was seen as the responsibility of the health sector alone, but this approach falls short, leaving most people without quality care. The Pan American Health Organization has been leading efforts to catapult mental health from an often neglected health issue to a central item on national and regional political agendas.
When the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020, PAHO quickly recognized the growing mental health crisis in countries across the Americas. So in 2022, we established the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, which was the region's first expert group of its kind, tasked with guiding the organization and its member states on improving mental health policies and services during this period and beyond. The Commission created a concrete framework for countries to transform their mental health systems by integrating mental health into all policies.
The report also inspired the development of the Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the region of the Americas, which was approved by PAHO member states at the 60th Directing Council in 2023. However, to achieve this goal, the conversation needed to reach beyond ministries of health, to engage high-level political leaders in the region. In close collaboration with PAHO, the Organization of American States began incorporating mental health into its mandate, starting with the adoption of the resolution named Promotion and Protection of Human Rights at the 54th OAS General Assembly, which notably included a section dedicated to human rights and mental health. The following year, the 55th OAS General Assembly marked a historic moment for mental health, featuring a high-level side event and the adoption of the resolution addressing the critical mental health crisis in the Americas. This resolution urges member states to increase public and private investment in community-based mental health care, prevention, and recovery. It also established Inter-American Mental Health Week, first celebrated the week of October 6th, 2025.
What we achieved in 2025 was not accidental. It reflected a deliberate organizational effort to bring health into the highest levels of political commitment and decision-making. As one PAHO, we advanced the regional mental health agenda by building strategic alliances and ensuring its visibility at the OAS and the UN General Assembly.
Looking ahead, PAHO is supporting the OAS and its member states in implementing the resolution, including forming an Inter-American Working Group. But we cannot stop here. There is no health without mental health, and no mental health without sustained political and diplomatic support. Our next step is to build on this momentum, continuing and accelerating collective efforts for mental health across the region. The Americas have shown what's possible when we unite. Now is the moment to go further together.
Ser enlace es ser una alianza entre el Estado y la comunidad. Entonces eso implica de que nosotros como enlace seamos un puente, ¿no? Un canal para que los servicios lleguen con efectividad a nuestra comunidad.
La salud intercultural es una atención centrada en la persona, pero basada en su cultura, sus costumbres, sus tradiciones, de tal manera que el proceso de abordaje de salud-enfermedad no implique una resistencia o un rechazo.
Mi nombre es Elías Noico Sánchez, soy enlace del pueblo Cacataibo, soy de la comunidad nativa Puerto Azul de la etnia Cacataibo.
Mi nombre es Lidia Reina Avanari, yo soy de la comunidad Buen Perú, Río Galvez. Yo soy etnia Matzés. Y nosotros hacemos comunicación, hacemos reunión, que personal de salud está viniendo para atender de obstetricia, enfermera, odontólogo.
Los enlaces indígenas tienen una fortaleza que dominan la lengua indígena originaria, que tienen el conocimiento del territorio y que han validado su representación con las organizaciones indígenas de la zona. Esto nos permite llegar con un equipo de salud acompañado del enlace indígena, con un mensaje asertivo, que se habla en la lengua originaria, que nos permite explicarle detalladamente a la población qué intervenciones vamos a desarrollar.
Las brigadas están conformadas por el médico, por la obstetra, por un enfermero licenciado o licenciada en este caso. También está conformado por un nutricionista, psicología, odontología, farmacia. Las actividades realizan lo que es medicina integral por el médico. También pasan por lo que es planificación, control de materno, control de cáncer de cuello uterino, de mamas, ¿no? Inmunización de vacunas.
Una rayita negativo, ya usted no tiene VIH, ya está sano.
Yo me siento fortalecido y me siento privilegiado, ¿no? Porque estoy llegando en lugares muy lejanos donde están mis hermanos, para que el primer servicio de salud llegue en primera instancia a mi comunidad. Ese es mi orgullo y mi privilegio de sentirme que soy parte del enlace.
La aplicación de los diálogos interculturales ha ido demandándose cada vez más. Países como Perú presentan avances muy significativos, donde vemos de forma muy visible cómo cuando se implementan esos diálogos interculturales se mejora el acceso de la población a los servicios de salud, y tienen iniciativas muy interesantes. Por ejemplo, el tema de los enlaces indígenas es una figura que viene trabajando, es un conector entre la medicina ancestral, entre la comunidad y la medicina occidental, que a su vez se capacita de técnicas que vienen de la medicina occidental, donde OPS está dando un fuerte acompañamiento, pero a la vez son personas de confianza para las comunidades porque pertenecen a ellas, y ahí se refleja de manera significativa su propia identidad, ¿no? Lo cual tiene implicaciones muy palpables para abordar el tema de salud y bienestar.
Es una herramienta muy valiosa para todas las intervenciones que nosotros desarrollamos en el Ministerio de Salud. Desde las intervenciones que hacemos con brigadas itinerantes, visitando comunidades alejadas, desde las intervenciones que hacemos con las estrategias para el tratamiento o el abordaje de la tuberculosis, para el abordaje del VIH, para el abordaje de enfermedades metaxénicas como el dengue, la malaria.
el panorama de lo que era antes ahora se ha cambiado bastante porque hay mayor confianza, mayor atención, mayor respaldo a los servicios de salud. Mi presencia como enlace en mi comunidad genera un cambio positivo en ver la salud como primordial para poder subsistir como ser humano, ¿no?
En Haïti, la crise sécuritaire et humanitaire dure depuis plusieurs années. Face à une situation sans précédent, des dizaines de milliers de familles ont été contraintes de fuir leur quartier. Fortement touchées par l'insécurité, elles trouvent refuge dans des sites de déplacement improvisés ou au sein de communautés qui les accueillent dans des zones plus sûres. Aujourd'hui, les départements de l'Ouest, du Centre et de l'Artibonite accueillent la majorité des 1,4 million de personnes déplacées internes du pays. Parmi elles, de nombreux enfants et femmes enceintes, dont l'accès aux services sociaux et de santé de base, y compris la vaccination, est fortement limité. Pour protéger ces populations contre les maladies évitables par la vaccination, la direction du programme élargi de vaccination du ministère de la Santé publique et de la Population a mené une campagne de vaccination ciblée, avec l'appui de l'OPS, OMS et de Gavi.
Celui nous tout à fait voulu venir dans ce point-là, c'est pas bien ma vie vivre avec ce moment. Pour santé là, on a un centre pour toilette câble. Bah mon grille fièvre et puis on a dormi plus souple, il y a des parfois de l'eau sale sans toi. Santé a pas tellement ok. Après depuis mon yo venu faire annonce là, yo venu passer annonce là et puis une fois c'est mon amal. Donc, si on fait un paquet, changement dans la vie, on les porte pour le paquet. Fièvre, le paquet diarrhée pour s'y demander, pour pas prendre tétanos et puis bon pour santé.
Pendant une semaine, 736 équipes mobiles ont sillonné les communautés hautes et les sites de déplacés des 3 départements ciblés pour vacciner les enfants de 0 à 5 ans et les femmes enceintes contre des maladies telles que la rougeole, la diphtérie, la poliomyélite et le tétanos. Grâce à une forte mobilisation communautaire, cette campagne a permis de vacciner 4 879 enfants 0 dose, 4 207 enfants sous-vaccinés, 11 163 enfants contre la rougeole, 3 845 contre la poliomyélite, 6 836 contre la diphtérie et 2 627 femmes enceintes contre le tétanos. En parallèle, les équipes ont mené une recherche active au niveau communautaire afin d'identifier d'éventuels cas suspects de paralysie flasque aiguë, de rougeole ou d'autres maladies évitables par la vaccination. Chaque visite à domicile a également permis de sensibiliser les familles et de collecter des données essentielles pour renforcer la surveillance épidémiologique. Cette campagne a permis de renforcer la protection des populations déplacées internes, les plus exposées aux risques épidémiques, et contribuer à améliorer la détection précoce des maladies évitables par la vaccination.
Durante más de un siglo, la esquistosomiasis, también conocida como bilarcia, afectó a comunidades rurales de Puerto Rico. Hoy, gracias a décadas de investigación científica, vigilancia sostenida y colaboración internacional, la isla está cerca de alcanzar un hito histórico, demostrar la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esquistosomiasis ha sido una enfermedad endémica, o fue, por muchos años. El primer reporte es de 1903 y los números de casos ha ido bajando paulatinamente, hasta el punto que el último caso reportado fue en el 2005.
Y acá estamos más una vez en Puerto Rico haciendo este trabajo, esta encuesta malacológica. Es muy importante, es una etapa para la certificación de la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esa coordinación entre la OPS, el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico, Recursos Naturales y la Universidad de Nuevo México es la base del esfuerzo actual.
And I have a long-standing interest in doing research on neglected tropical diseases, and in particular schistosomiasis, which is, beside malaria, probably the most significant NTD in the world on a global scale. What we want to do is try to determine if in fact now transmission is impossible on the island because of the lack of the vector snail Phaeophilaria glabrata.
Yo creo que es importante definir qué enfermedades están circulando y cuáles no están circulando en un lugar, en este caso Puerto Rico, para definir las estrategias de salud pública dirigidas a la erradicación de las enfermedades que tengamos circulando y eliminar de la lista las enfermedades que ya no tengamos circulando por el trabajo que se ha hecho en el camino.
So we are currently engaged in a survey operation to visit as many freshwater habitats in the island that we can, including several that were known to be locations where this vector snail occurred.
We go into the field, we sample different habitat, but we would take the snails and we would look at them to determine if they are infected with those parasites.
Esta experiencia ha sido fabulosa, nunca había hecho trabajo de campo, así que con la ayuda de los investigadores hemos recibido una capacitación de cómo hacer el trabajo, de cómo podemos identificar caracoles.
El proyecto no solo investiga, forma nuevos expertos puertorriqueños capaces de continuar el monitoreo.
Pues mira, una excelente experiencia. Yo y mi equipo hemos aprendido bastante de los doctores, nos han explicado acerca de los tipos de caracoles, las enfermedades que transmiten estos caracoles, y nos muestra la importancia que estar pendiente todo el tiempo a verificar si la población vuelve para estar preparado. Nos ayuda a estar preparado aquí en Puerto Rico porque hace años que no se combate.
El expertise en las islas ya no existe. Y entonces nuestro trabajo es poner en contacto los expertos con las autoridades de salud.
Este esfuerzo busca cerrar un capítulo que comenzó hace más de 100 años.
Y entonces creo que ha sido un gran logro para evidenciar realmente si ha sido eliminada o no ha sido eliminada. Por eso considero que es un gran paso de salud pública en esta era.
We are optimistic that we will achieve a final interesting, good result with respect to the declaration of elimination of transmission. It's exciting to be here. It's an exciting thing to be proud of being able to do this. I want to tell my grandkids about it.
Ciencia, historia y colaboración internacional se unen en un mismo propósito: proteger la salud del pueblo puertorriqueño y demostrar la eliminación de la esquistosomiasis. Un logro que marcará a las generaciones futuras.
Estar en un entorno penitenciario aumenta hasta 100 veces el riesgo de contraer tuberculosis. Por eso, el control de la tuberculosis en las prisiones tiene un impacto directo en la salud de toda la comunidad. Diagnosticar, tratar, curar la tuberculosis en estos espacios contribuye a reducir la enfermedad a nivel nacional. Para ello, se realiza una radiografía de tórax, cuya imagen es analizada con programas de inteligencia artificial que permiten identificar si hay lesiones compatibles o no con la enfermedad. A las personas que presentan lesiones se le toma una muestra de catarro que se procesa mediante biología molecular para confirmar el diagnóstico. A esta búsqueda activa se suma el tamizaje VIH, sífilis, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, y además se aplican los esquemas de vacunación para adultos recomendados por el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones.
Nuestro trabajo acá es desde la detección del paciente con tuberculosis hasta lograr el éxito. Actualmente tenemos 86 pacientes en tratamiento, de los cuales en el año se lograron realizar 1.100 pruebas aproximadamente.
Entonces las muestras, generalmente el proceso nominal tarda 120 minutos. Entonces una vez que el equipo da el resultado, eso se carga en el sistema experto de tuberculosis.
Una de las enfermedades más frecuentes con esta encierro es la tuberculosis. Entonces esa articulación hace que podamos llegar más oportunamente a los casos, a los enfermos que reciban el tratamiento, el seguimiento, ¿verdad? Un enfoque biopsicosocial y de derechos humanos.
En las Américas, 1 de cada 3 niños y adolescentes vive con sobrepeso u obesidad, y 4 de cada 5 niños es físicamente inactivo. Los entornos poco saludables y la falta de actividad física afectan la salud, el bienestar y el aprendizaje de la niñez, así como el desarrollo socioeconómico de los países.
La educación y la salud deben de trabajar de forma integrada para transformar realidades. Ante esta realidad, con el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Educación y de Salud de las Américas, la OEA y la OPS lanzaron el Programa Hemisférico sobre Políticas de Alimentación Saludable y Actividad Física en Entornos Escolares.
Las escuelas son espacios clave para promover estilos de vida saludables desde la infancia. Este programa facilita el intercambio de herramientas, experiencias y aprendizajes entre los sectores de educación, salud y deporte de los países.
En 2023, programas de 3 países fueron seleccionados entre 11 postulaciones para recibir asistencia técnica focalizada. En Bahamas se está trabajando para que los estudiantes puedan acceder a productos saludables en sus escuelas y sus alrededores. En Belice se han instalado bebederos en las escuelas para promover el consumo de agua acompañado de campañas dirigidas a los estudiantes. En Colombia están fomentando la actividad física con programas inclusivos y recreativos dentro y fuera del aula.
Cuando los estudiantes se alimentan de manera saludable, se mueven más, mejora su atención y su participación en clase.
Me gusta que todos participemos y ninguno quede afuera.
Estamos generando evidencia y recomendaciones aplicables a nivel regional.
Los entornos escolares saludables son un derecho y una realidad alcanzable, por lo que apoyamos el fortalecimiento de políticas públicas que beneficien a todos los estudiantes de las Américas.
Programa Hemisférico de la OEA y la OPS, una primera línea de acción en la lucha contra las enfermedades no transmisibles en las Américas.
Standards are not sufficient. We have to enforce them. We have to be sure that we are actually using the standards. The Pan American Health Organization employed a system of check consultants for the confirmation that we were using adequate standards.
Soon after the official launch of a major project in the Caribbean that looked at retrofitting over 50 health facilities, we felt that it was an important initiative, important enough for us to look at its adaptation in many other sectors in the British Virgin Islands. We focused on retrofitting and improving the facilities at our referral hospital, and a number of SMART initiatives were applied, and that hospital became one of the first outfitted and officially designated SMART hospitals in the Caribbean.
Maintenance is synonymous with sustainability. We cannot have anything sustain any structure, any hospital to operate over time without proper and effective maintenance, both preventive maintenance as well as breakdown maintenance. Effective and proper maintenance is essential for a hospital to function before any event, during and after.
And I mean, this is frontier work that the Caribbean is leading. The region started with a hospital safety index, made this index more relevant to the future that we face. And now we know it's been picked up by WHO globally, it's being used in other parts of the world. And this is what I'm most excited about.
In public health centers across Trinidad and Tobago, essential vaccines are provided to all adults and children free of charge under the Ministry of Health's expanded program on immunization. For the public, the process is straightforward and seamless. But behind the scenes, maintaining the safety of vaccines that require cold temperatures of between 2 and 8 degrees Celsius is an important part of the process that requires careful coordination.
The security would have to notify their manager, and their manager would notify the area administrator, and they would get in contact with the nurse in charge of the institution so that the vaccines can be moved from the health center to the county medical office of health so that they can store it.
In 2022, Trinidad and Tobago's public health system experienced a technological breakthrough in vaccine storage when the Ministry of Health received the first of 62 solar-powered vaccine refrigerators from PAHO WHO.
What we do is support the countries to procure not only all the vaccines that actually are given here to the population, also procuring some supplies for the cold chain to provide the vaccination throughout the country, and also training the health personnel to be able to accomplish this.
It was an exciting time because we weren't sure what to expect when this solar-powered fridge arrived. So now we were able to keep our vaccines with or without power at the institution without having to move it.
For the past year, at least 3 occasions I've had power outages for 8 hours, but I didn't have to move a vaccine.
I had confidence in this fridge because I knew it was reliable and it uses renewable energy.
Every step along the way, vaccines remain safe and available for every child, every family, every time. PAHO WHO, powering health in Trinidad and Tobago.
Ya felizmente hemos avanzado con las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma en los 12 municipios seleccionados en El Salvador. Y esto ha sido posible gracias a ese compromiso que ha mostrado el Ministerio de Salud con sus equipos evaluadores, integrados por médicos, enfermeras y promotores. También agradecer a Canadá porque ha sido la fuente fundamental de financiamiento para este proyecto. El acompañamiento de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, dígase el equipo local en El Salvador como el equipo regional y también nuestros asesores de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Esto no hubiese sido posible si no se hubiese demostrado ese compromiso de la comunidad con sus problemas de salud, con sus niños, con sus adultos, con su familia en general, porque es imposible resolver un problema de salud sin la participación activa de la comunidad.
Este tipo de proyecto tiene varios impactos en estas comunidades de difícil acceso. Primero, tiene un impacto directamente en la comunidad. Por ejemplo, en el caso del proyecto de tracoma, podemos llegar a las poblaciones de una forma preventiva, especialmente en los niños. Se puede ver si podrían desarrollar la enfermedad en el futuro. Segundo, tiene un impacto netamente institucional. Este es un trabajo integrado en el cual se ve la rectoría y el liderazgo del Ministerio de Salud a través de sus diferentes entidades a nivel nacional, regional y local en las unidades primarias de salud. Esto queda como una experiencia y un impacto hacia futuro porque demuestra que el país está preparado para poder seguir el proceso de la eliminación de las enfermedades desatendidas, especialmente en las poblaciones de más difícil acceso.
nosotros hemos podido integrar, hemos podido compartir nuestros conocimientos, apoyarnos los unos a los otros y asimismo pues poder llegar a la familia, llegar a las viviendas y que ellos puedan ver también en nosotros ese espíritu de empatía, ¿verdad? Que ellos vean que vamos por la prevención de la salud de ellos.
Ha sido una experiencia muy bonita, primeramente porque hemos conocido muchos lugares del país y pues también acercándonos a comunidades, dando atenciones no solamente con lo del proyecto de tracoma, sino también actividades preventivas como vacunación, controles, actividades antivectoriales.
A la edad que tengo nunca me había hecho un examen hasta hoy y me parece importante pues porque yo salgo de duda que yo pueda tener algo en mi vista, igual que mis niñas, que no vayan a tener algo que me preocupe a mí.
Muchas familias no tienen la oportunidad de ir donde nos dan esas consultas. Tal vez algunos sí tienen la oportunidad de ir así una vez al año, pero muchas familias no tienen esa oportunidad, más en estas zonas rurales acá. Y es muy bueno que vengan diferentes programas así porque con tantas enfermedades es bueno que nos vayamos chequeando desde pequeñitos y periódicamente.
A estas comunidades de difícil acceso, no cualquier organización se acerca, ¿verdad? Entonces les agradecemos muchísimo en nombre de todo el cantón del Siriguá.
Descobri, deu aquele desespero, porque assim, meu sonho sempre foi ser mãe. E eu falei, pronto, acabou, meu chão abriu e eu não vou ter mais condição de ser mãe. E depois, com as informações vindo ao SAI, eu vi que não era assim, que na hora do desespero, na hora que você pega aquele exame e dá positivo, eu falo assim, acabou meu mundo. Mas realmente não acabou, só a história agora vai começar de verdade.
O caminho para eliminar a transmissão vertical do HIV no Brasil foi construído por pessoas, por profissionais, gestantes, gestores, pesquisadores, comunidades e famílias que acreditam que cada vida merece nascer com todas as possibilidades pela frente.
Toda gestante, quando ela chega na consulta de pré-natal, ela passa pela consulta e durante a consulta é realizado o teste rápido. Teste rápido realizado contra HIV, sífilis, hepatite B e hepatite C. E aí, durante a realização, se vier positivo para sífilis, por exemplo, a gente já começa a tratar, faz a notificação. HIV, a gente tem um segundo teste para confirmação diagnóstica e encaminhado para o tratamento no centro de referência.
Primeiro que o diagnóstico é feito muitas vezes na atenção básica, né, que é onde começa o pré-natal dessa mãe, e aí com o diagnóstico a paciente é encaminhada para o SAI, onde nós fazemos o atendimento e o acompanhamento dessa paciente e já iniciamos o tratamento durante a gestação.
Eu vim aqui, fiz exame de sangue, deu positivo, marquei o infecto, no outro dia eu consegui, o dia mesmo, eu marquei no dia, no outro dia eu vim, já me deu esse remédio, ele conversou comigo, me explicou como é que eu tenho que tomar, tudo certinho. Eu vim, peguei remédio aqui na farmácia, tomei, tudo certinho, depois deu indetectável. Quando eu fiz o segundo exame de sangue, já deu detectável.
Com uma vigilância ativa no país, cada teste positivo abre um fluxo articulado entre serviços, garantindo que nenhum cuidado se perca no caminho.
O fluxo de notificação dos agravos de notificação compulsória, HIV, sífilis e demais agravos no município de Cacoal, ele começa lá na unidade de saúde, seja ela pública, particular, clínica e até laboratório. Então, com essa notificação de algum caso suspeito, até confirmado de laboratório, nos ajuda muito a buscar o caso suspeito.
Todo o meu acompanhamento, né, meu pré-natal, eu posso dizer que foi assim excelente, porque foi feito um acompanhamento bem detalhado, fui muito bem orientada, foi feito os testes em mim, meu esposo.
A experiência brasileira se baseia na integração, equipes da atenção básica, maternidades, vigilância e serviços especializados, trabalhando de forma contínua e coordenada antes, durante e depois do parto.
O trabalho em rede é muito importante e uma rede fundamental é a rede de atenção à saúde indígena. Trabalhamos com os DICEI, são os distritos sanitários indígenas, nós estamos junto com eles em capacitações, nós estamos em assessoramento, respeitando toda a sua cultura, todos os seus costumes, levando para essa população tudo que é disponível em todo o nosso território, preservativos, testes rápidos, medicamentos.
Eliminar a transmissão vertical também significa proteger direitos, combater o estigma e garantir que todas as famílias tenham acesso à informação, ao cuidado e à dignidade. Os esforços são reforçados para todos os territórios, áreas urbanas, rurais, ribeirinhas e aldeias indígenas.
Cada um no seu âmbito de atuação decide que vai se engajar para eliminar a transmissão vertical. E esse é um processo construído em muitas mãos. A gente precisa de todos. Então, quando a gente vê que um trabalho de um somado ao outro e vai agregando e ao longo dos anos vai aperfeiçoando e qualificando, e hoje a gente pode falar de um Brasil livre da transmissão vertical de HIV, isso mostra que vale muito a pena esse engajamento, que tem resultado e que se a gente conseguiu para HIV, a gente haverá de conseguir para sífilis, para a doença de Chagas, para HTLV.
E a grande satisfação de quando chegar aos 18 meses você dizer: esse bebê só é um bebê exposto, não houve transmissão vertical, o bebê não está infectado.
O que você espera, assim, do futuro da sua filha?
Espero que seja, cresça com saúde, né? Eu espero que esses 2 anos que eu já estou tratando seja o início a melhor parte da minha vida.
El proyecto Extensión del acceso y cobertura en salud materno-infantil a zonas rurales dispersas, comunidades indígenas y territorios fronterizos del Chaco paraguayo fue concebido con un propósito profundamente humano: acercar servicios esenciales de salud a quienes enfrentan las mayores barreras para ejercer su derecho a la salud.
Tem ganz Blauschen. Fred se va nicht. Tem ist statt noch ver. Die Tramte no stand. Tem da wird. انت حاجة بينهم مش قيسا كان أخي بيتشيشتا قامش تخي فاميليا تشليم
Gracias al proyecto se están acercando más mujeres para tener parto en la USF por la confianza que le tiene al personal de salud, a la USF, a la doctora, al obstetra, y por eso quieren tener parto en la USF.
El proyecto llegó a más de 68.000 personas en el Chaco paraguayo, fortaleciendo 4 microredes de salud, beneficiando a 93 comunidades indígenas y 3 ejes fronterizos. a través de equipos humanos con mejora en sus competencias, equipos básicos para la atención, una ambulancia fluvial y salas de parto mejor equipadas, la salud materna e infantil se volvió más cercana, más humana y más segura.
Antes de la llegada de la ambulancia, enfrentábamos desafíos bastante grandes para brindar atención especializada y oportuna, especialmente a pacientes que presentaban emergencias o urgencias. Ver a una madre llegar a un centro de mayor complejidad en donde va a ser atendida con las necesidades que a ella le hace falta o a un recién nacido es para nosotros un compromiso y un orgullo a la vez, porque estamos cerrando brechas de acceso a la salud que pueden salvar vidas en el Chaco.
El proyecto Extensión del acceso y cobertura en salud materno-infantil a zonas rurales dispersas, comunidades indígenas y territorios fronterizos del Chaco paraguayo ha sido posible gracias al compromiso del Ministerio de Salud Pública y Bienestar Social, con el apoyo técnico de la OPS-OMS y el financiamiento del Fondo India-ONU. En cada parto seguro, en cada niño que crece sano, en cada comunidad fortalecida, la salud se transforma en vida. Chaco paraguayo, un territorio donde la esperanza también se moviliza.
La selva no siempre habla en voz alta. A veces sus mensajes llegan en susurros, el crujir de una rama o el silencio repentino de los pájaros. Es un territorio vivo, lleno de belleza y de advertencias. Quien sabe mirar y escuchar, descubre que entre el verde intenso, la humedad y el cuerpo inmóvil de un animal que ya no canta, hay historias por descubrir y muchas vidas por salvar. En lo profundo del Putumayo, 3 monos fueron hallados muertos al mismo tiempo. Para muchos, aquello habría sido solo una coincidencia trágica. Sin embargo, para Wilder Pérez de la Secretaría de Salud Departamental fue una clara señal de alarma. Gracias a un taller realizado en el Tolima, organizado por la OPS, Wilder sabía exactamente qué hacer. Aplicó lo aprendido, tomó muestras adecuadas y notificó de inmediato a las autoridades competentes. El diagnóstico no tardó en llegar: fiebre amarilla. Sin esa acción oportuna, los animales probablemente habrían sido enterrados sin análisis y con ellos se habría perdido una valiosa oportunidad de prevenir un brote. Pero esta vez fue diferente. La detección temprana permitió activar de inmediato una serie de medidas. Se vacunó al personal ambiental, se realizaron estudios entomológicos y se puso en marcha un plan para el manejo del área afectada. Lo que comenzó con la muerte de 3 monos se transformó en una historia de prevención y acción efectiva, porque la formación adecuada no solo salva vidas, en este caso también pudo haber salvado a toda una comunidad.
Mata doktorong hakte, doktorong hakargas, wambag salud ni masita gara magas ni kan, wambag tu mago sarama, dakap sarama.
Nosotros recibimos la llamada en la madrugada que nos llaman de la comunidad de Cusuchapi.
¿Desde qué hora no sale la placenta?
Diciendo que la paciente da parto en su domicilio. Inmediatamente ponemos la alerta roja porque justamente era un parto, una retención de placenta, una clave roja, en el cual el personal de salud de acá del Centro de Salud IMASA acude al llamado de la emergencia.
Ya mina señora anko empia dikas bo sawan pasamono dutikas mono paches mo pohamono achikue di paches bo achikue a las 3:30 chikanan kamas li pohamono ucing mamtikure mina señora hon dutika kimo anunan asekun ampuin anu kowe nunik mate wi puyer hukure salud IMASA.
Ucing mamen cuk dikapa cuai wika cing pungkeng kamu normal ucing makwa yang tu ti kamu nuna ucing makwa yang ning tu ucing mamen cuk dikapa cuai yang cing normal kamu ucing makwa.
El paciente se encuentra en un mal estado, con un diagnóstico de un shock hipovolémico porque fue de un parto domiciliario, una retención de placenta, ¿no? De más o menos unas 3 horas, el cual se traslada y se diagnostica un shock hipovolémico grado 3 y el procedimiento se realiza en el centro de salud, se estabiliza con el traje anti-shock y luego es trasladado. No se le pudo hacer la extracción de la placenta manual en el establecimiento, el cual estaba de mayor riesgo y entonces trasladada al hospital.
Kamu nuna aha puto yang matihin kiri pusan kana hati poti aha shindan digman imbo hunga umikbono wakan bawa pawaka tusan tibon kamu nui leong si bawa iwak mahamu takrikan nui dikowe.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud organiza capacitaciones constantes para emergencias obstétricas y el personal de salud está activo para que pueda aprender cómo manejar esas situaciones. Estas capacitaciones son muy importantes para reducir la mortalidad materna, para reducir esas emergencias que constantemente pueden presentarse y poder llegar a más comunidades y atenderlas de la mejor manera.
El proyecto, que es Mejorando la Salud de Adolescentes y Mujeres que viven en situaciones de vulnerabilidad, ha aportado de manera, digamos, sustancial, tanto en el personal de salud como también en el personal comunitario. Porque en el caso del esposo de Aida, logró identificar oportunamente esos factores de riesgo que podían contribuir a que esta mujer hubiera fallecido. Sin embargo, al tener la oportunidad de haber sido capacitado en el marco de este proyecto, ha permitido que pueda haber sido salvada. Porque se han incorporado todas las tecnologías sanitarias, dentro de ellos, por ejemplo, el caso de esta emergencia, que fue una hemorragia, se utilizó el traje TAN, que es una tecnología de bajo costo que ha demostrado que tiene gran impacto en la reducción de las muertes maternas por hemorragia.
Kamu fecha mamik tuham te control nang ay kinayang. Fecha mamik tuham te control ay kang no fecha ti tahat ta metod mate control ay kan wakitu. Tutika puamon kamu bi uching makuwicho.
Desde la Organización Panamericana de la Salud nos comprometemos en seguir colaborando de manera articulada con el gobierno local, en este particular con Ucayali y Amazonas, para poder alcanzar un acceso de calidad en servicios maternos prenatales y no dejar a nadie atrás.
Teníamos que andar a pies y en lancha por más de 6, 8 horas hasta días para llevar medicamentos y pruebas de diagnóstico para las enfermedades.
Los caminos se borran cada vez más cuando llueve porque los ríos crecen y simplemente el acceso a la salud no existía porque estábamos muy lejos.
Creemos que la geografía no debe determinar quién vive y quién muere. Por eso, en un esfuerzo conjunto entre la OPS, el Ministerio de Salud y el Ministerio de Seguridad Pública de Panamá y la Fundación Barça, desarrollamos un proyecto pionero en Panamá y también en la región de las Américas. Habilitamos nuevas normativas en el país e instalamos infraestructuras de comunicación acceso a Internet, para permitir el monitoreo del tráfico aéreo en zonas donde no había cobertura, fortaleciendo la seguridad operacional de un ecosistema logístico que hoy utiliza drones de carga de larga distancia. Al transportar medicamentos, muestras biológicas y insumos médicos, transformamos los trayectos de horas e incluso días en 30 o 40 minutos.
Ya sabemos que ya no estamos olvidados detrás de las montañas, porque ya la medicina puede llegar más rápido y eso significa que nuestros niños y adultos mayores pueden tener una mejor oportunidad.
La innovación es un puente hacia la salud universal. Lo que estamos haciendo aquí en la comarca Nové Buglé es algo que es escalable y es replicable, y es algo que justamente podemos hacer en cualquier otro lugar del mundo.
Detrás de cada vida protegida hay una historia de cuidado y buenas decisiones tomadas a tiempo. En las Américas, décadas de esfuerzo y colaboración han protegido la salud de generaciones enteras. Gracias a las vacunas, logramos lo que parecía imposible: eliminar la polio, prevenir más de 6 millones de muertes por sarampión en los últimos 20 años y salvar innumerables vidas.
El sarampión es una enfermedad causada por un virus.
Sin embargo, hoy enfrentamos desafíos que creíamos superados.
La Organización Panamericana de la Salud emitió una nueva alerta epidemiológica.
El sarampión ha regresado.
Vas a sentir frío, ¿ya? Listo.
Cuando las coberturas bajan, las enfermedades prevenibles por vacunación vuelven. Las vacunas son una de las intervenciones más costoefectivas para proteger nuestra salud y la de nuestras familias. En 2026 celebremos la Semana de Vacunación en las Américas,
A que se vacunen.
reconocida como bien público regional que renueva nuestro compromiso, fortalecer la inmunización y evitar retrocesos que afectan el desarrollo de nuestros países. A los profesionales de la salud, gracias por dejar todo para cuidar de nuestras vidas. La historia ya nos mostró que juntos podemos. Tu decisión marca la diferencia. Inmunización para todos.
Pues yo había tiempos que sí salía, sí, a las veredas, hacia el pueblo. Pero ya cuando caí con la crisis bastante grave, ya me daba era por encerrarme así en la casa, no salía.
Today, more than 160 million people in the Americas are living with a mental health condition. For individuals, families, communities, and society as a whole. Traditionally, mental health was seen as the responsibility of the health sector alone, but this approach falls short, leaving most people without quality care. The Pan American Health Organization has been leading efforts to catapult mental health from an often neglected health issue to a central item on national and regional political agendas.
When the COVID-19 pandemic struck in 2020, PAHO quickly recognized the growing mental health crisis in countries across the Americas. So in 2022, we established the High-Level Commission on Mental Health and COVID-19, which was the region's first expert group of its kind, tasked with guiding the organization and its member states on improving mental health policies and services during this period and beyond. The Commission created a concrete framework for countries to transform their mental health systems by integrating mental health into all policies.
The report also inspired the development of the Strategy for Improving Mental Health and Suicide Prevention in the region of the Americas, which was approved by PAHO member states at the 60th Directing Council in 2023. However, to achieve this goal, the conversation needed to reach beyond ministries of health, to engage high-level political leaders in the region. In close collaboration with PAHO, the Organization of American States began incorporating mental health into its mandate, starting with the adoption of the resolution named Promotion and Protection of Human Rights at the 54th OAS General Assembly, which notably included a section dedicated to human rights and mental health. The following year, The 55th OAS General Assembly marked a historic moment for mental health, featuring a high-level side event and the adoption of the resolution addressing the critical mental health crisis in the Americas. This resolution urges member states to increase public and private investment in community-based mental health care, prevention, and recovery. It also established Inter-American Mental Health Week, first celebrated the week of October 6th, 2025.
What we achieved in 2025 was not accidental. It reflected a deliberate organizational effort to bring health into the highest levels of political commitment and decision-making. As one PAHO, we advanced the regional mental health agenda by building strategic alliances and ensuring its visibility at the OAS and the UN General Assembly.
Looking ahead, PAHO is supporting the OAS and its member states in implementing the resolution, including forming an Inter-American Working Group. But we cannot stop here. There is no health without mental health, and no mental health without sustained political and diplomatic support. Our next step is to build on this momentum, continuing and accelerating collective efforts for mental health across the region. The Americas have shown what's possible when we unite. Now is the moment to go further together.
Ser enlace es ser una alianza entre el Estado y la comunidad. Entonces eso implica de que nosotros como enlace seamos un puente, ¿no? Un canal para que los servicios lleguen con efectividad a nuestra comunidad.
La salud intercultural es una atención centrada en la persona, pero basada en su cultura, sus costumbres, sus tradiciones, de tal manera que el proceso de abordaje de salud-enfermedad no implique una resistencia o un rechazo.
Mi nombre es Elías Noico Sánchez, soy enlace del pueblo Cacataibo, soy de la comunidad nativa Puerto Azul de la etnia Cacataibo.
Mi nombre es Lidia Reina Abanari, yo soy de la comunidad Buen Perú, Río Galvez. Yo soy etnia Matzés. Y nosotros hacemos comunicación, hacemos reunión que personal de salud está viniendo para atender de obstetricia, enfermera, odontólogo.
Los enlaces indígenas tienen una fortaleza que dominan la lengua indígena originaria, que tienen el conocimiento del territorio y que han validado su representación con las organizaciones indígenas de la zona. Esto nos permite llegar con un equipo de salud acompañado del enlace indígena, con un mensaje asertivo, que se habla en la lengua originaria, que nos permite explicarle detalladamente a la población qué intervenciones vamos a desarrollar.
Las brigadas están conformadas por el médico, por la obstetra, por un enfermero licenciado o licenciada en este caso. También está conformada por un nutricionista, psicología, odontología, farmacia. Las actividades realizan lo que es medicina integral por el médico. También pasan por lo que es planificación, control de materno, control de cáncer de cuello uterino, de mamas, ¿no? Inmunización de vacunas.
Una rayita negativo, ya usted no tiene VIH, ya está sano.
Yo me siento fortalecido y me siento privilegiado, ¿no? Porque estoy llegando en lugares muy lejanos que están donde están mis hermanos para que el primer servicio de salud llegue en primera instancia a mi comunidad. Ese es mi orgullo y mi privilegio de sentirme que soy parte del enlace.
La
aplicación de los diálogos interculturales ha ido demandándose cada vez más. Países como Perú presentan avances muy significativos, donde vemos de forma muy visible cómo cuando se implementan esos diálogos interculturales se mejora el acceso de la población a los servicios de salud y tienen iniciativas muy interesantes. Por ejemplo, el tema de los enlaces indígenas es una figura que viene trabajando, es un conector entre la medicina ancestral, entre la comunidad y la medicina occidental, que a su vez se capacita de técnicas que vienen de la medicina occidental, donde OPS está dando un fuerte acompañamiento, pero a la vez son personas de confianza para las comunidades porque pertenecen a ellas y ahí se refleja de manera significativa su propia identidad, ¿no? Lo cual tiene implicaciones muy palpables para abordar el tema de salud y bienestar.
Es una herramienta muy valiosa para todas las intervenciones que nosotros desarrollamos en el Ministerio de Salud. Desde las intervenciones que hacemos con brigadas itinerantes, visitando comunidades alejadas, desde las intervenciones que hacemos con las estrategias para el tratamiento o el abordaje de la tuberculosis, para el abordaje del VIH, para el abordaje de enfermedades metaxénicas como el dengue, la malaria.
El panorama de lo que era antes ahora se ha cambiado bastante porque hay mayor confianza, mayor atención, mayor respaldo a los servicios de salud. Mi presencia como enlace en mi comunidad genera un cambio positivo en ver la salud como primordial para poder subsistir como ser humano, ¿no?
En Haïti, la crise sécuritaire et humanitaire dure depuis plusieurs années. Face à une situation sans précédent, des dizaines de milliers de familles ont été contraintes de fuir leur quartier. Fortement touchées par l'insécurité, elles trouvent refuge dans des sites de déplacement improvisés ou au sein de communautés qui les accueillent dans des zones plus sûres. Aujourd'hui, les départements de l'Ouest, du Centre et de l'Artibonite accueillent la majorité des 1,4 million de personnes déplacées internes du pays. Parmi elles, de nombreux enfants et femmes enceintes, dont l'accès aux services sociaux et de santé de base, y compris la vaccination, est fortement limité. Pour protéger ces populations contre les maladies évitables par la vaccination, la direction du programme élargi de vaccination du ministère de la Santé publique et de la population a mené une campagne de vaccination ciblée, avec l'appui de l'OPS, OMS et de Gavi.
C'est pas bien ma vie vivre avec ce moment. Pour santé là, on vient ensemble pour toilette cap. Bah mon grille fièvre et puis on a dormi plus souple, il y a des parfois de l'eau sale sans toi. Santé a pas tellement ok. Après depuis mon yo venu faire annonce là, yo venu passer annonce là et puis une fois on a mal d'aller. Donc ça fait un paquet. Changement dans la vie, on est porté pour le paquet. Fièvre, le paquet diarrhée pour s'y demander, ou pas pour tétanos et puis bon pour santé.
Pendant une semaine, 736 équipes mobiles ont sillonné les communautés hautes et les sites de déplacés des 3 départements ciblés pour vacciner les enfants de 0 à 5 ans et les femmes enceintes contre des maladies telles que la rougeole, la diphtérie, la poliomyélite et le tétanos. Grâce à une forte mobilisation communautaire, cette campagne a permis de vacciner 4 879 enfants 0 dose, 4 207 enfants sous-vaccinés, 11 163 enfants contre la rougeole, 3 845 contre la poliomyélite, 6 836 contre la diphtérie et 2 627 femmes enceintes contre le tétanos. En parallèle, les équipes ont mené une recherche active au niveau communautaire afin d'identifier d'éventuels cas suspects de paralysie flasque aiguë, de rougeole ou d'autres maladies évitables par la vaccination. Chaque visite à domicile a également permis de sensibiliser les familles et de collecter des données essentielles pour renforcer la surveillance épidémiologique. Cette campagne a permis de renforcer la protection des populations déplacées internes, les plus exposées aux risques épidémiques, et contribuer à améliorer la détection précoce des maladies évitables par la vaccination.
Durante más de un siglo, la esquistosomiasis, también conocida como bilarcia, afectó a comunidades rurales de Puerto Rico. Hoy, gracias a décadas de investigación científica, vigilancia sostenida y colaboración internacional, la isla está cerca de alcanzar un hito histórico: demostrar la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esquistosomiasis ha sido una enfermedad endémica, o fue, por muchos años. El primer reporte es de 1903 y los números de casos ha ido bajando paulatinamente hasta el punto que el último caso reportado fue en el 2005.
Y acá estamos más una vez en Puerto Rico haciendo este trabajo, esta encuesta malacológica. Es muy importante, es una etapa para la certificación de la eliminación de la transmisión de la esquistosomiasis.
Esa coordinación entre la OPS, el Departamento de Salud de Puerto Rico, Recursos Naturales y la Universidad de Nuevo México es la base del esfuerzo actual.
And I have a long-standing interest in doing research on neglected tropical diseases, and in particular schistosomiasis, which is beside malaria, probably the most significant NTD in the world on a global scale. What we want to do is try to determine if in fact now transmission is impossible on the island because of the lack of the vector snail Biamphilary glabrata.
Yo creo que es importante definir qué enfermedades están circulando y cuáles no están circulando en un lugar, en este caso Puerto Rico, para definir las estrategias de salud pública dirigidas a la erradicación de las enfermedades que tengamos circulando y eliminar de la lista las enfermedades que ya no tengamos circulando por el trabajo que se ha hecho en el camino.
So we are currently engaged in a survey operation to visit as many freshwater habitats in the island that we can, including several that were known to be locations where this vector snail occurred.
We go into the field, we sample different habitat, but we would take the snails and we would look at them to determine if they are infected with those parasites.
Esta experiencia ha sido fabulosa, nunca había hecho trabajo de campo, así que con la ayuda de los investigadores hemos recibido una capacitación de cómo hacer el trabajo, de cómo podemos identificar caracoles.
El proyecto no solo investiga, forma nuevos expertos puertorriqueños capaces de continuar el monitoreo.
Pues mira, una excelente experiencia. Yo y mi equipo hemos aprendido bastante de los doctores, nos han explicado acerca de los tipos de caracoles, las enfermedades que transmiten estos caracoles, y nos muestra la importancia que estar pendiente todo el tiempo a verificar si la población vuelve para estar preparado. Nos ayuda a estar preparado aquí en Puerto Rico porque hace años que no se combate.
El expertise en las islas ya no existe y entonces nuestro trabajo es poner en contacto los expertos con las autoridades de salud.
Este esfuerzo busca cerrar un capítulo que comenzó hace más de 100 años.
Y entonces creo que ha sido un gran logro para evidenciar realmente si ha sido eliminada o no ha sido eliminada. Por eso considero que es un gran paso de salud pública en esta era.
We are optimistic that we will achieve a final interesting, good result with respect to the declaration of elimination of transmission. It's exciting to be here. It's an exciting thing to be proud of being able to do this. I want to tell my grandkids about it.
Ciencia, historia y colaboración internacional se unen en un mismo propósito: proteger la salud del pueblo puertorriqueño y demostrar la eliminación de la esquistosomiasis. Un logro que marcará a las generaciones futuras.
Estar en un entorno penitenciario aumenta hasta 100 veces el riesgo de contraer tuberculosis. Por eso, el control de la tuberculosis en las prisiones tiene un impacto directo en la salud de toda la comunidad. Diagnosticar, tratar, curar la tuberculosis en estos espacios contribuye a reducir la enfermedad a nivel nacional. Para ello se realiza una radiografía de tórax, cuya imagen es analizada con programas de inteligencia artificial que permiten identificar si hay lesiones compatibles o no con la enfermedad. A las personas que presentan lesiones se le toma una muestra de catarro que se procesa mediante biología molecular para confirmar el diagnóstico. A esta búsqueda activa se suma el tamizaje VIH, sífilis, hepatitis B, hepatitis C y además se aplican los esquemas de vacunación para adultos recomendados por el programa ampliado de inmunizaciones.
Nuestro trabajo acá es desde la detección del paciente con tuberculosis hasta lograr el éxito. Actualmente tenemos 86 pacientes en tratamiento, de los cuales en el año se lograron realizar 1.100 pruebas aproximadamente.
Entonces las muestras, generalmente el proceso tarda 120 minutos. Entonces una vez que el equipo da el resultado, eso se carga en el sistema experto de tuberculosis.
Una de las enfermedades más frecuentes con esta encierro es la tuberculosis. Entonces, esa articulación hace que podamos llegar más oportunamente a los casos, a los enfermos que reciban el tratamiento, el seguimiento, ¿verdad? Un enfoque biopsicosocial y de derechos humanos.
En las Américas, 1 de cada 3 niños y adolescentes vive con sobrepeso u obesidad, y 4 de cada 5 niños es físicamente inactivo. Los entornos poco saludables y la falta de actividad física afectan la salud, el bienestar y el aprendizaje de la niñez, así como el desarrollo socioeconómico de los países.
La educación y la salud deben de trabajar de forma integrada para transformar realidades. Ante esta realidad, con el liderazgo de los Ministerios de Educación y de Salud de las Américas, la OEA y la OPS lanzaron el Programa Hemisférico sobre Políticas de Alimentación Saludable y Actividad Física en Entornos Escolares.
Las escuelas son espacios clave para promover estilos de vida saludables desde la infancia. Este programa facilita el intercambio de herramientas, experiencias y aprendizajes entre los sectores de educación, salud y deporte de los países.
En 2023, programas de 3 países fueron seleccionados entre 11 postulaciones para recibir asistencia técnica focalizada. En Bahamas se está trabajando para que los estudiantes puedan acceder a productos saludables en sus escuelas y sus alrededores. En Belice se han instalado bebederos en las escuelas para promover el consumo de agua acompañado de campañas dirigidas a los estudiantes. En Colombia están fomentando la actividad física con programas inclusivos y recreativos dentro y fuera del aula.
Cuando los estudiantes se alimentan de manera saludable, se mueven más, mejora su atención y su participación en clase.
Me gusta que todos participemos y ninguno quede afuera.
Estamos generando evidencia y recomendaciones aplicables a nivel regional.
Los entornos escolares saludables son un derecho y una realidad alcanzable, por lo que apoyamos el fortalecimiento de políticas públicas que beneficien a todos los estudiantes de las Américas.
Programa Hemisférico de la OEA y la OPS, una primera línea de acción en la lucha contra las enfermedades no transmisibles en las Américas.
Standards are not sufficient. We have to enforce them. We have to be sure that we are actually using the standards. The Pan American Health Organization employed a system of check consultants for the confirmation that we were using adequate standards.
Soon after the official launch of a major project in the Caribbean that looked at retrofitting over 50
health facilities. We felt that it was an important initiative, important enough for us to look at its adaptation in many other sectors in the British Virgin Islands. We focused on retrofitting and improving the facilities at our referral hospital, and a number of smart initiatives were applied, and that hospital became one of the first outfitted and officially designated smart hospitals in the Caribbean.
Maintenance is synonymous with sustainability. We cannot have anything sustain any structure, any hospital to operate over time without proper and effective maintenance, both preventive maintenance as well as breakdown maintenance. Effective and proper maintenance is essential for a hospital to function before any event, during and after.
And I mean, this is frontier work that the Caribbean is leading. The region started with a hospital safety index, made this index more relevant to the future that we face. And now we know it's been picked up by WHO globally, it's being used in other parts of the world. And this is what I'm most excited about.
In public health centers across Trinidad and Tobago, essential vaccines are provided to all adults and children free of charge under the Ministry of Health's expanded program on immunization. For the public, the process is straightforward and seamless. But behind the scenes, maintaining the safety of vaccines that require cold temperatures of between 2 and 8 degrees Celsius is an important part of the process that requires careful coordination.
The security would have to notify their manager, and their manager would notify the area administrator, and they would get in contact with the nurse in charge of the institution so that the vaccines can be moved from the health center to the county medical office of health so that they can store it.
In 2022, Trinidad and Tobago's public health system experienced a technological breakthrough in vaccine storage when the Ministry of Health received the first of 62 solar-powered vaccine refrigerators from PAHO WHO.
What we do is support the countries to procure not only all the vaccines that actually are given here to the population, also procuring some supplies for the cold chain to provide the vaccination throughout the country, and also training the health personnel to be able to accomplish this.
It was an exciting time because we weren't sure what to expect when this solar-powered fridge arrived. So now we were able to keep our vaccines with or without power at the institution without having to move it.
For the past year, at least 3 occasions I've had power outages for 8 hours, but I didn't have to move a vaccine.
I had confidence in this fridge because I know it was reliable and it uses renewable energy.
Every step along the way, vaccines remain safe and available for every child, every family, every time. PAHO WHO, powering health in Trinidad and Tobago.
Ya felizmente hemos avanzado con las evaluaciones rápidas de tracoma en los 12 municipios seleccionados en El Salvador. Y esto ha sido posible gracias a ese compromiso que ha mostrado el Ministerio de Salud con sus equipos evaluadores, integrados por médicos, enfermeras y promotores. También agradecer a Canadá porque ha sido la fuente fundamental de financiamiento para este proyecto. El acompañamiento de la Organización Panamericana de la Salud, dígase el equipo local en El Salvador como el equipo regional y también nuestros asesores de la Organización Mundial de la Salud. Esto no hubiese sido posible si no se hubiese demostrado ese compromiso de la comunidad con sus problemas de salud, con sus niños, con sus adultos, con su familia en general, porque es imposible resolver un problema de salud sin la participación activa de la comunidad.
Este tipo de proyecto tiene varios impactos en estas comunidades de difícil acceso. Primero, tiene un impacto directamente en la comunidad. Por ejemplo, en el caso del proyecto de tracoma, podemos llegar a las poblaciones de una forma preventiva, especialmente en los niños. Se puede ver si podrían desarrollar la enfermedad en el futuro. Segundo, tiene un impacto netamente institucional. Este es un trabajo integrado en el cual se ve la rectoría y el liderazgo del Ministerio de Salud a través de sus diferentes entidades a nivel nacional, regional y local en las unidades primarias de salud. Esto queda como una experiencia y un impacto hacia futuro porque demuestra que el país está preparado para poder seguir el proceso de la eliminación de las enfermedades desatendidas, especialmente en las poblaciones de más difícil acceso.
Nosotros hemos podido integrar, hemos podido compartir nuestros conocimientos, apoyarnos los unos a los otros y asimismo poder llegar a la familia, llegar a las viviendas y que ellos puedan ver también en nosotros ese espíritu de empatía, ¿verdad? Que ellos vean que vamos por la prevención de la salud de ellos.
Ha sido una experiencia muy bonita, primeramente porque hemos conocido muchos lugares del país y pues también acercándonos a comunidades, dando atenciones no solamente con lo del proyecto de tracoma, sino también actividades preventivas como vacunación, controles, actividades antivectoriales.
A la edad que tengo nunca me había hecho un examen hasta hoy y me parece importante pues porque yo salgo de duda que yo pueda tener algo en mi vista, igual que mis niñas, que no vayan a tener algo que me preocupe a mí.
Muchas familias no tienen la oportunidad de ir donde nos dan esas consultas. Tal vez algunos sí tienen la oportunidad de ir así una vez al año, pero muchas familias no tienen esa oportunidad, más en estas zonas rurales acá. Y es muy bueno que vengan diferentes programas así porque con tantas enfermedades es bueno que nos vayamos chequeando desde pequeñitos y periódicamente.
A estas comunidades de difícil acceso, no cualquier organización se acerca, ¿verdad? Entonces les agradecemos muchísimo en nombre de todo el cantón del Siriguá.
Descobri, deu aquele desespero, porque assim, meu sonho sempre foi ser mãe. E eu falei, pronto, acabou, meu chão abriu e eu não vou ter mais condição de ser mãe. E depois, com as informações vindo ao SAI, eu vi que não era assim, que na hora do desespero, na hora que você pega aquele exame e dá positivo, eu falei assim, acabou meu mundo. Mas realmente não acabou, só a história agora vai começar de verdade.
O caminho para eliminar a transmissão vertical do HIV no Brasil foi construído por pessoas, por profissionais, gestantes, gestores, pesquisadores, comunidades e famílias que acreditam que cada vida merece nascer com todas as possibilidades pela frente.
Toda gestante, quando ela chega na consulta de pré-natal, ela passa pela consulta e durante a consulta é realizado o teste rápido. Teste rápido realizado contra HIV, sífilis, hepatite B e hepatite C. E aí, durante a realização, se vier positivo para sífilis, por exemplo, a gente já começa a tratar, faz a notificação. HIV, a gente tem um segundo teste para confirmação diagnóstica e encaminhado para o tratamento no centro de referência.
Primeiro que o diagnóstico é feito muitas vezes na atenção básica, né, que é onde começa o pré-natal dessa mãe, e aí com o diagnóstico a paciente é encaminhada para o SAI, onde nós fazemos o atendimento e o acompanhamento dessa paciente e já iniciamos o tratamento durante a gestação.
Eu vim aqui, fiz exame de sangue, deu positivo, marquei o infecto, no outro dia eu consegui, o dia mesmo, eu marquei no outro dia eu vim, já me deu esse remédio, ele conversou comigo, me explicou como é que eu tenho que tomar, tudo certinho. Eu vim, peguei remédio aqui na farmácia, tomei, tudo certinho, depois deu indetectável. Quando eu fiz o segundo exame de sangue, já deu detectável.
Com uma vigilância ativa no país, Cada teste positivo abre um fluxo articulado entre serviços, garantindo que nenhum cuidado se perca no caminho.
O fluxo de notificação dos agravos de notificação compulsória, HIV, sífilis e demais agravos no município de Cacoal, ele começa lá na unidade de saúde, seja ela pública, particular, clínica e até laboratório. Então, com essa notificação de algum caso suspeito, até confirmado de laboratório, nos ajuda muito a buscar o caso suspeito.
Todo o meu acompanhamento, né, meu pré-natal, eu posso dizer que foi assim excelente, porque foi feito um acompanhamento bem detalhado, fui muito bem orientada, foi feito os testes em mim, meu esposo.
A experiência brasileira se baseia na integração, equipes da atenção básica, maternidades, vigilância e serviços especializados, trabalhando de forma contínua e coordenada antes, durante e depois do parto.
O trabalho em rede é muito importante e uma rede fundamental é a rede de atenção à saúde indígena. Trabalhamos com os DICEI, são os distritos sanitários indígenas, nós estamos junto com eles em capacitações, nós estamos em assessoramento, respeitando toda a sua cultura, todos os seus costumes, levando para essa população tudo que é disponível em todo o nosso território, preservativos, testes rápidos, medicamentos.
Eliminar a transmissão vertical também significa proteger direitos, combater o estigma e garantir que todas as famílias tenham acesso à informação, ao cuidado e à dignidade. Os esforços são reforçados para todos os territórios, áreas urbanas, rurais, ribeirinhas e aldeias indígenas.
Cada um no seu âmbito de atuação decide que vai se engajar para eliminar a transmissão vertical. E esse é um processo construído em muitas mãos. A gente precisa de todos. Então, quando a gente vê que um trabalho de um somado ao outro e vai agregando e ao longo dos anos vai aperfeiçoando e qualificando, e hoje a gente pode falar de um Brasil livre da transmissão vertical de HIV, isso mostra que vale muito a pena esse engajamento, que tem resultado e que se a gente conseguiu para HIV, a gente haverá de conseguir para sífilis, para a doença de Chagas, para HTLV.
E a grande satisfação de quando chegar aos 18 meses você dizer: esse bebê só é um bebê exposto, não houve transmissão vertical, o bebê não está infectado.
O que você espera assim, do futuro da sua filha?
Espero que seja cresça com saúde, né? Eu espero que esses 2 anos que eu já estou tratando seja o início a melhor parte da minha vida.
El proyecto Extensión del acceso y cobertura en salud materno-infantil a zonas rurales dispersas, comunidades indígenas y territorios fronterizos del Chaco paraguayo fue concebido con un propósito profundamente humano: acercar servicios esenciales de salud a quienes enfrentan las mayores barreras para ejercer su derecho a la salud.
En Hajj, el primero, pues que está con la jipa y chista.
Kamush familia chesien. Jotane ties intenoknache.
Gracias al proyecto se están acercando más mujeres para tener parto en la USF por la confianza que le tiene al personal de salud, a la USF, a la doctora, al obstetra, y por eso quieren tener parto en la USF.
El proyecto llegó a más de 68.000 personas en el Chaco paraguayo, fortaleciendo 4 microredes de salud, beneficiando a 93 comunidades indígenas y 3 ejes fronterizos. A través de equipos humanos con mejora en sus competencias, equipos básicos para la atención, una ambulancia fluvial y salas de parto mejor equipadas, la salud materna e infantil se volvió más cercana, más humana y más segura.
Antes de la llegada de la ambulancia, enfrentábamos desafíos bastante grandes para brindar atención especializada y oportuna, especialmente a pacientes que presentaban emergencias o urgencias. Ver a una madre llegar a un centro de mayor complejidad en donde va a ser atendida
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch and perhaps some fresh air as well with this lovely weather. So, as planned, we will start with item 3.6, report of the Investigations Office for 2025. I would like to bring document CE 178/10 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Luis Guijaro, Chief Investigator of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the table and to present the report. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Madam President, members of the Executive Committee, distinguished delegates, Director, and colleagues, we are pleased to present under Agenda Item 3.6 a summary of the annual report of the Investigation Office for 2025. Throughout last year, the Investigation Office continued to support PAHO's management by providing professional investigative services to facilitate evidence-based decisions, to protect the resources of the organization, and to contribute to its solid reputation as a responsible partner. In this regard, we launched the Speak Up campaign last year to encourage all PAHO personnel to report misconduct without any fear of retaliation. To spread the message, the Investigation Office conducted 34 awareness-raising sessions on how and where to report alleged wrongdoing, reaching a total of 1,042 participants. At the same time, we strengthened our coordination with other internal stakeholders to find synergies and to deliver a one integrity system. Regarding our caseload, in 2025, the Investigation Office managed a total of 249 cases. 16 of them were carried over from 2024, and we received 233 new complaints during the year, which may have reflected the effectiveness of our outreach efforts. Out of the 249 cases reviewed, we completed 229 cases, or approximately 92% of all the cases under review. This limited our case backlog to only 8%. It is important to note that the investigation cycle includes 3 phases. Intake, to determine whether the complaints fall within the mandate of our office. The preliminary assessment, to establish the credibility, verifiability, and materiality of the allegations. And the full investigation, when all available evidence is collected to establish the facts surrounding the allegations. In 2025, we closed 176 cases at the intake phase, 32 cases with reports after a preliminary assessment, and we completed 21 full investigations. As a result, 20 cases were carried over into 2026. The Investigation Office also continues to strive to meet its key performance indicators. These include for the time it takes to respond to a complaint, as well as the time it takes to complete preliminary assessments and full investigations within 6 months. In 2025, all complainants receive a response within 3 days, and 18 full investigations, meaning 85% of the total, were completed within the 6-month deadline. The remaining 3 investigations extended beyond that time frame due to the complexity of the respective cases. Regarding the analysis of types of cases investigated in 2025, I would like to highlight the following, along with future actions to address them. Most of the complaints pertain to allegations of workplace misconduct. In this regard, there was a slight increase in the number of complaints of retaliation, 3 in 2025, 2 in 2024, and discrimination, 1 in 2025 versus none in 2024. It should be noted that an upward trend in the reporting of retaliation and discrimination may reflect greater confidence in the existing reporting mechanisms. Nevertheless, we will continue to encourage reporting without fear of retaliation and to raise awareness of the protective measures of the organization that the organization has put in place to protect alleged victims of wrongdoing, as well as any investigation participant. Regarding cases of sexual misconduct, for the first time, we received 2 complaints alleging sexual exploitation and abuse, while there was a small decrease in the number of sexual harassment complaints in comparison with the previous year. We consider this another example of increased confidence in the reporting mechanisms. The Investigation Office continues to prioritize specialized training in sexual misconduct, and we work closely with our Ethics Office colleagues to ensure that all investigations are conducted with a victim-centered approach. Regarding financial misconduct, we received 6 complaints, 2 less than in 2024. The complaints pertain to internal fraud, but no financial losses were identified during the relevant investigations. We will continue to strengthen our proactive capacities to better understand where fraud may occur internally and externally, and we will engage with relevant stakeholders to develop fraud detection strategies to ensure vulnerabilities are not being overlooked. Also in 2025, a peer review of the Investigations Office work for the period from 2020 to 2025 was conducted, and the panel of experts delivered a set of recommendations that we are duly implementing. Further, with efforts to increase transparency and accountability under the PAHO Forward Plan of Action 3.0, we have adopted a new case management system with an integrated Speak Up online reporting portal. And as part of our transparency efforts, our monthly statistics are publicly available through our dashboard at the PAHO website. The Investigations Office reinforces the importance of continuous training to ensure that investigators maintain their skills and that all investigations are conducted according to the best international practices. We also recognize the value and importance of fostering relationships and sharing expertise among investigative entities that are part of the larger United Nations system and those operating within multilateral financial institutions. To conclude, the Investigations Office supports PAHO's management by providing professional investigative services to facilitate evidence-based decisions and to identify trends and patterns that could inform future policy developments. We will continue to raise awareness about the work of the Investigation Office and the types of wrongdoing that may harm the organization's resources and reputation. The Investigation Office would like to acknowledge the continued support from the Director, including his dedication to the independence of this essential function and his support for us performing investigatory work effectively and expeditiously to address wrongdoing in PAHO. Thank you for your kind attention, and we welcome any questions or comments.
Thank you very much for that report. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report and provide any comments. And I will now open the floor to plenary for discussion. Please go ahead, Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Canada thanks the Investigations Office for this annual report and acknowledges INV's critical role in enhancing the good governance and integrity of the organization. We take note of the significant increase in reports received by the INV over the last year. Given this upward trend and increased workload, we are encouraged to learn that INV has hired a chief investigator and an additional consultant, which should help to address the backlog of cases and new complaints. Canada commends INV's continued efforts to strengthen its processes and tools to make its services more accessible and effective, including participating in a peer review, which resulted in redrafting INV's terms of reference to align with UN system best practices. We also take note of efforts to amend the investigation protocol to develop a framework for prioritizing complaints alleging serious misconduct that jeopardize safety of the workplace and integrity of PAHO's financial resources. We look forward to hearing how this progresses. Although overall reports of sexual harassment remain low, we note 2 reports related to sexual exploitation and abuse received for the first time. Excuse me. We recognize that the Speak Up reporting portal and campaign may be instilling greater confidence in INV, and encourage PAHO to continue to provide information, online communication materials, and training to encourage more people to come forward and report alleged misconduct that is sexual in nature and to address all complaints carefully. Finally, Canada is concerned to note that for the second consecutive year, INV submitted 3 observation letters to the Director, for which we welcome an update on actions to take to address the 3 areas of concern raised by INV. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. I will give the floor now to the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam President. We would like to thank the Investigations Office for this report and for their work in 2025. We emphasize the cruciality of that work, as well as the expectation that the organization take seriously and investigate all allegations of misconduct from beginning to end. We also noticed that PAHO saw more complaints from 2024 to 2025, and took note also of the increase in out-of-remit complaints. So as a first set of questions, what kinds of issues are considered out of remit, please? Were there any complaints that the office was not able to review due to a lack of standing or capacity to investigate? And could the Bureau also share any actions taken in response to requests that were routed to other parts of the organization, as noted in the report? We also noticed that the office submitted the 3 observation letters to the director for a second year in a row, highlighting potential oversight and investigation gaps. So as the second question, what steps will the Bureau take to fully resolve those issues? We additionally took note of the clear categorization of sexual misconduct complaints, for the first time distinguishing between SEA and SH. We welcome the completion of specialized trauma-informed investigation training by all office staff. We look forward to the dedicated discussion on those topics. As part of the organization's zero-tolerance approach, we emphasize the need for transparency on outcomes and stress the importance of fully utilizing ClearCheck. Relatedly, we support the Office's recommendation to establish cross-entity frameworks with national ministries of health to safeguard external complainants when state and institutional personnel overlap, to make sure those bad actors cannot evade accountability. Turning to the external peer review, we know that its conclusion to the Office only partially conforms to international standards. We welcome the Office's swift response to redrafting its TORs to align with UN system best practices, and particularly commend the newly approved mandates that empower the Office to initiate proactive administrative investigations into areas vulnerable to financial misconduct, rather than relying solely on reactive case intake. And as a third and final question, in implementing these newly approved proactive mandates, what specific high-risk operational areas or financial vulnerability indicators has the Office prioritized for its first cycle of proactive reviews during the remainder of 2026, please? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, United States. I see no other requests, so I will give the floor back to Mr. Guijaro to respond to questions and comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you very much, Canada, for your kind words and encouragement. We will keep you informed of any future developments, and we will continue in the same line, the work that we have been doing. Regarding the comments about the questions from the United States, thank you as well for your kind comments and for your contributions. Let me present basically, as I mentioned during the presentation, the investigation cycle has 3 different phases: intake, preliminary assessment, and full investigation. To move from one phase to the next, a series of objective conditions need to be met. So in the case of intake, there are 2 questions. The first one is what is being alleged has the potential to constitute a misconduct? Only if the question is yes, then we will ask the following question: even if it has the potential to constitute misconduct, is our office competent to investigate? Because sometimes the facts that are being alleged are related to a different department or a different entity, and therefore we are not competent to investigate. So only with those 2 questions are answered in a positive way, then we can actually move on with the investigation. It could happen that one or both of the 2 questions, the answers are no. In that case, what we try to do is to either refer the matters when they are of importance for other departments of the organization. We refer the matter to those departments. If the topic relates to a different UN agency, we can refer that externally to a different UN agency. And if the matters simply are, as it happens, we receive a lot of matters that are simply spam, or they are not, they do not describe incidents of misconduct, we simply close the cases at that stage. I don't know if that answered the question when it comes to the intake. Okay. So then we haven't faced so far any lack of resources when it comes to be able to address all the issues that we have received. So there is no, we don't take that into consideration. It's not a factor right now into our decision whether to proceed with a full investigation or not. We have adequate resources at this point to complete all to complete our mandate and carry out the investigations that we deem necessary. Regarding the observation letters, the purpose of the observation letter is simply to highlight an issue that we may witness in the course of an investigation, and we highlight that issue to the senior management, executive management of the organization, so they can consider take action on the matter. We don't follow up on those topics. We just bring the topics to their attention. And then regarding the questions about the proactive review, we certainly, one of the purposes to review our terms of reference for the investigation office last year was to include the capacity to conduct proactive investigations as a matter to enhance our the process to be to identify areas of risk for fraud and be more proactive while addressing those areas of risk. So right now we are working with other internal stakeholders to create the instruments to materialize that. So at this moment we haven't launched any proactive investigation yet. We just modified the terms of reference last year. So now we want to create the proper framework to cooperate with other stakeholders so we can actually start to operationalize that those proactive investigations. And we are working with that with other colleagues from under the Director of Administration and other departments that are relevant in this matter, in this topic. I don't know if that answered your questions, but please feel free to ask follow-up questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all of those comments. Director, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I want to thank Canada and the United States for their comments and questions. I think that always very useful. Just to add about what our investigator Luis Guijarro said. First, about the increase that we observed last year, probably it was related to a campaign, the Speak Up campaign. And what was the problem? Not the problem, but the situation is that when we had a very strong campaign, internal campaign, so several requests that were not related to investigation, but were raised to the investigation office, so they need to review and to send them to ombudsman, to ethics, to the other parts of the process. For this reason that we try to correct this with the new campaign that we started with all the channels and with concrete examples for each one of them, so the staff could be to receive a better guidance. When I have a problem with my colleague because in a meeting I was not comfortable the way that he or she treated me, it's not a case to be investigated. It's a problem to be brought to the attention of the ombudsman or the counselor so they could work together to improve their relationship. But I think that's important to that the investigation office receiving all this, also all the demands. Second, about the observation letter, when I received them, immediately they are directed to the head of the office responsible, requesting them to implement the measures to address the problems that were identified and reporting back to me about the implementation of this process for several all the departments that we received this. And about the resources, as Luis mentioned, despite the financial situation of the organization, we try to keep the financial resources to the investigation office, but we really need to increase the capacity mainly on the forensic capacities, and we are looking to, when we have more clarity, maybe later this year, to supplement the resources that the investigation office is receiving, so they are not only keeping the same level, but increasing a specific area that Luis appointed that it should be important to strengthen our investigative capacity. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Barbosa. With that, I don't see any other requests for the floor. Thank you. I'd like to inform the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report And this concludes this item. Thank you. We will now move to item 5.1, amendments to the rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. I'd like to bring document CE 178/19 to the attention of the committee and invite Dr. Miguel Bournier, Legal Counsel of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the head of the table. I will first give the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to kindly report on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I report on item 5.1, amendments to the rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. The subcommittee reviewed the proposed amendment to the rules governing the election of the Director and welcome efforts to further strengthen transparency, integrity, credibility, and procedural clarity in the election process. At the same time, the subcommittee raised several questions regarding certain aspects of the proposed amendment, including the purpose and value and added value of establishing an advisory group to review the qualifications of candidates and the possibility of reopening nominations if the number of candidates is deemed insufficient to ensure a meaningful election. It was emphasized that the primary consideration should be the qualification and merit of the candidates rather than their number. While the importance of establishing a minimum qualification for candidates was recognized, the need for flexibility to preserve the diversity of candidates among member states was stressed. It was also suggested that the rules should make it clear that candidates are obligated to comply with PAHO's Code of Ethical Principles and Conduct. Thank you, Madam President. This ends my report on this matter.
Thank you very much for that report. I'd like to now give the floor to Dr. Bournier to present the item, please.
Thank you, Madam President. It's my pleasure to introduce the proposed amendments to the rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. In accordance with Article 21 of the PAHO Constitution, the Director is elected at the Pan American Sanitary Conference by the vote of a majority of member states, following the established rules for the election of the PAHO Director. These rules were adopted by the Directing Council in 2006 and have since provided the procedural framework supporting the election of the PAHO Director. Over the years, they have contributed to ensuring that the election process is conducted in a structured, transparent, and reliable manner. The current rules provide that the President of the Executive Committee invites member states to submit nominations for the Director. After the nominations close, the names are circulated and candidates are invited to present their vision and answer questions at a candidates forum. The conference then elects the Director by secret ballot from among those nominated candidates. After nearly 2 decades of application, the Secretariat undertook a targeted review of these rules, building on PAHO's established framework and institutional experience to ensure the rules reflect current best practices. The proposed amendments were presented at a subcommittee in March this year. A subsequent consultation with member states was held on 15th of April of this year. The text presented to you today reflects the comments and input provided by member states during both the SPBA session and the subsequent consultation. At the outset, let me just highlight this, that the review does not affect the role of PAHO governing bodies, which remain the sole decision-making authority in the election of the Director. The proposed amendments instead introduce targeted procedural updates while fully preserving the authority of member states. With this objective in mind, the proposed updates are organized around 3 complementary pillars, which we'll reflect now on the slide, each intended to strengthen clarity, transparency, and confidence in the election process. The first pillar concerns reinforcing candidacy standards. The proposed amendments clarify the qualifications and eligibility expectations for candidates, including senior-level technical, leadership, and managerial experience, consistent with the responsibilities of the position. They also introduce a mechanism to verify the completeness and eligibility of nominations once submitted. The second pillar relates to enhancing transparency in the process. Candidates would submit declaration of interest and disclosures regarding campaign support, and would also confirm that if elected, they will comply with PAHO's Code of Ethical Principle and Conduct. The proposed amendments here formalize also the live webcasting of the candidates forum, broadening access to this important stage of the election process. And the third and final pillar concerns procedural safeguards. Specifically, the proposal would allow the Executive Committee to reopen the nomination period if so decided by member states. Following the consultations with member states in April earlier this year, the grounds for reopening the nomination period were removed from the proposal. The provision now merely reserves the authority of the Executive Committee to reopen the nomination period, and explains that the President of the Executive Committee will inform member states of any adjustments to the timeline of the electoral process if needed. And separate from this, in this pillar as well, certain post-election measures were also refined, specifically the reporting of funding authorizations before and after the election. Taken together, these amendments represent targeted updates to the existing framework, aimed at strengthening clarity, transparency, and confidence in the process. The Executive Committee is invited to review the proposed amendments contained in the document before you and provide any comments it deems appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the committee is invited to review proposed amendments contained in the document and provide any comments you deem appropriate. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex B will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. And I would like to now open the floor to plenary for discussion on the document presented, please. Thank you. Brazil, followed by Canada.
Thank you, Madam President. Brazil is grateful for the work that was carried out by the Secretariat on this in the review of the standards for the election of the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. We also recognize the importance of the proposals as regards transparency, integrity, and strengthening of eligibility criteria. Brazil deems that the proposed modifications represent an opportunity to further strengthen the legitimacy and credibility of the process of choosing the director of this organization. It's in that spirit that we have two suggestions we would like to make to Article 1.1, which, among other requirements, calls for at least 15 years of relevant professional experience, including experience in international settings and public administration, and background that's pursuant or in keeping with the responsibility of the function. Now, given those functions, for example, political interaction, coordination of technical cooperation programs, and permanent interaction with national governments, and the prior experience in public administration are all important factors to be able to carry out this function effectively. From that standpoint, Brazil suggests the inclusion of express reference to one's experience in public administration. And the same article includes the requirement of a postgraduate degree from a accredited institution. On that, we would ask PAHO about which institutions, accredited institutions, those might be, and we would also ask for any clarification offered regarding the World Higher Education Database and that list that can be found therein, that which was put together in collaboration with UNESCO, we would suggest that information be included into this wording, this text, for everyone's benefit. Brazil supports the proposal of these modifications, understanding that those standards governing this process will contribute to ensure the high profile of the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I'll give the floor to Canada.
Thank you very much. Canada welcomes PAHO's efforts to strengthen the rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the PASB. We thank the Secretariat for convening the informal consultation during the intersessional period and for incorporating member state input in these amendments. We view this as an important effort to enhance clarity and overall transparency. In this spirit, Canada would like to reiterate the importance of providing clear parameters in the provisions for reopening the nomination process. Any decisions taken by the EC need to be transparent and consistent from election to election, and we consider that the grounds for reopening an election should be based upon the agreed nominating guidelines in Article 1. We will propose a small edit to the resolution to reflect this when the resolution is discussed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will give the floor now to the United States, please.
Thank you. As we noted, hear your own voice. As we noted at SPBA, the United States appreciates strong transparency, integrity, and procedural clarity in the election process. Modernizing this framework is essential to ensuring member state confidence in selecting the next director. We also welcome enhanced disclosure requirements and measures to support transparency, such as webcasting the candidates forum. These steps support informed decision-making by member states. Questions for the Bureau. Regarding the new provision allowing the Executive Committee to reopen nominations, what specific thresholds or extraordinary criteria will guide the committee in executing this mechanism? How will the Bureau ensure uniform compliance and auditing of candidates' campaign funding disclosures, particularly concerning contributions from non-state actors or external organizations? We would also like to make a comment on the adjustment proposed by Brazil. We support the language of public administration in the definition of the background of the candidates. We do, however, have some concerns with specifically naming this website, World Higher Education Database.net. We do think it should be an accredited institution, but having that specific website could be very limiting in finding the best candidate, and would rather see an open-ended accredited institution instead of having that specific website be a requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other requests, so I will turn it back to Dr. Bernier to respond, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Brazil, Canada, and US for the comments. I'll just go one by one addressing them. First to Brazil. Muito obrigado pelos comentários com relação a todo o esforço que foi feito para atualizar as regras atuais. Com relação...
As regards the two proposals made by Brazil, I have a comment regarding public administration. I do think that's quite germane, quite on mark. There is a reference in Article 1.1.2, and up above that, that also enumerates those elements for one's nomination, which speaks of public health leadership roles, which I do think includes the public administration aspect that Brazil is raising here. Now, of course, it falls to the member states to decide what those criteria ought to be. As regards including the specific reference to World Education Database, the Secretariat uses 3 databases to make sure a higher school of higher education is accredited. You've got a higher education database as well as Council for Higher Education Accreditation. This is a nonprofit association that's not associated to any government, and there's a third database, Institute of Education Services of the National Center for Education Statistics, which is part of or is an agency of the U.S. government. These are the three types of databases that are used to ascertain or to make sure rather that that there is a broad pool of accredited universities that are included in that universe. Now, instead of specifically referring to one, now these rules, we would like these to be long-standing, just as the former set of rules lasted 20 years. We would like whatever we decide on here to last another 20 years. And so if we were to go with this database for a school to be able to meet this requirement, we want it to be something that will still be effective 20 years on. So if we say a duly recognized institution that is accredited by a competent educational authority without actually naming the entity, just making clear what the level of accreditation ought to be.
On the reopening of the nomination period, indeed, this was, I think, a good debate in the consultation with the member states. At that time, at least the view was, let's not try to predetermine what elements should guide the reopening, but rather just reinforce or confirm the authority of the executive committee to do so, should member states deem it necessary. But I see the proposal from Canada in linking it to the nomination guidelines in Article 1. I think that's a standard that the member states themselves are defining, and that seems to be a very objective standard to help guide member states in that discussion. And turning to the U.S., thank you for the comments. We appreciate, well, I think the goal here of this review is indeed increasing transparency, integrity, and confidence in the process. For the reopening, I think it's very similar to the comment I just made for Canada. It's for member states to decide this threshold. It's absolutely not for the Secretariat to be defining this threshold. And I think seeking an objective threshold, it's helpful, or leaving it for the authority of member states at the moment to decide. In relation to the additional disclosures, there's one, it's essentially, it's already in the current rules. It's essentially an update because it makes a reference to a fund that no longer exists in the organization. If you use that fund, you have to disclose. The fund has changed name, so we're just updating this, and it means that any funds from the organization that are used needs to be disclosed so that there's transparency for member states in this respect. And then the U.S., I think, made comments on the Brazil proposal. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Dr. Barbosa, did you wish to make? Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Brazil, Canada, and the U.S. I think that this this resolution is important because it will strengthen the process. I think that it will clearly provide more transparency to the process, and at the same time a more objective way to verify the qualification of the candidates. Of course, this is up to the member states, but just about this issue related to the education credentials, we have a system to do that. When we are hiring a person, and for that position, a P4 position, this person needs to have a master in public health, our human resource department checks this. So maybe it could be simple to state in a proper language that the same process will be used, because regardless if the associations will change in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, we all the time check if the diploma that the candidate for a position presents was granted by a certified university. So we do that regularly, several times each year during the selection process. This same process could be used for to certify that the master, or I don't know, the graduation or a master that the candidate is presenting are part of this system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. All right, with that, I would now like to ask the rapporteur to please present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee. Thank
you. Madam President, I will now read the proposed resolution, modification to the rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. The 178th session of the Executive Committee, having considered the proposed amendments to the rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, resolves to recommend to the 63rd Directing Council that the 63rd Directing Council adopt a resolution in the following terms. Amendments to the rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. The 63rd Directing Council, having considered the proposed amendments to the rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, resolves to approve the following amended rules governing the election process for the position of Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau. Having published the modifications on the webpage of the Pan American Health organization, I will not read further.
Thank you very much. I would like to now open the floor to begin discussions on the proposed resolution. Thank you. Canada, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So as mentioned, Canada considers it important to provide clear parameters in the provisions for reopening the nomination process and are proposing the following text amendment to Article 5, Paragraph 5.1. The Executive Committee retains the discretion to reopen the period for the submission of nominations should it so decide. Add, in cases where no candidates meet the nominating guidelines set out in Article 1. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Brazil, please.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm grateful for the clarifications made by the Secretariat. Our information that we were going off of was partial, so I do agree with the proposal for the insertion of wording here, as long as we know exactly what we are referring to when we do speak of being accredited. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. So I'll take your comment as a reference to the earlier discussion, and then taking note of Canada's proposed changes. If I can now.
2 minutes pause.
Okay, we'll take a 2-minute pause. Brazil, I would request if you could kindly just give us confirmation with the intervention you made. You had, Brazil had indicated in 1.18, so it would say at least 15 years of relevant professional experience, comma, including experience in international settings and in public administration, and an advanced university degree from an accredited institution. Legal gave a comment back saying that higher up in 1.1's article number 1, that there's already reference to extensive experience in international health. So you had indicated in your most recent intervention that you were comfortable. We're just trying to seek clarity if Brazil would like to have the addition under 1.18 of ensuring that there's an addition of public administration explicitly as part of the criteria of 15 years of relevant professional experience, including experience in international settings and in public administration.
Thank you, Madam President. If you just give me a moment to read the part of text that does refer to that. Thank you.
So there will be 3 changes, and I will ask the rapporteur to now read them out, please.
Señora Presidenta, voy a proceder.
Madam President, I'm going to now read the changes in the draft resolution in 1.1.8 to have at least 15 years of relevant professional experience, including experience in international settings and in advanced university degree from an accredited institution from a competent authority of education. The interpreter omitted and apologizes the reference to public administration. Now, it should be drafted as follows. The Executive Committee reserves the right to reopen the period for the submission of candidacies if so decided in those cases in which there are no candidates that meet the requirements for the submission of candidacies established in Article 1 of the proposal by candidates.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. So, thank you. I want to make sure that was all clear for everyone with the changes made. Yes? And is everyone in agreement? All right, I don't see any requests for the floor, and so I declare the resolution adopted. Thank you all very, very much. We will proceed to item 5.6, report on the Master Capital Investment Fund and on the Master Capital Investment Plan implementation. I'd like to bring document CE 178/23 to the attention of the committee and invite Ms. Kristen Beck, Director of Administration of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come. To the table. I will now give the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to please report on this item. Thank you.
Madam President, I report on item 5.6 on the Master Capital Investment Fund and on the Master Capital Investment Plan implementation. The subcommittee received an update in March on the status of the Master Capital Investment Fund and its 5 sub-funds. The Bureau reported that the overall balance of the Master Capital Investment Fund at the end of 2025 was $23.9 million, compared with $18 million at the end of 2024. The increase mainly reflected revenue from the sale of the building located at 2121 Virginia Avenue in Washington, D.C. The Bureau also reported that the Real Estate Maintenance and Improvement Subfund was used primarily to cover expenses related to the renovations at the PAHO headquarters building, which were due to be completed by the end of March of this year. The subcommittee took note of the report and welcomed the successful sale of the Virginia Avenue building. Thank you, Madam President. Here ends my report on this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Executive Committee is invited to take note of this report, and I will now open the floor to plenary for any discussion or comments that any members would like to make. Brazil, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. Brazil is grateful for this detailed report about the Master Fund of Capital and the Investment Supplementary Fund. We would like to congratulate the Director and the whole team for the successful conclusion of the sale of the Virginia Avenue real estate, understanding the strategic importance of that and the agility with which that was carried out. It's a good example of success. We take note of the conclusion of the second phase of the remodeling of the headquarters and the temporary rental of additional space that will enable us to have additional gains of efficiency. The mission of Brazil only regrets not having as our neighbors of the Watergate building. Thank you.
Mexico, please go ahead.
Gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of Mexico appreciates the presentation of this report and is glad to see the progress made in 2025 as part of the Master Capital Investment Fund. This is an issue that has a clear impact on the real capacity of the organization to comply with its mandate. This fund is not only a budget mechanism, it is a strategic bet on continuity, resilience, and institutional modernization. We welcome the efforts that have been made to modernize the physical infrastructure of this organization, and also the investments that aim at strengthening their internal management mechanisms. These actions not only maintain the historic asset, but also they create more favorable conditions for the day-to-day work of the staff and rendering of services. We recognize the commitment of PAHO to strengthen the mechanisms of transparency and also in terms of proper resource management. Thank you.
Comments as you wish. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd just like to thank Brazil and Mexico for the comments and to say we also enjoyed being neighbors in the Watergate, but we're looking forward to having all staff in headquarters in our headquarters building so we can all be together. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Barbosa, did you wish to make any comments?
Yes, Madam President, very brief. Queria agradecer a...
I did want to thank Brazil and Mexico for their comments. And in fact, the use of the resources coming from the Master Capital Investment Fund were used to renovate this building. As we said before, we had some structural problems that could represent a risk to the building itself. And also we needed to renew the HVAC system, for example. Those pieces of equipment were 60 years old and no longer could they be repaired. So that has been completed, and now we still have to do some repairs in the garage of the building. And this too has to do with security requirements. Now, having said that, I think it really is important that we were able to conclude the sale of the building at 2121 because this allows us to share services. So in this way, we are all now housed in this building. We do not have to lease facilities elsewhere, and that represents a major savings compared to past years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barbosa. Thank you. With that, I'm informing the committee that the discussions will be reflected in the final report, and that concludes item 5.6. I do note that we have time to continue before coffee break at 3:30, so we will continue with item 6.1, amendments to the Pan American Sanitary Bureau's staff regulations and staff rules. I'd like to bring document CE 178/26 to the attention of the committee and invite Mr. Jorge Ballestero, Director of the Department of Human Resources Management of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, to please come to the head table. And once again, I would like to give the floor to the President of the Subcommittee on Program, Budget, and Administration to kindly report on this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. I report on item 6.1, amendments to the Pan American Sanitary Bureau staff regulations and staff rules. The subcommittee was informed in March that the United Nations General Assembly had approved an increase of 1.6% to the base salary scale for staff in the professional and higher categories, and that the Bureau had implemented the increase on a no-loss, no-gain basis, thus resulting in no change in the net pay with no material financial impact to the Pan American Health Organization. In the subcommittee's discussion of the amendment to the staff regulations and staff rules, the Bureau was encouraged to exercise continued fiscal discipline and to prepare for the outcome of the review of the salaries and benefits in the United Nations Common System currently underway. Thank you, Madam President. Here ends my report on this item.
Thank you once again. I will now give the floor to Mr. Ballestero to present the item, please.
Thank you, Madam President, distinguished delegates, Mr. Director, colleagues. I appreciate the opportunity to present a summary of the main modifications to item 6.1, amendments to the Pan American Sanitary Bureau Staff Regulation and Staff Rules, document CE 178/26. The substantive amendments to the staff regulations and staff rules reflect the recommendations of the International Civil Service Commission and are proposed to maintain uniformity in the conditions of employment of the staff of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau and the agencies of the United Nations Common System. The changes are informed by operational experience, good practices in human resources management, and reinforce accountability, efficiency, and sound stewardship of resources. The amendments for facility are organized into three areas. One, salaries of staff in the professional and higher categories, in accordance with the United Nations System salary scales. Two, changes to strengthen accountability, transparency, and efficiency in the application of the staff rules. And third and last, editorial changes. Madam President, on the first point, on salaries of staff in the professional and higher categories, besides our own standing as an independent international organization, part, of course, of the Inter-American System, the Bureau is a member of the United Nations Common System. Therefore, all ICSC recommendations approved by the UN General Assembly must be incorporated into the organization staff rules and regulations, including, of course, the implementation of the salary scale of all staff. The United Nations General Assembly accepted the recommendation of the International Civil Service Commission, ICSC, to apply a 1.6% increase to the base salary scale for staff in the professional and higher categories. In accordance with the principle of no loss, no gain, and through a standard consolidation method, which basically consists of increasing the base salary and proportionally reducing the post-adjustment multiplier points, the proposed increase results in no change to net salaries. Regarding the salaries corresponding to the positions of director, deputy director, and assistant director, the same review is required, which likewise results in no change to net salaries. The new salary scale is reflected in Annex C, Appendix 1 of the staff rules. The financial implications related to the increase in base minimum salaries amount to approximately $6,000 per year for PAHO. This amount results from adjustment to terminal benefits, particularly annual leave. Basically, no changes to the salary, but if there is a separation, if there is an implementation of leave, that would have a potential cost of up to $6,000. Second point, modifications to strengthen transparency and accountability. These amendments reinforce fairness, transparency, and responsible decision-making while aligning our Bureau practices with the common UN system. One, classification review. This refers to Rule 230. We want to clarify that supervisors are the sole initiators of occupied post reclassification requests with a strategic and program-driven approach based on organizational needs rather than ad hoc individual requests. Second, abolition of post in terms of Rule 1050 refines indemnity provisions to align with the UN system. The new provision clarifies that staff who have reached eligibility retirement age and are entitled for the pension fund retirement benefits will not receive the abolition of post indemnity, thereby preventing dual benefits and promoting fiscal responsibility. Basically, the idea is that when you separate, receive the indemnity, but if this reaches to your retirement age, you do not have what could be called as double dipping. Third, arbitration for national employees, Rule 920. National employees are individuals hired by PAHO to work in designated country offices or centers under conditions governed by national legislation and labor practices of the country in which they serve. A recent contract review highlighted the need to strengthen the arbitration process. The changes specified that arbitration must be conducted by an impartial, autonomous, and independent body designated by the organization and enhance procedural clarity. Some arrangements have been made to be even more effective and cost-contained. On modifications proposed to strengthen efficiency, we basically streamline admin processes and improve operational flexibility without diminishing staff entitlements. Regarding medical certifications and inoculations, I refer to Rule 430. The organization is transitioning from the use of staff physician for medical examinations to broaden the range of options available to staff. This change will allow staff to use an organization designated or approved physician on medical certifications. This change allows for the organization to have a designated or approved physician for medical examination, thus granting flexibility for staff and increasing administrative efficiencies. Basically, we're moving from a mandated place to have the exam to a insurance-driven option. Then, within grade increase based on merit, we are eliminating this outdated position to allow for merit-based within increases because we have not used it. It has been inconsistently used when it was, and particularly it affects those at the top of the salary scale who are not eligible to be considered for this one. Notice of termination, I refer to Rule 1083, permits termination notices to be issued during parental leave, with separation taking effect only after the latter of the parental leave end date or notice period. This change enhances operation agility, enabling organizational restructuring and responses to financial constraints. On selection panels, the recent contract review allows now that we expedite local selection panels for national employee positions. And we allow that panels could have one serving national employee as part of the three-person panel. Madam President, distinguished colleagues, and delegates, to ensure an orderly and well-managed transition, it is proposed that the effective date of the amendments to Staff Rules 230 on reclassification and 555 on within grade increase be deferred to 1st January 2028, basically to the next biennium. This approach gives us the flexibility required during the remainder of this biennium to facilitate the implementation of the approved HR plans, strengthen operational readiness, and apply the changes in a coherent manner. Lastly, these amendments update terminology, correct outdated references, and formalize existing practices without changing substantive rights or obligations. I refer to the Board of Appeal provisions, Rule 1230, and delete cross-references to Rule 555, which are not going to be applicable anymore. With this, I conclude my presentation and remain at your disposal should you have any questions.
Thank you very much for that presentation. The Executive Committee is invited to review the amendments to the PASB staff regulations and staff rules contained in this document and provide any comments as you deem pertinent. The discussions on the proposed resolution presented in Annex C will take place once the rapporteur has read the proposed resolution. And with that, I would like to now open the floor for discussion on the document presented. Brazil, please go ahead.
Thank you. In looking at this recommendation on an amendment of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau staff regulations, we agree with the salary adjustments. And as was said, this complements the principle of no loss, no gain in keeping with the compensation of the basic salary and post-adjustment. This is important in terms of the liquidation of salaries, so we support this suggestion made by the United Nations, and we have no comments on the adjustments being presented.
I'll give the floor to the United States, please.
Thank you, Madam President. We must ensure PAHO is fit for purpose by maintaining strict fiscal responsibility. That is why we strongly oppose the salary increases for the director, deputy director, and assistant director to the Executive Committee. With staff compensation representing the largest share of the organization's budget, we cannot ignore it in our efforts to rationalize the PAHO budget. We recognize the long-standing practice that PAHO staff, including the director, receive pay reflecting those of the UN system, which follows the recommendations of the International Civil Service Commission, ICSC. This is where the core of the problem lies. And to be clear, our efforts to rein in labor costs are focused on the entire UN system. Money for exorbitant salaries means less money to improve health throughout the Americas. In addition to objecting to the increase in these salaries, we urge member states to join us in urging the ICSC to deliver significant changes during its 2026 review of the UN Common System, compensation, and benefits. This is what we expect to see based on last year's General Assembly recommendation that the ICSC bring UN salaries in line with the U.S. Civil Service comparator and rationalize staff allowances and benefits. We urge the Bureau to actively prepare for and implement the outcomes of this review, and we invite member states to join us in our efforts to produce increased efficiency and effectiveness for PAHO and other international organizations more broadly. In the meantime, we can do what is in our power here and prevent an unnecessary jump in costs at PAHO by not increasing salaries for the director, deputy directors, or assistant directors. We understand that in theory, the intent is to have a no-cost change, but the reality is that the salary and staff adjustments do result in a larger cost for PAHO. Stopping this increase will help us demonstrate real efforts in producing increased efficiency and effectiveness for the organization. To be clear, if we cannot remove proposed OP 2, 3, and 4 from the decision, the United States will be raising this issue and voting against it at Directing Council. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, United States. I see no other requests for the floor, so I will pass it back to you, Mr. Ballestero, for any responses. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Eu não falo português, mas eu posso dizer obrigado.
I don't speak Portuguese, but I can say obrigado. So thank you for your support. Thank you for your trust.
Take note of your position and appreciate it, particularly on the need to be fit for purpose, which is one of the elements that we will be highlighting in my next presentation. Indeed, we are ready to follow closely the discussion on the ICSC and to implement whatever changes agreed there. We would like to highlight, for the benefit of all the delegations, including the US, that should we establish a different retribution system to the director, deputy director, and assistant director, we would require to revisit the whole scheme because they are staff members. And as staff members, they are governed by the rules that apply to all of them. Therefore, should this not be approved, we would have then the obligation to design, develop, and approve a completely separate mechanism to calculate the retribution for these positions. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Did you wish to make any comments?
Thank you and good afternoon. Just to say thank you to Brazil and the United States for their comments. I would agree with the comments made by my colleague here, and we at PAHO are always looking forward and always looking to improve efficiencies and effectiveness, and we note the comments made by both delegations, and we will take the appropriate action and make any review that would be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. With that, thank you very much. I will now ask the rapporteur to present the proposed resolution for consideration by the Executive Committee, please.
Madam President, I'm going to read the proposed resolution, amendments to the Pan American Sanitary Bureau staff regulations and staff rules. The 178th session of the Executive Committee, having considered the amendments to the staff rules of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau submitted by the Director in Annex A to document CE 178/26, acknowledging the recommendation of the International Civil Service Commission in its 2025 annual report to increase the base or floor salary scale for the professional and higher categories and pay protection points by 1.6% on a no loss, no gain basis. And the Bureau's implementation of that recommendation as of 1 January 2026, taking into consideration the actions of the 76th World Health Assembly regarding the remuneration of the regional directors, assistant directors general, and deputy director general based on the United Nations General Assembly's approval of the amended base or floor salary scale for the professional and higher categories on a no loss, no gain basis. Bearing in mind the provisions of Staff Rule 020 and Staff Regulation 3.1 of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau, and recognizing the need for uniformity in the conditions of employment of staff of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau and the United Nations Common System Agencies resolves to confirm, in accordance with Staff Rule 020, the staff rule amendments made by the Director regarding the remuneration of staff in the professional and higher categories effective 1 January 2026. The staff rule amendments regarding medical certifications and inoculations, abolition of post, notice of termination, Board of Appeal, recruitment and appointment, and arbitration effective 1 July 2026, and the staff rule amendments regarding classification review and within grade increase, including based on merit effective 1 January 2028. OP2. To establish the annual salary of the Assistant Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau beginning on 1 January 2026 at US dollars $215,933 before staff assessment, with corresponding net base salary of $158,016. OP3, to establish the annual salary for the Deputy Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau beginning on January 1st, 2026 at $217,448 before staff assessment, with a corresponding net base salary of $159,016. OP4, to establish the annual salary for the Director of the Pan American Sanitary Bureau beginning 1 January 2026 at $239,200 before staff assessment, with a corresponding net base salary of $173,372. Now, since the appendixes have been posted before, I will abstain from reading them.
Much. I'd like to now open the floor for discussion on the proposed resolution. Okay, I do not see any requests for the floor, and as such, I will declare the resolution adopted.
Tomorrow we will do all is tomorrow except the staff rules because they were done today, and we will add just if they. No, I cannot wait.
Okay.
You just can say that we will add the items 7 and 7/8 in time permitted.
Okay, so we will now take a break for half an hour. We will reconvene at 4 o'clock for the briefing. We will resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock with item 6.2 and 6.3 and continue as per the program that we have already in place. And time permitting, we will try to address items 7.7 and 7.8. So thank you very much. Please have a good break now, and we'll be back at 4 o'clock. Thank you.